I'm interested to see because if I remember correctly from the stats of the first Mako Combat Kings, Elijah was the most actively put into the draft, either banned or picked, where she was selected in nearly every single draft phase for bans or picks. So I'm interested to see if Asians put Elijah in that same sort of spot.
Yeah. Could you move spaghetti in the channel?
Sure.
He wants to cast with us for the show match.
Okay. So we have a player. Oh, I can't actually see the move. 1 second. We do have a our first bands here coming out. We have Blossom banned. Wait, hold on a second. Blossom and Taya being banned. Interesting choices. I mean, I understand why Blossom would be banned here, but I'm not sure about Taya. I mean, she does a lot of damage, but she seems a bit more situational, don't you think?
You know, I think Taya is a really annoying character. Nobody wants to play against Taya. So for me it's not surprising, and I don't know about those players, so I can look it up real quick, but there might be a Taya main here. So that must be why Taya has been banned.
True.
On the OC, on the Asian side, the Shiny Crusaders team. Hello Spaghetti, how are you doing?
Hey, hey, how's my audio? How are we coming in?
Pretty well.
You might need to turn me up if you need. It's not the best mic, but I can shed some light on the Taya ban. And Taya is a very strong pick in Oceanic, and it tends to be the case that during scrims, a lot of the range players will pick her and master her. So I think it's a good value ban that they've given it. They probably scoped out the players.
What do you think of these two first picks here? Jamila as the first pick melee, and Shenrao as the first pick for Shiny Crusaders.
I think that announcing Jamila can be risked, because if you play Jamila, you're gonna need some synergies. For example, Lucy Shields, because in competitive plays, she can be pretty vulnerable unless it's a very polyvalent player playing her. So there can be targeted bans, but since they already have Alicia logged in on the second pick, I think it's gonna be okay for the apes here. And here we go with the second ban. So we get a Freya and Blossom ban. Blossom ban on both teams. Seems like they agree on what's OP.
Yeah. Now with our second phase of picking, Alicia, as I talked about, was the most picked of Mako Combat Kings 1, and of course Apes Together Strong picking her up, and then Lucy to respond. Probably taking away one of Jamila's possible outs. And we see here we have our final draft already with Sirius and Rygon to wrap things up. Do you have any predictions?
You guys in game? Can you shoot me an invite?
Yeah, let's invite Spaghetti and start.
Alright.
Are the other players able to invite?
They should be able to.
Yeah, they should be.
An interesting comp. Shenrao and Rygon are very burst heavy, and they have Lucy there as a means of bailing out the Rygon or Shenrao if they go too deep or begin to get punished. But at the same time,
yeah, I wonder what builds are going to be played here, because especially on the Apes team, the build that they're going to choose is going to change the whole strategy. Okay, so here we go. We're going to start the match.
Alright, we're going to begin our first game. Just waiting on this. Alright. We'll have to make sure to pay attention to their rights to see what sort of ideas they want to go for. because
Okay, so here we go.
yeah.
We're in the match with the apes on the right in the red team and the shiny crusaders on the blue team. I love these team names, by the way. We have really nice team names, really nice teams overall this tournament. It's not like the EU names I was talking about that with you earlier, but I want to repeat it for the audience. We're really lucky to have like just good names for this tourney. Because, you know, I've been casting EU tourneys and names have sometimes been pretty weird.
2, 1, fight!
So here we go with the first engage of the tournament with the show match. And we have the Shiny Crusaders engaging with Sunset and this hard space. We got a shield on Lucy, blocking that Freya freeze. Here we go.
Oh, looks like a bit of lag.
Oh, we got reports of a little bit of lag. It should be on Asia servers, so
Yeah. Of course, it's going to have a bit of ping there. If you're playing with from OCE, there's quite a bit of distance there. But you see, Sirius here getting heavily punished, and Jamila as well. They just don't seem to be able to protect themselves. You see, now Shenrao getting in there, and Rygon ulting to finally finish off Jamila. They're now chasing down. It looks like Dragon is lagging out pretty significantly. As
It looks like they might be getting like,
got the round.
yeah, maybe like a loss. There's definitely differences in lag when you play this game. Of course, you can get like a pack of loss when it's just not coming through. If it is just like a latency issue. So this one.
It depends. He may have just had a
Getting
lag
that on my
spike.
end.
Not necessarily a large delay that he cares about. Looking at the rights here, it looks like Rygon's going for a very aggressive build here with lots of engage tools and acrobatics to reduce cooldowns and continue pushing.
yeah, it's interesting. I wonder what the Alicia. Yeah, Alicia's playing a classic shield build, but we have two M2 rights on the red team. And we have a really peculiar Shenrao build on the blue team. I mean, it's not that peculiar, there are some Paxi rights, but it's really interesting to see. So
Lots
here
of
we go
punishment
with the
going on
aggro
in
on Dragon of the West.
The Lucy here. But Lucy does manage to escape. Now Sirius behind the wall, leaving its team completely by themselves.
Yeah, and Little Yeo is taking a bad 3v1 here on the top of the map. Dragon of the West going in, trying to help his teammates. It seems like blue team is pushing back their back. Tabsy just wasted a counter and escaped with the E successfully here. Nice steal on the orb from the blue team. Sirius almost got it with a charge attack, but was pretty close.
Shiny Crusaders here seem to be having a very heavy control over the map. They've managed to snag every orb so far, and they've always seemed to maintain the middle. There's no real time where they've actually fell back. Until now, Apes together strong, snagging back the tempo.
And here we go, Sunset engaging. We got a double parry stun.
Oh,
and it was vulnerable here. That was a very nice execution from blue team that just knew as soon as he activated counter that he was gonna be dead.
Yeah, the classic serious play of space counter, leaving himself completely vulnerable, and as a result he was obviously punished.
I mean, at pro level, it can be working sometimes. I've seen a lot of serious spacing in counter, and just people don't expect it because, you know, they're playing at high level, so Series just don't counter immediately. So sometimes it can work. It can work. I think at this level of play, sometimes you can do it, but not too much. You know, you don't want to be back at gold level plays. So yeah.
Any more interesting selections of rights, or is everything else pretty standard?
Yeah, I think the yellow hook that gives more range is interesting. I think it's a good right overall. I've seen people play it. The range is insane on Jamila, but it's not very classic. Often people just take race that gives them more value in the trades, but hookshot can be really nice to grab people. So here we go with FabZ. We're getting a good focus on Yuimon here. It's a Jamila Lucy duel, and Dragon of the West is coming in to help. Seems like Lucy has been taking a lot of damage, but blue team has been helping. And here we go with the first orb stacked by blue team again. They're really good on those orbs. I really thought red team was gonna have this orb, but they managed to get it every time. And here we go, the in-cap on FabZ. That might be an execute, but he gets petrified by the Sirius at the last moment. Shenrao is in difficulty here for blue team. That could be an execution, maybe a round if they get a kill. Red team is on them, but they lose a lot of
the
HP.
entirety of blue team is extremely low now. While they may have great orb control, they are severely lacking in defense. They just took so much damage over the course of that round there. And you see,
with a trade kill, but Reagan has an ult. They have energy advantage on the blue team, but the double in-cap with maybe the kill. No, the shield from Lucy, but she gets executed by the Alicia. He still said, can he do this? I do not think so. He just wasted a parry and has 2 energy bursts. That's going to be difficult for him. Even if he's a very good dragon. Gets an in-cap though, gets stunned and executed. That's first round for red team. That's going to be an amazing show match.
a nice turn of momentum there. You see in the previous rounds, Shiny Crusaders were focused a lot on control, and Apes Together Strong recognize that and realize that if all they're focusing on is control, that means they're not necessarily going to be too strong in protecting their teammates. And you see, with Jamila there, just going all in on Yuimon and completely destroying the team's overall health as a result.
Yeah, and we've seen a pretty nice split for Red Team there in the middle of the match. I mean, I think, yeah, as you said, if the team splits and we have 1v1s, Alicia and Jamila are more, like, they have higher probability of winning their 1v1s. So Red Team has advantage in the splits there, but Blue Team, if it's not that split, it can work out. And Reagan has also amazing 1v2 potential due to his kits, so really depends on the work everyone's doing and how the positionment is working on. But here we go with a really damaged Sears getting really comboed here out there. I wouldn't think he was gonna die, but he just took like 3 attacks in a row with a silence and got executed really fast. I mean, Blue Team's really effective on these executes.
Yeah.
Really nice from Blue Team, really surprising.
They seem extremely coordinated in the way that they're playing here. They're always it appears they're always keeping track of the enemy's cooldown, seeing, okay, Sirius doesn't have space, go in, get him, and they all collapse in on people. Despite being a bit more spread out, they all have great mobility tools and ways to turn in and punish someone if they make a mistake.
Yeah, and that's very good for a Battlerite player. To always punish mistake. That's like the major element of playing for our new players. If you're watching the live, you know, I mean, I think we got some majority of OGs here watching, but there are always some new players, and you have to know that punishing like lack of cooldowns is really important, and that's often what makes the win in those matches. So here we go with the 5th round, 3-1 for Blue Team. They got a little momentum now. Red Team doesn't. If they're scared, they're gonna lose the mental advantage. So I think they've been practicing also. So I think they're good. Here we go with the Jamila canceling space to avoid the counter from the Reagan. And Hook FabZ is trying to find his way, but seems like Sensei is coming back. But Red Team just manages to snag orb. Here we go with Shenrao taking a weird front line, and we got
punish on the Lucy there. And now they're turning onto Rygon now that Lucy's run away. They've done so much damage. It looks like Sirius here just overcommitting.
Yeah, and we got the Alicia ult not touching this time. Here we go with the next orb, and Red Team gets it again. Ooh, what a nice combo, nice execute. Here we go with the 3v2. That's not gonna end well for Blue Team.
There's an interesting pattern in the way they play. The slower the game goes, the better that Shiny Crusaders does. It just seems like because of how good Lucy's healing is and how long it takes for Shenrao to get out his damage, the longer the game goes, the more chances that Shiny Crusaders has to execute their combos. So what 8th River Strong has to do is essentially just ignore the orbs, well, not necessarily ignore the orbs, but care less about the orbs and care more about pushing them and forcing them into making mistakes. Because the longer the game goes, the better control that Shiny...
I think the rounds that we're seeing where Apes Together Strong are doing quite well as Fabs is getting a lot of value of his in-cap, which allows a big follow-up from their team. If they're getting split with the Sirius, it's very So even then, he's not going to go in there because he knows that he needs to be around.
She had Jamila using both of her cooldowns, now trying to be attempting to be punished, but that's only splitting the Raigon away. Red team snagging the orb here.
Yeah, and I think as Spaghetti said, Red team will have a very skirmishy type of strategy, because for example, Sirius doesn't have the ultrights, so they're not going to try to like have big combos and stack ults. They're just gonna try to do like good duels and just gain the advantage by splitting the enemy team and putting pressure. Here we go, like the pressure from the 2v3. Here we have Lil Yu to get the orb, and blue team is just low HP. It's hard for them to get together and just stop the splitting that red team is creating by just pushing so hard on this team. And look at this. Sirius doesn't even care now because of the pressure that his allies are putting here. It's a very nice match, 2-3.
They got some really crucial mid control there. I think they need the orbs absolutely in this matchup.
Yeah. And they have also a lot more of technical like spells. For example, all the clears on the silence on Shenrao and Lucy. It's less offensive, you know. I think like Alicia, Jamila, and Sirius have more of like offensive damage kits, except from the Petrify maybe, and the freeze. But the freeze are pretty hard to get in at this level of play. But like it's gonna be really crucial for the Lucy and the Shenrao to hit their clears, I think.
With the Petrify and the in-caps, they can totally signal someone out.
Okay, so here we go with the Jamila, counter getting proc to get a Phantom Cut and maybe an in-cap now. Here we go with the double panic from Lucy, really nice. And FabZ is taking a 1v2 here. We got a Petrify and Reagan, gaining time for the red team, and they get the orb. Here we go, they're going to try to reset and take the green and oranges around the map. They're trying to create maybe some pressure here, but Alicia is being attacked by the Reagan, a double stun on the Sirius.
Sirius is looking in trouble.
Here we go, the Spling Bait created.
We come back here and punish this Reagan.
Red team won the orb.
Yeah, and we got a shield. We have two pretty low people, but I think Reagan is more low. He's trying to fully get away, avoid some damage, not get killed. It's really important to just not get executed, because you can die really fast in this kind of matchups.
Reagan's looking really low. He's not able to put on that pressure.
But the Lucy ult gets Sirius to 1 HP and the execute coming in.
Still winnable. Sorry, I should probably be more impartial.
Red team is trying to look for an execute here on Lucy, but blue team is playing really well for Lucy with the in-cap on Jamila. They're gonna try to just get an execute. Alicia is too low to get in really hard, so she's gonna try to use her shields, but Sunset is going back. He knows he doesn't want to be aggroed. And here we go, the Ice Block and the Petrify on the other side of the map. That's a double CC, and oh my god, nice parry from Sunset. He tries to get the kill. Yeah, Alicia is getting time with her Ice Blocks. That's gonna be a win for a blue team, I think. They're too high HP for a red team to get back.
There was a window there, but yeah, that was good.
Yeah, they had a chance at one moment. Yeah, I think.
Something I've been noticing is that in the rounds that Apes Together Strong have won, the Alicia's just been left alone to do what she wants. You see, in that round, Shiny Crusaders switched it up by having the Raigon pretty much always in the Alicia's face, and as a result, she never really got to do much that round, and was just pressured so much that she was never able to turn and punish someone.
3, 2, 1, fight.
Oh man, the energy in the studios today is legend.
Yeah, I mean, both teams don't really have a lot of exposure on the EU and NA side, so it's really new for them, I think. So they're giving all they have, they're just showing you their best skills. And it's really spectacular. Here we see the match going on.
Claimed the orb.
Huge orb. I think they can get the punish on Raygon. Seriously, circling back around to support.
Ape's taking the
At least he's in
strong.
a really good spot.
Oh! Oh, absolutely huge freeze there, but just missed. The Raygon's so low, but they just can't seem to kill him.
They need this
Red team
mid.
claimed the orb.
But I don't know if you've noticed, but since the last 2 rounds, Red Team has been consistently taking a lot of orbs. It just turned, you know, at the beginning of the match, Blue Team was really controlling the map and orbs, but now it's opposite roles. Red Team is just getting all of those. And here we go, the Sears almost getting an execute.
He's gone so aggressive.
Won the orb.
He just barely gets away every time.
Yeah, but I mean, that's how it works, right? He spaces in, gets a weaken, and then his allies can take the leads.
That Raygon's in.
The death
When
Jamila's
here we go,
completely by
Jamila in
herself.
danger right now. She has space though, I think she can escape, she has pretty much high HP. And she gets a kill on Sunset with his Reagan. And nice hookshot to rotate from Fabzy. He's gonna try to look around and gets another kill, maybe focusing Lucy. He gets the regen from his M2 and the space. Fabzy's going on the front line here, and the ultimate from Liliu getting a freeze, and Shenrou spaces away. Oh, the trade kill! Incredible trade kill on Dragon off the west. That's really nice for Blue Team. Maybe they can get this now. Oh, double lightning from Shenrou. He's trying to peel for Lucy, but Lucy's getting too much pressure.
Oh, a huge combo there. Finishes off Alicia, but there could be a 1v2.
end of the
Can
line.
he do it?
And
He's
it's
gonna
a
get some of these
1v1. They both have ultimates.
Fabzy just going
Still
all
time.
in. A Phantom
maybe
Cut here
they
looking to
keep
kill him,
going.
but Fabzy's gonna die to the... Oh, wow. What a close win there. Great,
What a
great
clutch.
match.
Ended.
Great match. That was really close.
Wow.
So they stuck to a really consistent kind of strategy in chunking down the Raygon enough so that he couldn't go in and bully in the back line. Every round that kind of went in the Apes' favor. Kind of it went just like that. Yeah.
Alright. A great match there. Very close ending. And incredibly clutch plays from Anti Your Mind there at the very end. And a shame for Fabzy. So close, but he just couldn't get that last bit of damage.
Yeah, that was pretty incredible. That 1v1, the Chen Rao carry at the end. Real nice for the Blue Team. So here we go. The next draft will start. Dropping the new link to you in the chats.
Alright. We're starting up the draft of our next game. This will be, if I remember correctly, this will be... Oh no. Hold on a second. This will be Dudu Donga versus...
We have 2 show matches for... we have 2 show matches first. The show match is 2 matches.
True. I'm sorry, I
We
forgot.
get
The
another
show match
treat.
today is a 2 games. So let's see what Apes Together Strong can respond with here. We're now playing on Mount Araz Knight, not Dragon Day. Sorry, not
Yeah,
Dragon
just,
Knight.
change it. Here we go. The draft should be ready.
Yes.
We're just waiting on blue votes to lock in. That's Ape's team. So here we go with the first ban. Do you got it?
The first bans coming through here, we have Shen Rao and Taya. After that last game, I would definitely ban Shen Rao. That was very painful into that round, into that match. And Shiny Crusaders, another Taya ban, of course, headed towards them.
Yeah, they don't want to see that Taya. Oh, and there's a Blossom pick for the Shiny Crusaders. Using the fact that Apes Together Strong didn't ban that Blossom really early in. And we got really interesting picks here. It looks like Apes are just picking the previous champions from the previous match. Really interesting. Maybe they just want to face in case they pick this, but it seems like Shiny Crusader is going for Blossom Jade. They're gonna have their melee picked last. It's gonna be interesting. Here we go with the second ban coming in soon.
Another Raigon Lucy here. Lucy just a very good peel, and Raigon a very aggressive. A very good pair to put together, especially with Lucy's right of damage enhancing. Banning.
Go ban. Oh.
What team do you think has the advantage here?
I'm not really sure. I mean, Raigon with Lucy here, and Lucy plus Jade means Snipe will do an absurd amount of damage, and Raigon's very good at setting up with incaps. I think that Apes Together Strong has a nice lineup here that can do a lot. That can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and the fray is gonna be pretty deadly for Lucy. I mean, it all depends on the melee players, really. I think in this matchup also, Reagan and Freya are very good go-ins. So really, their potential to just destroy the enemy backline is gonna change this match around. So here we go. Players have spawned in. We're gonna be able to take a peek at the right soon and see what the players have chosen. It's really nice to see both Asian and Oceanian players just having fun in the chats. We're glad to have you all guys here watching this match.
Indeed. Interesting choices here from the Raigon, it looks like. That may actually be the default build that he hasn't selected yet, since it doesn't seem to be showing up on the UI, but...
That's the medic Raygon. He's a medic, man. He's gonna have high prot.
It's all about that healing. Looking,
You know, he's
pretty
a
standard.
paladin from from World of Warcraft, maybe.
No, that is
But,
actually the build he's going with, it looks like.
I dig it. That's what we run.
3,
I mean,
2,
It's good peel for the team, and that's kind of exactly what they're going for. He doesn't want Lucy to get so beat up.
yeah, that's true. Good healing can be nice. And here we go with the engage. Jade's trying to get some snipes in 5Z. We got a really strong split. Lilio has to handle a 1v2 here and gets a parry really nice. Can gain time for his team by parrying this snipe. Here we go with the 2v1 from PUBG and Dragon of the West against Sunset. But seems like blue team created slightly more value here. They're gonna try to get back together. And oh, double panic on Jade and Freya from the Lucy. Really nice.
He's
We got
staying in way too long in their back line. He needs to be coming back to punish Freya with his spank.
Yeah, that's true.
team has
If Freya's pretty free of movement, she can really win a 1v2, but I mean, really depends on how the players perform on each of their backlines. If you're doing better than your opponent, you don't really need to get back. As soon as your team can stall, it's really a work of communication here with the
Huge
Jade
combo!
Here we go.
The health has been pretty much evened up from that massive combo there.
Team has taken the
Yeah, that was really nice. That was 3 hits, I think. Here we go.
3 hits on top
trying
of
to
a snipe.
find an opening. Another split again. I don't think Lil Yo can really go in right now. He could be finished really fast and
Nice
he's really
combo
low
with Frey
HP.
up top there.
He
Lil
should
Yo looking
mount
to
up,
come in
go
and
back
finish.
to
blue
Felicity.
team won the orb. Death vortex incoming.
Blue team snagging every orb here, but
Trying to reset.
it still feels that Red has a very clean hold in this game.
Yeah, they're good together. They're just getting back together. Jade might be a little low HP here, but
Won the orb.
seems like
That's the
Lucy's
first one.
focusing on doing some damage and healing the front line. Here we go, the execute on Reagan. That was really fast. Ult from Lucy, maybe looking for a trade kill, but no, she dies from the Freya hammer. Completely
If this Raycon
crushed.
gets too low, he just can't do anything, man. He can't go in, he can't take that kind of
Blue team wins
kind of
the
trade.
round.
I mean, without the red space, I think his impact on the enemy backline was just a little bit lowered, and the fact that he was away from his team and they're doing a double split here in this matchup, it's a positioning we can often see in pro scenes, but it seems like this double split is not at the advantage of Reagan, seeing his rights he has chosen, because he can't make his allies just enjoy the benefits of his the healing rights he picked. And
Definitely
he
gonna
can't,
go back. I think the whole reason why he chose the rights is to provide support, and Jade's entire deal right now is to get the snipes going. That's her whole build, and get the high impact ult. So he's just trying to kind of buy time for his team until that moment
Red
happens.
team has taken the orb.
So they've got the energy now, and he's able to steal those greens, which is really huge. It's looking in a really good position for Red Team.
and here we go, the Jade ult already being ready. She's gonna try to make the enemy use their
Huge.
escape, and here we go with the double hit getting silenced.
These Lucy shields
Finding-
being very useful for the Rygon here. He's diving in so deep, but they just can't punish him because of how much extra health he gets.
Oh, and here we go with the Reagan ult on the tree, very peculiar. We don't see that a lot, but now Blossom is pretty free focus at least, and she gets focused indeed.
Another huge combo.
Shame that Jade ult got silenced here. She could have done lots of damage. Here you go, but Blue Team's being pressured.
Another
We
ult
got a
here to
note
cut
from
them off.
Lucy.
It's the ult not getting a whole lot of value, but we got these greens coming up.
That blind
Here we go with
snipe
it.
there hitting
And
Fab
Raygon
almost
needs
killed
to
him.
be-
Yeah, Frey's pretty low here.
Red team
And yeah, I think this match can turn to any direction at any moment. Blossom has an ult. It's gonna be really crucial those few seconds. Jade is being comboed. She's trying to stealth away, but gets caught by the Freya. That's an execute from Sunset. Really well played. He just heard her steps and didn't let it slide. Here we go with the ults from Blossom, executing the Reagan before he can create value with his own ults. Really well played from Blue Team. They just catch the off guard. That was really nice.
Blue team wins
I
the
think
round.
good mid positioning and control by OCE and securing those orbs. But towards the end, I think we found like Raygon was just still kind of chasing when he should have been getting the just depriving the other team of green orb. He just didn't kind of follow through with the big control.
3, 2, 1, fight.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see those Blossom rights here. I mean, it's a like semi-heal, semi-control build. You have a more life on the tree, better stun. We don't have the damage from the charge attack. We have a M2, right? It's a really nice, really
Team won the orb.
yeah build we don't see a lot on Blossom. It's pretty like mid between damage and full heal. So here we go with the both team trying to get some CCs in, get a control map. Seems like the greens aren't very so stated here right now. The teams are now picking them. But here we go with the Reagan still applying luck. Yeah. Ooh, and that was a very good throwback on the Jade that just couldn't ult there.
But Jade is consistently interrupting Fabs'
Ultimate, yeah.
Yeah. It's nice.
It's a game within a game, and Jade gets executed here. Yeah, I was about to say that Jades have to keep an eye on each other just to silence the enemy ults. It can be really valuable. Here we go, the Freya ult trying to get an execute. Seems like blue team has a lot of momentum. They have confidence now, and they know they have the potential to win this second match, this second show match between Oceania and Asia region. They want to show their region is stronger, and I don't blame them to be just...
The Jade is just not getting the value that they've kind of built around. Their whole team is supporting this Jade, increasing that kind of impact of the snipes getting hit. But they're just not. They're getting interrupted by Jade, E and the snipe, as well as the Freya counter. There's just like a lot of tools they got to avoid if they actually want to play by their win condition.
Yeah, that's really true. But now the fourth round is starting. Let's see if they do a quite different engage. We gotta aim to engage from Reagan, who's gonna get back to his team, interrupt the Jade with an E, and get a really good combo. That's what you want to do if you're playing Reagan. You want to cycle your abilities as fast as possible and creating values while interrupting menacing enemies. Seems like Red team is getting back a little bit too much here, maybe an error of positioning, but Reagan is doing super fine. We got a border done on the ults, that was really nice. And an ults on Jade and Lucy, that can be a really good combo here. Lucy ults on Freya, that might be an execute for Red team. Really impressive combos. I think Red team is really advantaging this round. They can get a kill if they manage to just coordinate well. It's a really beautiful round.
And it gets secured. I think we're on 5 or 6 snipes from Red team. This is like, they're playing exactly how they want. But they're getting a little bit shunned out of mid.
Yeah, it seems like blue team is able to just, just get the strays in, even if they get comboed, they still just get this poke damage and trade even. Here we go, the pressure on Freya might be executed here. It's really a shame that like the Jade and Lucy are staying a little bit far away. They're getting really nice combos. Oh, seems like someone crashed, that's why he was standing away. Okay.
It was interesting to see what was happening there. So many, as Spaghetti said, so many snipes were being hit by Fabs there. They just dealt so much damage.
We got a pause going on. Someone crashed. Yeah, you were about to say?
So many snipes were being hit by Fabs there. They just dealt so much damage over the round. But as the round has gone on, it just the damage just slowly comes back because of the amount of healing that Blossom is able to do and the amount of protection that she can do. It's just that Red team has so much combo potential, but the longer the game goes and the harder it gets to kill the enemies, and the more advantage that Shiny Crusaders get.
Okay, so here we go with the Red team getting back. Seems like blue team is not stopping their hard aggro after this pose, but it's not that oh, the triple root, really impressive here. What a good root. I haven't seen that good of a root in a long time. Here we go, the Reagan ult trying to get the kill, and he gets the kill on Freya with the last hit from his ultimate. That was really an honor fight.
Disrespect.
Sunset doing a bit of BMing there.
He just went in just to get the kill.
That's quite rude of him, but at the same time quite kind to give him a kill.
Yeah, I don't know. He tried to dodge it with his E. I don't think he was being meaner.
I mean, you can walk out of Raygon ult. Definitely at that range, you just can just walk out and then maybe E at the very end to dodge a bit more damage. I just don't see why you'd stand still near the edge of the AoE.
Yeah, no, she was in the center of it and she tried to avoid it with the E, but she didn't have the shield right on the E. So I think she just tried to avoid it with style, but failed. And here we go with this other engage. Freya is getting on the backline really closer than the other time and gets a double M2 mace on the Lucy. Tries to get a bit damage.
Fab's missing every snipe so far. Up until now, huge punish on Sunset. And they're going to keep it going with an in-cap.
Yeah, they tried to get some coordination on the CCs, but Freya had enough time to counter and stop this other snipe. It's gonna be really hard to time those snipes to get the damage in really fast. Here we go with a counter from Freya getting hit. She has a note. She just wants to hit her static now to get the 60 damage from the ults. But it can be complicated. Seems like Raygon has the static on, but Freya wants to aim the backline and the ult from Lucy. Maybe blue team is losing a lot of time because red team is being aggressive and pushing them in their borders, but blue team still has HP advantage. Tries to get the orb. It's an orb from blue team 3-0 right now. They have the energy advantage again. And Freya still with this ult menacing the red team. They are afraid to use their escapes. And maybe now it's gonna be a double execute. She's not using ult, she just used an R. And they're looking for an execute, and it's the death of Raygon. And Blossom Hills with the execute. GG, well played, nice match. Really nice.
Great game.
That's that.
I think a bit more balanced there with the impact of the melees. Although the Freya was able just to keep on living when Raygon went down.
Okay, so up next we're gonna have Dudunga versus Baruka's Paladins.
Indeed. We'll be moving over to the main event now. What a great show match. Very close first game, but it seems that Shiny Crusaders just got the read on how Apes Together Strong played and were able to take advantage of that in the second game.
Really impactful bans too with the Tire and Malaysia. Didn't even get to see the Tire. It was good scouting on their part.
Yes. Oh well.
Enjoy your evening. Have a good tournament.
Thank you, Spaghetti, and thank you for casting with us.
Yeah, that was really nice, really good insights. We're gonna have our next match soon. And invites the team captains in. So here we go with hi. I don't know how to.
We have Hisgram.
Hisgram or Hisgram. Yeah, Hisgram. I think.
Yeah.
And Taxi's team. Baruka's Paladins. Man, I love those names. Barukan's Paladins against Dudunga. What does Dudunga, what makes you think about? Seems like a weird tribe name.
I'm not sure. Well, Dudunga, as they're called. I'm really not sure about that name. I guess going for something like Darude Sandstorm or or just a silly sounding tribal sort of team. We could expect Rook picks out of them. But Baruka's Paladins a bit more serious under the banner of Baruka. Dudunga is a interesting an interesting team. They have it's a 3-stack of super good vets. We have, if I look here, we have Pinky and Hisgram, which are both staples of the Asian scene. I remember both of them played in a team in the BPL LAN. So they've been around for a while and they're very, very good. And then we have Baruka's Paladins with Taxi as their lead. They're a bit newer, a bit younger, less hardened vets, but more a lot of passion and interesting gameplay from them.
So here we go. I'm gonna drop you. I dropped the view link already, so you can switch to the draft now.
Okay. We're going to begin the draft now.
Okay, so we're gonna play on Hong Kong servers. HK is standard, just communicating that to players. But if you agree both on the server you want to play on, you can switch to another server.
Yeah.
So here we go. We're gonna get the other Captain Lick in.
I'm interested to see, after looking at the bans that of the show match, I'm interested to see how Paladins and Dudadunga will be, because we saw a Blossom and Shenrao, and what else was it? I don't remember. I do remember.
Yeah, we had Blossom, Shenrao, and we had Shenrao, Lucy Reagan first match, I think, for
Yes.
this place. So now we got the Asia only teams. So here we go. We got yeah, seems like they're a little bit more veterans on the left side. Could be an uphill battle for the taxi team, you know, the Baruchans, the Paladins.
Paladin. Yeah. I mean, it'll be interesting to see. Well, when I last played a lot, members of Baruch's Paladins were very good, but the players on Dudadunga were just so much better. They were in a different league from everyone else. So it's interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see how Baruch's Paladins have improved over the.
Yeah, and by the way, I just want to shout out Tasia for that show match, because if you don't know about it, it's because of Taisha's Bounty, who's a donor of us for the Mako Combat League, that just donated for this bounty and allowed this show match to happen. So if everyone can thank Tasia in the chats, because you know, that's really nice, making the Battlerite community live and offering bounties for those matches so they can happen. Just really appreciable. Really like that. So thank you again, Tasia, for that bounty, which will be I think a $30 bounty for the winner of the show match. So the Denga already has won a little bit of cash actually here. But here we go. It's gonna be fight to be the king. I'm checking. It seems like no captain is locked in.
I guess they're having a bit of a pre-game talk to see what they can go through. Doing a bit of strategy preparation.
So right now this match is actually a fight for the seat of king. So that's going to determine which team is going to be the first king, and the team that's going to lose this match will lose a life. Okay, so I'm just checking here if teams are ready. Seems like we're waiting on red team. We're waiting on Dudunga. Okay, here we go, the first ban. So that's Aiva banned by Baruch's Paladins and Shenrao banned by Dudunga.
Interesting with the Iva. I feel why wouldn't you want to ban, say, a Jade who does a lot more damage but is in the same position of a Disruptor and a team fighter?
I don't know. I think Aiva can be a good one because she just has insane clear and team synergies. And I think those teams know each other way more because, you know, they play on the same servers.
Yeah.
So they might have crossed each other, and they might know about each other's best synergies. So I think that Iva might be targeted, and Iva is still a very good character in 3v3 because she can transmit her shields. She can have the double clear on the taser. That's really nice, and double stun is just really insane. And here we go. We already have the first two picks. Players are being really fast. We got the Lucy supports and Freya on the other side. And then a Varish Destiny. I wonder what Varish is going to play. Maybe a Shield Madness build. That's how I like to call them. You can just proc your shield every 2 seconds if you just combo your corruptions. Varish can be really strong, so I wonder if he's going to take a team build or a solo shield build. I mean, recasting Perpetuity with the ease can be really strong on Varish, so really curious to see what's going to happen. And here we go with another Blossom Rook ban. Pretty classic bans. I mean, Rook, you can be afraid of his go-ins. If you're playing Destiny, that's a nice ban. What do you think about these boards?
I mean, the Freya and Destiny pick from Dududunga just not that much of a surprise. Same with the Paloma. All three, Freya, Destiny, and Paloma are staples of the Korean scene. I know Hisgram has played Freya the most out of anyone, and Destiny is probably the most played ranged champion in Korea. And then Paloma's just such a staple support ever since Clarinet. Ever since Clarinet started spamming him, he just became spamming her. She just became the core support that everyone looks to when they need help.
Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna randomize the map. Just got a dice here, and it's Mako Summit Night. Here we go.
Mako Summit Night is a very open map. It'll be interesting to see how Rygon is going to be able to play around that with less walls to bounce people against.
So here we go. Every player is ready. We've finished the draft. Let's see how this plays.
It'll be interesting to see how Dududunga is going to secure damage here. They don't necessarily have the strongest burst. And especially against Lucy and Varesh.
Dudunga, by the way. But Dudunga is cool too.
Especially against Lucy and Varesh, you're just not going to deal that much damage against them. You really need to wait for them to make a huge mistake before you can deal that much damage.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good observation here. I think it can be a dangerous match for them. Here we go, the Mako Summits. I like this map. I like how the layout is done. It's easy to stay in the center, but as soon as you get behind the walls, which can be like, if you're getting behind the walls, you really have been pushed really well, or you're just having bad positioning. So it's not forcing you to play in the walls, but you can still play in the walls a little bit. So I just love the layout of this map. It's really nice. Here we go with the rights being picked. Let's see. Seems like Taxi is going for that Varish shield build. That's kind of nice. But there's some nuances to it. We don't see any red E. That's yellow E. So he's gonna try to proc those shields, reduce the cooldown from the shields by just proccing the corruption with the perpetuity, right? So when he's gonna proc the corruption, it's actually gonna refresh it and allow it to proc it again.
Yeah. Another interesting right selection here is the Rygon selection of the Retribution increased range through Headlong Rush. I think that might be chosen because of the map, where you really need to be able to close that distance in this map, and you just need that extra range on the right click to do that.
Yeah, that's true. Here we go with a very even engage. Seems like both teams have the same HP right now. But blue team is just not spreading the damage enough. Seems like Destiny has taken a lot of damage yet. Here we go with a counter and an in-cup.
A lot of
Both
punish
teams
coming
are
to
really
Destiny here.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Actually, Destiny forced to using ult just to get away from Shiny Knight, who just keeps laying on the pressure here. You see
Yeah,
Destiny
good
is
aggro.
so low as a result of that, but at the same time, Shiny Knight's just been punished as a result of not being able to properly defend himself.
Blue team won the orb.
Now with blue team taking the orb here, they get a huge health. They get a huge amount of health and energy back. But Hizgram now wasting everything. Now he has absolutely nothing left but his ult to go in, but he's just gonna get killed now.
Oh, it gets other-sided by the Pullman. Nice save here.
A classic save. Destiny extremely low, using her ult to get out of there and deal a bit of extra damage, securing the orb.
It's a really even match. I'm really surprised. I mean, Pullman is still full HP, but everybody is low HP there. And if Pullman loses her allies, she's gonna be pretty much useless. I don't think she can 1v3 this. Maybe 1v2. I don't know with the zone which is coming in right now. Here we go with a stun and a panic. Oh, getting Reagan away from the fight. Lucy has no shield. Now it's gonna be an execute with the Destiny ult. Really nice focus from Destiny. That just got executed right now by Reagan, and it's Lucy's turn to go down. Really impressive kills there from blue team that just didn't forgive red team for getting the trade kill. They were on them.
Team wins the round.
Yeah. You just see that as that round progressed, Paloma just never took any damage. It was just teammates taking all that damage there, and as a result, Paloma could just get away with free healing constantly. And as the round goes longer, Paloma's just going to get more and more healing off and help her team more and more. Whereas Lucy needs a bit more damage oriented with her right selections here. You see, Paloma's just going to be able to burn you down while not taking that much damage.
I think it's really going to be about the duels, because with the clears, Lucy can really destroy Freya's plans, you know? She can clear all the shields and the static and really just stop her from playing. And the other side, Varish needs to focus the Paloma, because he's really the only one with maybe Lucy able to really target him and do some damage to him. So Taxi's gonna have to put some pressure on that Paloma. They're gonna have to look for the duels that give them an advantage in this match, because some characters are really disadvantaged against each other. But also we'll see how players just go around those obstacles here. It seems like Red Team is doing a really good engage, keeping their teams at the same level of HP, getting that first orb. That's nice, but they're getting panicked away and isolated sometimes. Here we go with a baited counter. Shiny Knight with a really good bait on Freya, but we got a counter and Destiny doing some damage. Reagan is trying to create a good engage with the front line, and the ult's being dodged by the space, but now Reagan doesn't have any space to engage back. Here we go with the Destiny ult's getting some damage in, the double roots from the R and the E to re-engage. This is going really fast. They're all dropping their ults, not simultaneously, just one after each other. Those are really nice trades. Here we go, Lucy really low HP. How do you think this is gonna turn out, you fools?
I'm really not sure. A good combo from either team could just finish someone off here. Well, it looks like that when last round Paloma was completely left alone, it looks like this round Pinky's been completely left alone. He's almost at full health. Hizgram now going in, but they're just getting so much damage off. You see how much the Palomas had an impact here. Look at how much extra health they have in comparison. You see, for the majority of that round, Lucy just had Lucy's team just had no max health, whereas on Paloma's side, almost everyone had over half. It's just crazy the amount of difference that a Paloma makes by the end of the game. You see, Paloma doing...
Yeah, that's true. The shared heals can be really strong with the soul bolts. She's doing a good job applying her passive, and the Paloma players who are watching right now know that the passive makes a difference. It's really sneaky. You don't see it during a game. She's there, she's walking, applying panics, doing her stuff, and you don't realize it, but she makes a lot of score with the soul bolts and the passive from soul bolts, sharing the damage between enemies and allies, heals between allies. So that can be really strong. And here we go here with the blue team having 2 rounds already. Seems like they have been practicing in solo queue a little bit more than red team, but I think red team has the potential to win this. They're doing really good work on those engages and stands. I think it's really an even match. Here we go with the counter being baited. from the Raygun, able to escape with the E, the R from Destiny, that's really good. An engage from Freya, getting to the back line of the red team. Here we go, they're trying to get back together.
It's interesting
Doing
how
some kill. The
Raigon's
Bulma
engaging
is
here.
gonna stay in it, gets shielded and gets out at the last moment, really impressive.
Raigon constantly trying to engage on this Destiny, after noticing that Destiny wasn't damaged last round, but it just isn't working. The Paloma just providing so much healing and the Destiny peeling for herself. It's just... Raigon just doesn't deal enough burst damage to crack through that Paloma's constant healing. And meanwhile, the Freya's doing so much to disrupt and damage the backline, there's just nothing that, that Baruka's Paladins can really do about the amount of work this backline does.
Blue team claimed the orb.
You see, they're trying to go for a team combo, but Shiny looking like a bit of miscommunication there, messing up the combo with his E. And Varesh, they've just been completely demolished. And now it's just Dududunga cleaning up. Shiny trying his best to protect this Lucy now, but it's just not enough. They have so much knockback and panics, and so many ways to get you away from your teammates that the Raigon just can't stick around for long. You see what Lucy's trying to do here is just escape. Oh well, looks like she's given up this round. But it's interesting to see. Each round, Shiny's trying to go for a different engage. First, he went for a small commit, not necessarily trying to do anything, just waiting for the Freya. But that appeared to have not worked, so instead moved on to trying to rush down the Paloma. And that worked quite well, but not necessarily too well. They did a lot more damage in that round, but as a result, his backline just got completely torn apart by Pinky and Hisogram. And then during that round, you saw he spent a lot of time trying to go for Pinky, but it just didn't seem to work. He couldn't crack through the constant healing.
2, 1.
Yeah, that's true. And you know, it's really hard to play Raygun because you have to be between and like preparing your moves and having a strategy, but also using the opportunities that just creates in front of you. So it can be really hard to switch focus, and I think Raygun's doing a really good job. But seems like sometimes they can't just get back in time to help their backlines or just push enough to get that damage. So blue team is getting the supremacy right now and is looking good to get that first king seats. But let's see if this match can turn around a root on Raygun. Red team is getting back, blue team has HP advantage. They have a lot of momentum in this match. Taxis trying to get some damage in, they're gonna try to steal hard. Here we go, blue team with a Freya bloody blocking and getting back on the assaults. Freya getting saved by the Pulma, getting a lot of value, as you said, you fools. It's a really nice hero to have in this match. He's just creating insane value right now. And the Raygun trying to crack through their defenses, but getting executed by the Destiny are well played from blue team. Good try from the red team, but they got finished too early. And here we go with the double snare and the Pulma ult hitting Lucy, who's gonna be probably executed now. Good bait, stealing a little bit of time from Lucy, but she just get executed. And the counter from Varesh trying to gain some time. Maybe he's gonna try to do an ult now. And now he can't, he just gets silenced and CC into his death.
It's really a shame there. I think there's a big problem in the way that the Baruka's Crusaders are trying to play here. They just try to spread all the damage out, but that's not the way you counter Paloma. You see that at any point in the game, Varesh, Lucy, and Raygon are all trying to target different people. They don't seem to have communication in the way that they're focusing.
I think also, you know, it's not only like red team's fault, it's just blue team overall being really good, you know. We see a lot of Destiny plays, just Destiny is not playing that much aggro, but is really saving her allies. I don't know if you've seen those R's. Every time Raygun goes in, she just R's and destroys him. She gets those silences to stop them from casting. It's just a really good plays, team plays from blue team. And it's just those things come with practice, with just playing together, knowing very well your teammates, knowing when they need help or when they can just work things out on their own. So yeah, I'm gonna let you cut the end of this round. Seems like it's gonna be very agitated.
See, the damage here completely split, which is exactly what Paloma wants. Now they seem to be focusing a bit more. You see them all turn onto Hisogram, but he just counters and blocks everything. They're moving in here. They've got a lot of damage onto the Paloma, but she has ult and other side to just escape from this. But at the same time, with no other side, it means she can't help her teammates. And poor Hisgram is completely by himself. Shiny trying to make an engage here. They're doing a bit of extra burst damage on Destiny, but that's not what you want at this point. You need to turn back and focus the rest. So they are trying to go into on Pinky. Shiny trying to finish off Paloma here. Just going all the way in, finally finishing her off. And at the same time, Destiny and Freya just not doing enough damage to kill the Lucy. The Varesh is doing such a good job of peeling. And see Shiny Knight now turning back, killing off Hisgram, and now they're going to turn to Pinky. An incredibly good turnaround there. They made a lot more interesting plays there with Rygon making a lot more aggressive moves in. As a result, Hisgram wanted to move back and start dealing with the backline now that Rygon can't protect them. But then, instead, they just turn around onto Hisgram. And if they turn around onto Hisgram, that leaves the rest of his team out in the open. It's a lot of back and forth, lots of mind games in the way that they're playing. Shiny isn't necessarily trying to engage necessarily engaging just to get damage on the person he's going for. He's maybe looking to draw out his opponents into making missteps that they can punish. And we see here Shiny just walking right in, getting both shields, but that means that the backline is now open. Freya going in for a punish. Rygon taking so much damage trying to get in here. It just doesn't seem like he can stay alive through this. Just getting completely punished. Now looking for some orb control. They do manage to snag it, but in the meanwhile, Hisgram is getting so much shields, dealing so much damage. It doesn't necessarily matter if you take the orb here if you can't get anything off it. You see Shiny going all the way in, getting both shields, but that leaves Lucy completely open again. Hisgram here finally being disrupted, but it's just a bit too late. Shiny's taken so much damage and they just don't seem to be able to come back, but they do manage to snag the next orb. They try to go for an ult combo, or maybe just zone them out. See, Hisgram looking for a combo here. You see what Blue's done in the meantime. They've just dealt so much damage. Poor Lucy can't deal with both Hisgram and be able to heal Rygon at the same time, and as a result, they're just being completely punished and killed. And looks like this is the end of game 1.
Yeah, they're just getting pushed in the back of the map, and seems like blue team, Baruka's Paladin, being the first king of this tournament, taking the seats by force.
Well,
that's how we
Baruka's
do
Paladins
here.
is red team here. Dududunga is
oh my bad, Dududunga.
So Dududunga is your first king.
Dudunga. My bad, just switch things. Here we go. So teams should be ready. Gonna invite them into the lobby. Here we go. So now things change around. So if you can go on the Myro page, just to check things out. You fools.
Yeah, I'm there now.
So right now you can see the first map has been banned. We have the next pick coming in. Gonna invite Lolos into the lobby, and you can see Baruka's Paladins has lost a life. So for the people who are not familiar with the format, you have the three teams here. Every team has 3 lives, and every team the challenger of the new match can pick a ban every match. And also perma-ban 1 champion. So here we go with the first perma-ban of the tournament. We have a perma-ban Destiny for Lord Loss's team. So the Grey Seekers are perma-banning Destiny. She's gonna appear right now on the overlay. So here we go. And that's how it's gonna work. Every challenger that's challenging the king and trying to get the seat as king is gonna be able to perma-ban 1 champion and pick the map they're gonna play on. So it's a really interesting format. So they've chosen Blackstone Arena Day. So here we go. I'm just gonna put a cross over it now. And match should start soon. I have the links right now gonna be dropped there. So if you can switch on the view link for me for the stream.
Yep.
Just dropped it in chats.
Keops, could I get a invite to spectate the match?
Yeah, sure, but we have a full lobby right now.
Oh, is
You
it
have a
full?
full
Oh, no
lobby.
worries then.
Oh no, it's okay, it's okay.
Oh,
Just if you fools can do it, because I'm just
I should
having
be
to
able to.
invite the captains right now. Thank you.
Hold on a second. Just gotta find you. Alright. So we'll be moving into the next phase of drafting here with Dududunga versus the Grey Seekers. This is another interesting clash here because we have a team of the team of Korean veterans who did very well before. Now versus another new team. It'll be interesting to see how they clash here.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a good match, and we're discovering those challengers. So it's really interesting to see those first matches, how things turn out. So I think both teams want to play on Japanese servers, so we're gonna change since they agree to playing the same region. That's in the rules. So here we go with the first match with the Dunga as king and the Grey Seekers as challenger, perma-banning Destiny. So here we go with the draft. We get the first ban. Can you see this?
Yeah, we have Iva banned for the Grey Seekers and Dududunga banning Shifu, having Shifu banned off them. Interesting to see a Shifu ban here right after Freya being picked. I'm interested as to why they would do that. Maybe they think they have a counter to Freya. We'll have to see.
Yeah, Shifu ban is pretty interesting indeed. So here we go. Let's see how this turns out.
The first wave of picks will tell us a lot about how they're going to lead their draft here. Freya instantly picked, and it looks like they are going to go for the same idea of comp, but without the Destiny, of course. A Rook being picked as well. It looks like Grey Seekers are trying to take advantage of the aggression, and they notice that good aggression against a Paloma is probably the best way to win. A good combo based. A good combo will just completely deny Paloma's strength. And Rook is very good for combo starting with armor break and in caps to set things up. You see Ulrich as well supporting that, being a very burst heavy, punish heavy, and strong engaging champion.
I mean, for now, seems like Grey Seekers have a lot of CC, but not a lot of punish, I would say. I mean, Rook and Ulrich are good punish, but they're mostly CC. I mean, more CC than punish, more crowd control.
True.
So last pick should be a range and should be a high punish range for Grey Seekers
Indeed.
if they want to get the damage in. I wonder what they're gonna pick. It could be an Alicia, very dangerous, but might be banned by the Dunga.
Yeah, Alicia makes a lot of sense here. You see Freya Ashka. Ashka, of course, a very high DPS, very strong combos. Fills a very similar role to Destiny, but lacks the peeling and help that you have for your team. So maybe this is something that Grey Seekers could take advantage of much more than, say, much more than say against a Destiny.
And here we go. We have a lot more experience. Seems like it's a lot more matches and levels on the Grey Seekers side. But seems like still the Dunga is really experienced too. So I wonder how this match is going to look. Seems like just V9 is very, very high level right now. Has reached 1000. That's pretty rare in the Battlerite community.
We see our two last bands, Shenrao and Paloma, just getting rid of that one peel they could, but of course picking up Lucy, who can do a very similar job, but maybe a bit more vulnerable without a proper escape like other side. but also very punish heavy. A good Lucy ultimate can completely turn the game around, especially with Ashka and Freya as your main DPSs. You can just completely kill someone with that. As you said as well, the Elysia being picked up here, just a good backline DPS with good punish, adding to the CC as well. So it looks to be that Rook and Ulrich are gonna charge in, deal a lot of CC and damage. Meanwhile, Elysia is just going to go to town on everyone as they are unable to do. As they are
let's re-ready up, because we just got the map updated. Here we go.
The map is wrong again. We're not playing on Dragon Garden Night, sadly. We're playing on Blackstone Day.
Yeah. I mean, the map was right on the lobby. Just day, not nights. But here we go. With the match starting. Gonna get in the flow, gonna get in the rhythm. It's a really intense tournament. We're trying to get the gaps between matches as short as possible for the audience. So I'm sorry there's gonna be a little bit some errors at the beginning, but the production quality should be high because we have UFOs, you know, one of the best casters here, and also the best players in the Asia region. So really happy to host this, admin this tournament and get the comments.
Oh, thank you.
I'm having lots of fun so far. It's really nice.
Yeah.
So, Draktok, are you still here?
Yeah. So this is actually a lot of fun to watch from my perspective. You know, obviously, I play obviously in the North America region, cast the last few Mako tournaments, and they were a lot of fun. But we never saw Jade or Destiny picked in North America, so already we have some huge swings and picks. We already saw a Destiny global ban, so this is quite a bit different than what we're used to seeing in America. I think right now, Red Team, I'm not sure the team name is, Rook, Ulrich, Elysia is pretty common, but besides that, we'll see. It's a little bit different than what I'm used to seeing here.
Yeah, the Grey Seeker is having a lot more of a standard, draft. Whereas Dudadunga seems to be going for more comfort picks of characters that they've been playing for a very long time. For example, Pinky has been playing Destiny pretty much since the day she came out, and has just been getting so good at her, as you can see in that game. You see, a lot of Dudadunga doing a lot of control over here. Sorry. Grey Seeker is having a lot of control with those big beefy melees. They are just able to push you so far back, and as a result, Blue Team just hasn't been able to get that many orbs. You see here, Red Team trying, but Blue Team just manages to snatch that orb with 1 health left on the orb. PX trying to push in here, but he realizes that if he commits too far, that just allows his Gram to turn around and destroy his backline. Him trying to be punished here, but he just takes so little damage because of his reduction right here. But the second that Berserk wears off, he just takes so much damage. Blue Team now with a lot more control now that the tanks aren't beefy. PX ran trying to escape that, but he just uses a space at the same time. Unfortunate timing there. Doesn't manage to dodge it, and as a result, Blue Team just cleans up.
One of my first questions coming into this match is whether or not Pinky was going to be as oppressive playing Ashka as opposed to Destiny, but I mean, right off the bat there, we almost saw 1,200 damage from Pinky. I mean, he's just an oppressive range player. I think they really have to address how much free reign he's getting just to land autos, land right clicks. I mean, how much damage did he even do with his even his ignites? Almost 250 damage with ignite. I mean, that's pretty significant for just passive damage you're taking as a team.
It's just so tough to deal with the constant DPS while also not being disrupted by the Freya.
Yeah, you know, it's like Ashka's playing with the Magma right, so once she just gets an opponent out of cooldowns, he can just combo with his auto attacks and get the ignite procced and procced again, and get these 17 autos. So it's a really strong character, especially because when you end the trait on most character, you need to reset, but with Ashka you can just chase your enemy if you know they have no cooldowns and just auto-attack them really hard. But here we have a weird space from Pink, it doesn't get punished though. The wall getting some fireballs in, the freeze from Alicia, the teams are getting back together, the Freya ult being ice blocks, and then the Lucy ult. What
Massive
a nice
team combo there. Absolutely absurd. They were just watching the they were just watching the Alicia. The second she used both of her escapes, they just completely collapsed on her.
Yeah, and they just ulted her first. She didn't have space, she ice blocked, and then she cancelled, and that was a fatal error, because the Lucy was just able to ult just behind that, and Freya and Alicia couldn't go away. Really nice coordination here from blue team, creating values by coordinating ults. That's really high level plays.
Yeah, I think usually you see that ice block come up from Alicia, and you're kind of, oh, okay, she's got an ice block, let's back off, let's make sure our positioning is right. But they were so confident, I mean, they just threw everything at it, no big deal, we'll just break right through that. She had no space, as you said. I mean, she just sort of, oh, whoops, I'm in Lucy ult and I'm in Ashka ult, so her health just kind of melted away there.
True. That's a little revenge for all the people that couldn't get killed on matchmaking because of a shield block. Shield from Alicia.
Hillscrum here actually being punished very hard for being separated from his team, almost on half health here. And the amount of pressure that these guys have been laying on now is just absurd. They're cornered all the way back in their own spawn, going all the way in on this Lucy here. The Ashka just not being able to punish.
Orb being alone.
This Lucy just completely destroyed.
Yeah, I don't think it's really good for blue team. She gets killed here because of the mobility of Rook and the natural advantages for the blue team due to their kits. I mean, always just gonna be able to rotate lots more with space as long as he has his allies near him. But blue team needs to be in the middle to rotate and to hide behind wall to, you know, just peek, get some shots, rotate, hide when you have no CDs. It's really important for the blue team to get in the middle of the map.
Yeah, I think you saw that come out pretty hard there, because when you have Rook and Ulrich, they're stun-heavy characters. You know, when you look at the disables, they're almost entirely stun-focused. So when you have both of them diving your backline, you've got Alicia getting out the freezes on your DPSs as you're trying to focus down someone like Lucy. Yeah, it's really important. The positioning is significantly more important for blue team, I think, a little bit more than red team, who can kind of just all-in dive if they really want to.
True. Another thing that I noticed was that during that whole time when Ulrich and Rook were just going all in there, the Ashka was just trying to duel with the Alicia. It really just was very inconsequential, and the poor Lucy at the same time just couldn't do anything. You see, Pinky now taking a bit of a different role, now trying to keep the enemies off, disrupting with his stun to keep his Lucy alive. He's now huge petrify coming out of the Lucy there, but nothing really comes of it. At the same time, this Lucy's being completely destroyed. The whole team diving in on her, but Alicia jumps in. They completely punish her for it. A good cross kill, but there's a huge health advantage for red team here, and a support. Hillscrum doing a panic ultimate there. It looks like just desperate to get a cross kill. But they're just too healthy.
Very healthy here, but you do have a little bit of advantage from blue team until the arena closes, at least, if they are ranged. You know, red team doesn't have much poke besides a Rook Rock, but trying to claim these orbs is obviously a little bit tougher for blue, just because red can kind of down his orbs. But right here you see Ashka playing how he's supposed to be playing it. With Kite King, he's hard to close in on. But without that, he'll have a little bit of damage stick, so it's definitely tough.
Yeah, but you know, blue team also has the Ashka combo for orb. I mean, they overall got pretty good combos to snag the orb away. You know, here you go with a Q auto attack Q. Sorry, the opposite. It was auto attack Q auto attack. That's a really popular combo to get the orb when you're playing Ashka. But since they just getting killed by the red team here. Red team was really high HP and Ashka was one hit away from dying, but you know, they have their chances to get those orbs, even if they're squishier. And here we go, the second round. That's a 2-2 match. seems like the king seat is being challenged harder than the last time by the red team. They really want to get on that king seat. Don't want to end up in the back of the queue.
Definitely saw red team there being a little bit more impressive with his orbs. I mean, I think 2 of those orbs red team had was after Lucy and Alicia had died, but the Rook Rocks came out to knock it out of the queue from Ashka, so Ashka could not combo those orbs so easily. So pretty good plays by Rook there overall to just maintain control of the match.
Yeah, and we've seen also Ulrich doing some amazing spaces on the old frames, just ignoring the damages while staying in the Freya ult. That was really nice.
Red team opting for a bit of a different strategy, opening up on Ashka first. But you see, at the same time, Blue is adapting by just diving in on the Elysia now that Ulrich and Rook have left her alone. And you see, now that she has no space, they're going to all commit onto her, getting so low, but at the same time, Freya's at about the same amount of health. But a huge team combo from them there. Let's see if Rook can try and even it up. They just don't seem to be able to kill the Lucy. It takes so long, and that in the meanwhile, the amount of damage that Ashka and Freya can output just makes it sort of irrelevant. The amount of commitment they put into Lucy. Yeah.
Ashka ult there to make sure that they took care of that orb with his ult. It was down to 30 health, and he ulted to actually hit the Rook at the same time. So Ashka's, I think, been doing a great job of putting out a lot of cross damage. You see a ton of damage from flame strikes, his ignites, as you said. His build's focused around, I think he took magma, bonus flame strike damage, so he's definitely focused around trying to kind of get the ignites around the team, punish them for those burns. But I think what they did was the right idea. I think Alicia is the most vulnerable player of their team. It's really hard to focus down a Rook, really hard to focus down an Ulrich when they have the right positioning, but Alicia a little bit less so. One bad space and you can kind of burn her down. So I think we'll see a blue team here focusing Alicia down a little bit more often.
Indeed.
Yeah, true. They have the power to do it with really good CCs and combos with the Ashka potential you just mentioned. I'm really in love with this Ashka build from Pinky. I mean, those are really good rights. The only one I wouldn't agree with is the R rights Pinky just used there. It seems like he also used both of his escapes, but gets saved by the Lucy panic. But yeah, what I was talking about is the R rights. It can be a really good right. I'm not sure about this in this matchup though, because it can activate Rook's counter with the extra range, and the fireballs don't do that much extra damage. But seems like it's working out for now. It's paying, but now
absolutely massive like combo there. Divinity with an armor break, with a Rook ult that just completely destroys the Lucy with a second attack with full shield. Just the amount of DPS that outputs, it's absurd.
That was just so fast.
I think it's a little bit of difference here I'm seeing versus how the North America Rooks play. It's pretty rare to see a Rook actually get his ult off in North America. They're usually focused on using their heal as much as possible, but several times we've seen this Rook gets his ult off, and when you have the armor break, you have the stun from Ulrich, you're seeing how effective it can actually be. I mean, it can easily do 100 plus damage, so it's fun to see how he can actually get these valuable ults off over and over.
You see V9 there hit with Godlike. The absurdly strong Divinity there just completely demolishes that poor Lucy. So V9 here looking to build into more of an ult-focused Ulrich.
Yeah, it seems like a really interesting match. If Dudunga just manages to stay on the king spot here, they're gonna have a big advantage and create some value. They're gonna be just really well positioned in this competition. They want to get the second win to just be in a good place, but red team also wants the king seat, you know, and it's a good time also to introduce the Vince bounty. So it's another donator, another donor for the tournament. So it's a $30 bounty for the team that just takes the seat of the king the most times in this tournament. So players here are fighting for the win, obviously, and for all the prizes that are listed in the battle flag, but they're also fighting for that Vince bounty. And seems like red team is getting away from here in this round from that bounty, because blue team just managed to grab every player one by one and execute them. Really nice play from blue team.
Kind of a very convincing win there. It's 4-3 now. Match point for blue team. If they win this, correct me if I'm wrong, they continue being the king, correct? So
Yes.
red team here
perma-banned
has
on
to
their
kind
list.
of get the reverse sweep, but you're right. Winning this is not necessarily the best thing. They do get an extra perma-ban against them, which, I mean, do we think we're going to keep seeing targeted bans against Pinky, or do you think we'll see that flex a little bit?
3,
I think that focusing on Pinky here is a good idea, but at the same time not a very good idea, because Pinky is very, very versatile. While he does spam a lot of Destiny and plays Ashka on the side, he's just so consistent across all the ranged. I think it's much more important to get rid of generally good picks and champions that you would not necessarily want the rest of his team to be playing. Because as good as Pinky is, I don't think you're ever going to be able to answer him with a draft. You really have to focus on punishing the players who aren't Pinky. Because if you can kill everyone else on the team, except for him, he's probably not going to be able to 1v3 that. Huge combo on him! Absolutely absurd punish there. Wow. As I'm complimenting him there, he just makes a huge misplay, jumping in while they all have ults.
Ooh, double ults from Freya though. Getting a good check of HP, but I don't think she's gonna do anything right now. Gets freeze, snared, and CC'd. You see the potential from red team now. It's really nice. The speed at which they execute the last enemy just shows what potential their team has. Because when they're spread, it's hard to see the damage, but and the CC. But when they're just all focusing on one person, you can see how quick they just destroy their health bar. So here we go with the last round. It's actually 4-4. We do not know yet who's gonna win this match. There's a lot of pressure on this round. The winning team will get the king seats. And will save alive and stay just a little bit longer in this tournament. But we don't know what can happen. Here we go on this Blackstone Arena day. The champions are getting in the arena and they're engaging for the last round. Here we go with engage.
Notice in this round they're going for a lot more pressure on Pinky here. Where the Rook seems to be threatening charges on Pinky more than anyone else, and Alicia going for a lot more punishes on him. You see, maybe they want to play into the advantage of the team by trying to get rid of the star player. But it looks like here they're going to go for a punish. Alicia spacing in, that might be a mistake. You see them committing a lot to try and kill her now, and they do manage to finish her off.
I think right there where we saw a bad Alicia space. I mean, she had a bit more range on that. I think, does she have double cast on that? She can recast Arctic Wing. I don't know if she actually got that recast off. But a little bit of a questionable space from Alicia there. She couldn't actually put herself into safety. Ulrich and Rook trying to peel for her there, but the amount of AoE you can get out of Ashka is a little bit dangerous. You've got the panics from Lucy, and obviously we just saw her fall down there. So I don't know. I think we had some really good plays out of Pinky and Freya there, but yeah, Alicia, bad positioning. I think she put her team in a tough position.
Yeah, and seems like Dudunga is staying on the king's seat, just with this 2-win streak. Maybe they can make it 3. They're gonna fight Shiny Crusader next. The Shiny Crusaders are the team that you saw in the show match. So here we go. We're gonna refresh that lobby and invite the players for the next match. I'm gonna drop the link soon for the view. Just checking everything's alright.
And so, as someone from North America, obviously I'm not totally familiar with Greyseeker, Shiny, Dodonga. What are some popular picks here we're going to potentially see out of Shiny Crusaders? I mean, are we going to continue to see kind of this Alicia, Rook, Ulrich type of comps, or are they going to, walk me through a little bit of the popular Asia comps.
I'm not too sure that we'll see more of those aggressive or standard comps. The Asian meta tends to revolve around comfort picks. So if you say, for example, here with the Destiny and Paloma being banned, they lots of the Asian meta is focused on who have you been spamming, and how well do you play them. So Shiny Crusaders is probably going to pick up characters that they want to that they've been playing a lot. So say we saw Raigon out of them earlier. They just want to play generally an all-rounded comp with champions that they seem to have fun with.
So here we go, you can see on the Myro page here, we got another perma-ban. So since the Dunga has won first time, they got a perma-ban on the first King Sit match, and now they're being perma-ban again. So as the next team is getting in the lobby, we can see what's the situation here. We have already 3 maps picked with those matches being played. And here we go with this 3rd match getting in and another ban. So as long as you keep winning, you're not going to be able to pick the map, and you're going to have perma-ban champions against you. So really, polyvalence is really important in this King of the Hill formats, because just with the matches that are gonna come really fast, you're gonna have to adapt and just play other heroes that has been permabanned, and winning too much can sometimes be fatal for some teams that cannot adapt and change their picks. So here we go. Can you switch on the drafts, because I think everybody's ready.
You haven't sent me the link yet, so.
Yeah, I dropped it in the King's chat.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Already we see, like you said, Paloma was banned. I think Paloma was banned as a particular pick last match, if I'm not mistaken. So as a perma-ban, obviously they still have the Lucy we saw was very comfortable. We still have the Ashka was a very comfortable pick. Freya, I don't think has been too bad of a pick for Dodunga as all. So I'm really curious to see from Shiny. Obviously they have the first ban. What we'll see banned from them, just to maybe break up Dodunga's meta a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Freya. I wouldn't be surprised to see Ashka. I thought both played very, very well. Were very impressive to the enemy team. But as you guys say, the meta's a little bit different, a little bit more focused. So right off the bat, right there's the Freya. That's the Freya I was just talking about. So we do have a Freya ban. So we won't see that same front line from the Dodunga this time.
It's interesting to see they're picking their supports first. Do you think that's a good idea?
I think picking supports can be good. Depends on the support you announce. Really, I think announcing Blossom really isn't a danger, but announcing Lucy is pretty risky, depending on what you announce next. So they can pick a really good engage on the Shiny Crusader. They can use this opportunity to pick a good engage into Lucy. Maybe someone that doesn't depend too much on his effects and status to engage. So he cannot be cleared by Lucy and has enough dodges to just go into her and just gets to do damage. So yeah, the melee pick can be really important here, but first we're gonna see the second ban. I think bans are starting to be heavy for the Dunga team, because it's gonna be 4 bans soon. They already have 2 wins, so 2 bans. They don't have a Paloma, they can't have a Destiny, and they have the 2 match bans every time. So if they get a lot of wins, they can stack a lot of perma-bans. I think perma-bans can stack up to 5 maximum bans. Not sure about this, gotta check the rule real quick, but yeah, bans can be really heavy in this tournament, and really soon early on also if you win 2 times in a row. So here we go with the drafts finishing. It's taking a little bit of time. Maybe they're thinking about what they're gonna ban here. What do you think about this board? What would you ban here, Draktok?
Against Dodunga, I'd be taking out Ashka. I think Croak Ashka is very, very dangerous. I mean, when you look at, I've seen some of the NA teams. It's a really popular combination is taking Croak Ashka. You get the stun from Croak or Ashka, either one, and you can kind of combo that without any ultimates or anything crazy, and easily do 50-60 damage. So that damage is going to be unhealable, permanent to the effect. So I think that's what I would be looking to ban. They didn't ban it though. They banned Taya. Obviously, I don't know Pink's playstyle, but you know, if Taya is a popular pick among them, I could see that. We said in saw in chat that these two teams scrimmed against each other quite a bit, so Shiny Crusaders might be having a little bit more targeted bans against what they know.
Here we go. With the Ashka ban, you predicted that's right. Yeah.
As you said, the Ashka pick coming out, they have the Croak Ashka combo with Lucy to potentially amplify the damage. That's going to be a very deadly combo, especially against an Malaysia who doesn't have that many answers to it.
I think we'll see some rights from Lucy, a little bit more focused on protection. Again, we saw double space from Lucy last time. I don't know how often she got that off, but hopefully we'll see a little bit. Hong Kong server. Hopefully we'll see a little bit of that come out, and she can play a little bit safer. I think this is a really Rook Alicia Blossom was a really popular comp in North America, but Lucy Croak Ashka also was. So these aren't teams I'm unfamiliar with, but I'll be interested to see, because obviously the rights you can take in a few of these characters change a little bit of their playstyle and a little bit of their openings. So especially Croak, I think, has a pretty high contested right build. A real popular one right now is taking reduced damage out of stealth, and then stealth have to use space. So I don't know if that's popular in Asia or not, so I'll be interested to see what kind of rights we see come out of these picks here.
Alright, here we go, going into the game now. It'll be very interesting to see how and if Dodunga is going to get off combos this game, and how Shiny Crusaders is going to be able to respond or defend against them.
I mean, they have been kings of the hill for 2 matches now, and they could be getting a little bit tired right now. It's really hard on this game to just get matches after one another. You can get in a kind of flow, but could be also just hard, you know, because you're getting more and more bans, and you can get tired. You get different enemies, you gotta adapt every round, so it takes a lot of resources. And I wonder if the Shiny Crusaders are going to be able to do a successful crusade here against the Dunga, the just a savage tribe that has been king of the hill for 2 matches now. Really just impressive plays. They have been just keeping their title. And here we go, you can see the teams here training against the training dummies, practicing their spells, thinking about their strategies, picking their rights.
We already see, so far at least, if these rights are the same, we see Arctic Wind from Alicia, so that's that double space to give a little bit of safety. Crystalline Latisse giving her that extra shield, so she has a couple of defensive rights, which is what we kind of expected, but I think that'll be important here for, you know, not getting blown up by Pinky, although a good freeze on Pinky right off the bat, a little bit of damage there.
Yeah, we got a pretty classic build, I mean, for the Ashka and the Alicia at least, on the ranges. But really lots of adaptation on the melees. Here we go, with the first orb being absorbed by blue team. And they're trying to look for combos. Rooks goes in, gets 3 auto attacks, and a stun and an incap being comboed with an E. The right click from Ashka creating some value, and Croaked ult being double dodge. Here we go with double space. And the ult from Lucy just missing because she's being aggroed too much by the Rook. That's a very good engage from Your Mind. You know, being faithful to his name, just being in the brain of his opponents. Just predicting every one of their moves. It's really crucial with Rook trying to bait and baiting effectively. There are the stuns. It's a really impactful Rook in this round, getting already an ultimate, and the second orb for the third orb, my bad, for red team, getting some value. It's really impressive to see that Split. His Gram is trying to get into the enemy black line and getting as much value as Rook, but the pressure is just incredible. I wonder how this is going to turn out. Seems like blue team is still able to get some damage, but look at this HP difference. The fourth orb for red team as well. What a good control map from red team. Seems like Shiny Crusaders are very good, and that was the team on the show match.
Huge counter push on the Rook. He gets caught out. An absurd ult combo there. They might swing this around. They still have low health here. They could go for the Lucy or the Ashka. And it looks like they are going to. There's a lot of burst damage. The ult coming out, but a huge team combo from the Ashka and the Croak. Just barely saved, but Blossom could just be killed here. They're turning on the Elysia now. Elysia now. So low. A huge turnaround from Dudadunga there. Wow.
You really see how they have just an iron mental, you know, they just, even if they were in a bad position, they were able still to combo and just, even with all the pressure, just get a good chunk of HP, enough to get a confirmed kill. What a nice play. That's a first round for the Dunga.
Huge swing. I was not expecting that. I was just thinking about how much Red was doing right to kind of break up the momentum blue team had. I mean, Ashka and Croak almost never comboed together for most of the match because the Rook was putting huge pressure on Lucy and Ashka in the backline there. And suddenly, you know, when it comes together, that's the danger of this Croak Ashka Lucy combo. When it comes together, you're going to lose half your health minimum. You know, it's going to slap you pretty hard. So.
Very impressive communication there. They may have been losing the round up until then, but then just an absolutely crazy team combo there. Speaking of combos, Croak here being completely destroyed. Red team taking a lot of control on this map, but Rook is being punished back. Health almost evened up here. Red still has a slight advantage, but that can easily be turned around with a combo from the Croak Ashka.
Here we go.
And there is one. Rook taking a lot of damage there after the in-cap setup to get rid of the Blossom.
Oh, and the 1 HP Rook. He was creating so much value on the first round, but seems to get a lot of damage done onto him. Tries to get a stun and in-cap with a E, moving the Ashka actually closer to him, being vulnerable now in the front line, but he doesn't really have counter until now. Maybe he has it now. He goes in because he knows he can create some value if he gets a counter down and tries to get one, but it was anticipated and he gets executed by the Croak, getting back to his backline to protect his ranges. Really well played from the Croak. Seems like Pinky's trying to heal with this egg space from the green fire. Here we go with the red clicks going in. They're trying to get this combo, but maybe red team with maybe an ult from Blossom can get, I don't know, a trade skill. They're gonna try to do it. They're pro players. They're not gonna abandon right now, but seems like Blossom is getting damage a little bit too much, getting stance on Croak though. Oh, Ashka has an ult now, she can escape. Oh, but the good dodge with the iframe from the ult, but seems like Blossom still dies from Croak and the ignite damage from the ult. Really good rounds from blue team, who's just able to take this advantage with the really strong Croak Ashka combo. It's really nice to see such polyvalence in this team. Players are really adapting their composition and they have been really smart on the draft for now.
It's very interesting to see.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
It's very interesting to see how blue team has adapted here. After getting that huge punish on Rook at the end of round 1, they seem to have realized that Rook was actually the one that they should have been going for this whole time. Starting off that round by going straight for him, and of course the combination of the amount of team combos and Rook not having that many ways to escape, on top of Blossom not having the save. It's very interesting to see how they've adapted so much to that, seeing Rook so open to seeing Rook is so open to the attack.
By the way, now that we switched to the main events, we're gonna update the title. So sorry for the people that mistake this for the show match. This is the main event with the Asia only teams. So we have Korean teams, Japanese team, Chinese teams, all fighting for the King of the Hill position in this tournament. So the title is going to be updated soon. Here we go with the Croak trying to go in. Red team just destroying the blue team right now. What a really good combo. It was a really fast execute from Red team. Really well played here. Rook's trying to bait the Croak space and does it successfully. He uses his double jump, tries to win some time, but he gets ulted by the Blossom. Really nice execute. I just didn't see that Ashka just died so fast. That was really nice from Red team.
It's crazy the team play they made there. You notice Rook just played a lot less aggressive in that match, in that round there. He was after realizing that he's the reason that they're committing so much to going in there. he realizes that if he just holds back, his team can force the Croak to come forwards, and the team will eventually just disorganize, and that's when they can go in and punish.
I think too they really capitalized on Pinky and Lucy's a little bit more aggressive spaces and these that they've been using throughout the tournament. Actually, Croak was almost at full health when Ashka went down there. Slippery Skin and Toxin, of course, giving quite a bit of healing, but you've got to look for these openings. Although Pinky there, being out of there, having the space, so he's used both escapes, of course, doing some damage. But Alicia is not afraid to put those punishing down, which is what they need to do. Keep them from setting up those combos and keep Pinky on his toes. He cannot be allowed to just sit in the back and free auto attack, you know.
In this round, they seem to put a lot of pressure onto the Ashka here. Just every time the Croak seems to dash in or move away, they go straight onto Pinky. A good team combo around the orb there, though. Turning it back around, evening up the HP a bit. But you see the amount of control that red team has. They've taken both orbs. They've completely pushed blue team out of the middle here. I guess the blue team is now a little intimidated after losing that previous round, knowing that, yeah, we can definitely be beaten here.
Kind of a low damage match. We have 10 seconds until the arena starts closing, although the combination there from Pinky, quite a bit of damage on Blossom, but not as much as Pinky took there. Rook following that up pretty heavily with the stun on Lucy as well, with the end cap broken right away, but Blue's not holding mid as safely as they need to be for this arena closing right now. Red team up 4 orbs to 0. Kind of a commanding lead, I think, from red team. Almost 23% damage team as a whole over blue team. A little bit scary here for blue team. They need to make a play to bring this back in before the arena closes on them entirely.
And they got an airdrop right now going in with the incapacitate, not getting punished. But Lucy is in the storm, so she's trying to get out of it and not able to have her Ashka. And here we go with the red team and the double hits from the Rook ults, trying to get that kill. Seems like Croak's gonna be executed, and it's gonna be a second round one for the red team. Really nice match. They're getting back to being equal with the Dunga. Right here, Shiny Crusaders fighting for the place.
I think Shiny there really needs to look for those openings for the Croak Ashka combo to really bring some health down. When this arena closes, Blossom with her EX tree, Alicia with the huge shields, Rook with the several knockbacks, it's not a place you want to be with the storm closing in around you. So you really have to be looking for those opportunities to close it on mid, single out a player. I mean, 6 orbs to 0, you've got no chance once that storm closes on you.
Yeah, that's pretty much true.
It's an interesting choice with Rook's rights here, choosing not to take the E armor break, which is very commonly chosen, instead opting just for the snare.
2, 1, fight.
Notice that as well. That's actually quite a bit of a difference because you really need Rook to engage them with his space R to get the armor break to commit the damage that Alicia can do to the enemy team. The huge damage on Rook, not a great opening for them overall.
At the same time, they have dealt a bit of damage to the Croak, which is not enough to even it up.
Blue team claimed the orb.
Croak just barely snatching the orb there. Rook trying to attempt to punish in now that Croak is completely unable to help. Croak completely abandoned by his team. They can just go completely on him. He has to commit both spaces just to get back to his team, and now he's completely open to the Rook. See,
Several times here we see Lucy pretty well dropping the EX trees on Rook as he goes in. Even after his counter gets hit, you have the EX tree coming up right after that vulnerability wears out. There's almost zero opportunity for them to actually put some lasting damage on Rook. Ice Block saving him even from the Croak ult there. So really good support from his team to allow him to keep playing aggressive, really punish blue team every time they have a misstep.
Indeed, red team with complete mid control there, just getting a free orb essentially, and giving Rook an incredible ult. On the right side, Ashka being punished.
And the executes, really nice. Seems like Ashka and Croak tried to get Alicia stuck on the side there, but she just answered them with an ult, so welcoming ult, just getting the execute on them. And the quick stun, not getting it, but Alicia was forced to space away here. That was a really smart combo from Croak, but seems like Red Team still gets this round and goes to 3-2 against the Dunga. Maybe they're gonna take the king seat after this match. But if we were thinking about this play we just saw, it's a really classical Croak play. He just gets his ult on you and tries to stun you after the ult to just confirm the damage and stop you from iframing his ult. And there Alicia saw that and she tried to just space away from the Croak so he couldn't stun, but she ended up landing from a space too early and still got the damage from the Croak ult. So even if Croak didn't get the stun on ult, he scared her enough to get her away. That was a really good play. But here we go with a new round starting, and Red Team is going in and controlling the map again. Seems like Blue Team isn't that much confident after those rounds lost against Red Team, and Red Team is now able to enjoy controlling the map. They have to create an advantage by picking up those greens and oranges, though, if they want to enjoy that advantage. But here we go with a good CC on the Blue Team by the Red Team. But Rook is getting tripled M2 by Ashkaz, but they're still managing to get the orb, so it doesn't really matter right now. We have a double ult, I think, almost. No, Croak ult got cancelled, so he's back at 1 bar of energy. Seems like Ashka is pretty low. Croak is trying to go in and stop the Alicia ult. Very well played.
The amount of control that Red Team is just able to put out, like Croak just can't seem to be able to answer it. They just can't seem to hold that middle, and as a result, they're getting no orbs in the last rounds. The only orbs they've gotten are just from little cheap and cute steals. You see here, just the amount of control that this team brings out. The poor Blue Team is being forced into that corner. They can't really do much about it.
Red team claimed the orb.
And as a result,
they're not really finding a mark, unfortunately, but you do have Alicia and Rook ult here, so you could see a lot of damage come out. Rook not even afraid to space to grab those greens because he realizes green is closing, let's maintain as much health as we can, because as the storm closes in here and the storm damage starts coming out, the max HP is going to be the winners here. So we're going to see a couple ults here. Ashka ulting, still not securing that orb even with that, unfortunately, so not only did he put himself in danger, he didn't secure that orb. The penalty was there, unfortunately for him. Alicia could go down with a little bit of focus from Croak, but I don't know that he can find that. Even with the deceit, he used it, didn't get an in-cap off, it doesn't look like he missed the stun. He's going to go down here pretty quick. 4 Sanctuary from Blossom, keeping everybody alive. Again, looking at the numbers, 6 orbs to 0. I mean, that huge mid-pressure here, when these arenas close, from Red Team, from Shiny, it's just, I mean, what do? You know, they have to find some middle ground here. They cannot let Red Team take 6 orbs to 0, 2 games in a row. They can't let that happen again in round what, 7 here for the win?
it just seems that Blue Team really isn't threatening their combo that much. They haven't seemed to be communicating or properly following through with many of their combos. They seem to just be waiting for a punish individually instead of trying to go out there and just get someone killed.
Yeah, I definitely agree. We haven't really seen the Croak stun, Ashka stun combo. You can follow it up with a lot of Ashka right click, even Lucy panics. We haven't really seen that. I mean, I think we saw it the first match, maybe the second, and that's about it. So we really need to see Blue Team communicate, work on their stuns together. They can't just be using abilities willy-nilly, especially when you have zero mid control. You need to be looking for these combinations to give yourself some breathing room.
Blue team won the orb.
A nice steal there from the Croak. But can they do much off this? It seems that they're trying to coordinate stuns there, but Rook, just being so disruptive, slaps the Croak in the face. He's about to stun him. You see, it looks like Croak is trying to go for team combos, but the Ashe is just being so pressured they can't really coordinate there. You see Rook now completely alone, but just using the blast pad to escape. He gets away scot-free. But looking at the health totals here, it's Red Team who's actually losing pretty significantly.
Yeah, you see quite a bit of the value actually coming out of Croak's Slippery Skin camouflage combo. He's hard to punish, and when he's punishable, he doesn't take the full damage he's supposed to, so that adds up pretty heavily for a lot of damage protection. Rook there taking quite a bit of damage, but Blossom's EX tree came up, absorbed quite a bit of that damage. It would have been quite a bit more punishing, so he didn't take quite as much. That Forest Sanctuary consistently getting a lot of value.
This game being much more even, 2-2 on the orb so far, and the mid control being very back and forth. See Croakhead trying to be disruptive and trying to pull off combos while Ashka just isn't able to support him. He is doing a lot of good damage with in-caps on the Blossom to make sure that the Alicia's damage is secured. But at the same time, this Rook is just being so disruptive, this poor Ashka can't help out at all. And you see a huge team combo there, committing a lot to killing the Ashka here. The Alicia might be killed for it as a result though. Everyone getting extremely low. The Ashka dying first, but Alicia could die right after. Not with the ice block, though. Now Red Team taking the orb. It looks like Red Team's gonna take this game.
Huge ice block for Alicia, keeping herself in the game there. Good orb control. Both teams really. That was really actually a close round, but unfortunately for Blue Team, that looks like a 5-2 lose. So ending the King's current reign from Dodonga.
A very, very good match there. It's great to see Shiny Crusaders adapting the way they did. Just over the duration of the game realizing, okay, this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to punish Rook, so let's just not have Rook be punished. Let's just not have Rook overcommit. And then as the Dodonga changed up their gameplay, Shiny Crusaders adapted very quickly and was very easily able to overcome them.
And here we go. We have now Shiny Crusaders taking the leadership as kings, taking that seat of king of the game, and they're going to be challenged by Baruka's Paladins right now. So they have been perma-banned on Shenrao. Barukas has been targeting them with a Shenrao ban. You can see right now on the Myro page. They have the King token, and they have 3 lives actually. Dodonga has fought off Grey Seekers and Baruka's Paladin already, so let's see how Shiny Crusaders, who has beat Dodonga, and is by the way on the first spot for the Vince bounty right now, because they dethroned the King for the first time, so they have one step, and they're they're closer for the Vince bounty, who's a bounty of $30 additional to this. So here we go with a 1 win, and we're gonna get in the draft now.
Make sure you do throw a win on the chest there for Shiny Crusaders for beating Dodonga. Baruka not hesitating to ban Shenrao. We didn't actually see Shiny play Shenrao, but no hesitation to ban that. Is that a pretty common ban against Asian teams in general, or is that a targeted ban?
I've seen a lot of scrims, and almost every single one, Shenrao is picked as the main range damage dealer, and the Asian scene is just viewed as the objective best ranged character. So everyone always never wants to verse him. So, yeah, just a general perma-ban, not necessarily targeted towards any specific comp that, or champion that Shiny Crusaders likes to run. It's just a generally value ban that they can put in, so they don't have to necessarily ban Shen in the draft phase.
Right, and I think that was pretty common in North America too. Every time we saw Shenrao come out, it was kind of a heavy leaning win in that team, so we saw a lot of Shenrao permanent bans. We also saw a lot of Alicia permanent bans on the North American team, so I'm curious how we'll see that evolve. We obviously just saw Alicia there. We saw Alicia a couple games ago. Both times, I mean, the Alicia, she puts out a ton of protection, she puts out a ton of damage. Her disables cannot be ignored, so I'm curious if that we'll continue to see her as the rebound pick for. You took our Shenrao? Cool. We're going to pick Alicia. That's what we have. So Really excited to see here what Baruka wants to ban against Shiny Crusaders. They just saw some pretty convincing play from a Rook, Blossom, Alicia, a very strong comp. So hopefully we'll see some unique. Map is good. Okay, sorry. Well, hopefully we'll see some kind of targeted, unique bans here. I think
Yeah.
Rook put out a lot of pressure. I would not be surprised to see Rook be banned out here.
Yeah, true. We got Lucy and Blossom bans already. We gotta remember we're playing on Dragon Garden Night. It's a really special map, really different from the map we've seen right now earlier in these tournaments. So Dragon Garden, really long walls on the left bottom sides and top right sides. So all characters that can take advantages of walls like Jamila or Destiny can be very dangerous on this map really fast. So you gotta not forget to target bans depending on the map, and think about what's perma-ban, what's ban already. So the strategies can change with this little change. But here we go with the first pick with a Varesh for the Shiny Crusaders and the Blossom for the Berukas Paladin, banning Blossom and picking Blossom. Here we go. So that's gonna be a really interesting match, I think.
Varesh.
I love seeing Varesh. Yeah.
Oh, Varesh Paloma, classic strategy in the Asian scene. Just a very slow, very tanky, comp that relies mainly on just outlasting the opponent with the amount of reduction and shields that they have. On the other side, Jamila, sort of an exact counter to that, being very, very burst heavy, focusing on team combos, and being very aggressive.
We have the next bands coming up here. Paloma Varesh, kind of known as the Fortress comp in North America. They're hard to break that line. Like you said, Jamila Blossom is a very kind of aggressive counter pick to those, as much as you can counter pick the Fortress comp. But I'm really curious to see what we're going to see from the Varesh Paloma. They can't pick Shinrao, obviously, so I don't suspect we'll see a triple range comp. The Rook was pretty convincing last time. I don't know if we'll see another Rook here, but with these bans, I'll be really curious to see what Baruka thinks is the best option here to keep the Shiny Crusaders from having just too untouchable of a comp.
They really need to find a pick that'll deal a lot of good burst damage and combo well with the Jamila. What champions would you think would work well for them, Direct Talk?
Both teams banning Alicia, so neither one will pick that one. It's pretty. It doesn't surprise me. I think Baruka was afraid of exactly what I said. They don't want to play against a triple range comp. Alicia can be pretty dangerous with the Varesh. Shinrao can be pretty dangerous with the Varesh.
I think on this map, if you could like, you want to finish what you were saying?
No, that's you threw me by surprise by both banning Alicia.
Yeah, of course. But like on this map, Destiny can be very dangerous. As I said, I would be really glad to see a Destiny picked here in one of the teams. It would be just really spectacular playing with the map, getting those ults in. And seems like we're not gonna have a Destiny. It's gonna be Ulrich Jade here. Really interesting. Ulrich and they're both really strong picks. Pretty unusual on the Jade side, but that's Asia.
What just happened?
Like
something just happened. It switched to a different draft thing. I don't know what's going on. Hold a second. No. I'm so sorry about this.
Did it? I can send you back the link if you want.
No, never mind. Okay, I fixed it.
Okay, perfect.
Sorry. Couple of problems there. Apparently Windows XE opened up. Sorry about that, guys. So pretty much ready to get into this game.
Okay, let's go.
So Jade
is the final pick.
Jade, Varesh Paloma, that's the triple ranged. I don't think you typically want to play against. It's tough to break that. Like I said, it's kind of a fortress comp. Jade with her EXQ can shield her entire team. Varesh with his huge shields. Paloma, easy to keep all three of those topped off because they're not super mobile champions. They can kind of hang out on the same side of the map. But with Jamila, Ulrich, especially with Blossom kind of keeping those topped off, I think Shiny's going to have a hard time maintaining kind of mid orb control. So I'm wondering if we're going to see a reverse of what we saw last time, where Barukas here is going to just maintain that mid control, maintain that orb control. And even if these matches, even if they last a full 2 or 3 minutes, the Storm's going to close in and Shiny's going to find themselves in perilous positions. So.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see the Ulrich build here. Kind of a Ulrich player myself, so I always try to look what pros pick. Seems like a Condemned, the elongated stand on the Condemned with an enchanted weapon right is really popular among Ulrich's players, especially in 3v3 compositions. I wouldn't pick it if I'm solo queuing, but seems like it's really strong. Almost every Ulrich player, pro player I've been seeing is picking that right. So I didn't have a good opinion of it, but now now that I see those players comboing their stands, I'm just like, I was the fool from the beginning. Should have picked that right. It's a really good right. So yeah, really interesting to see those right picks here.
Take two. I mean, right now, if that's the rights he's taking, he's got Penitence, which makes his Intervene, which is his space, do a little bit of bonus damage and reduce incoming healing. When you're playing against a Varesh Paloma, I think that's actually going to come in handy. The reduced healing is going to really show up over these longer matches that I think we'll see with the double healer comp. So.
Yeah, it's a double heal against double range. It's gonna be a really weird match. We don't see that happening a lot, but here we go with the panics and combo right click. Since the beginning, they're really targeting Jamila here because they know she's gonna be the biggest threat. So they're gonna have to do a good damage input on her. Seems like Shiny is able to get away and dodge a little bit, but gets a lot of damage on him. He gets really fast to max HP though with his double heal potential here. Gets an incap on the Varesh, and here we go, red team trying to combo the R from Ulrich, just isolating the Varesh and stopping him from comboing his corruption. Here we go, an ultimate from Varesh, getting a triple ultimate here and getting the orb on the last blow, but seems like the blue team is just having the advantage now on HP, and the Varesh shields also creating some value. Here we go with the Blossom ults getting panicked, and that's not going to create a lot of value on the red team side. That's a shame. And the Jamila counter getting activated. She tries to go in, misses a hook, and the double root with the Palma ult. What an incredible pressure on Taxi here by blue team. That's an amazing combo. The spell block, they're trying to get some damage in. Here we go.
As we said before, the blue team has just such a tanky comp. Red team can just barely get any damage off on them. Even when they're hard focusing Varesh, he still manages to live. Meanwhile, the entire of red team is just so low. They could get a kill on Varesh here, but his counter is procced. But that could mean his own death as he jumps into them. But other side, of course, from Paloma, just saving him. This next orb could be very vital if red takes it.
Look at this Palm and this Jade, really. Just Varesh is tanking the damage, but he's okay because he has his shield, to tank the incoming dangerous damage. And seems like just Jade and Palma have been full HP all the round. What's just an amazing support from Yoiman on the Palma. Seems like players from Hong Kong, Korea, China, Japan, Asian servers overall are just really good Palma players. We have been seeing really popping off Paloma players here. Really impressed. Really glad to see those plays. I might myself just start to play Paloma in solo queue.
It's not a bad idea. I think Paloma can be really solid to the team. I mean, you see the highest score of the match overall went there to Human on his Paloma, almost 2,200 points. What was actually kind of interesting, though, when you actually look at the numbers, from Blossom, Ulrich had almost the same amount of support or protection numbers as Paloma Varesh. Varesh just getting out almost 650 points on his own self-protection. That's a lot of damage. I mean, that's a lot of protection from someone that's also putting out 1,000+ damage. So
yeah, but as I like to say it, I think Varesh is just a support, a secret support, as Olger is a secret damage, because of the shield perpetuity combo he can do by recasting corruption on his enemies every time he consumes it. He can just reduce the cooldown on his face, and he can just have his shield ready, so he can manage to do 600 protection on that type of round. That's really impressive. And here we go with blue team just dominating this match and just shredding red team's HP, who's just having difficulties surviving. Seems like the double support pick was a mistake into double range. The damage is just too high, and Polma is able to save her ranges well enough so that red team can't get a kill, and it's a second round for blue team, who's getting in that momentum. Seems like if this match continues this way, the favorites of this tournament are going to be Shiny Crusaders and the Dunga. But maybe red team can win this match also. We never know. They have a good comp with the Jamila, but it's going to be really hard for the Jamila to just create lots of value here.
The Paloma.
I don't know. Go ahead, use.
The Paloma during almost every single dive that the Jamila did, other-sided when Jamila was about to use her R, resulting in her missing it. So pretty much Yuimon's taking being very careful to always save other side to dodge the potential team combos coming out of red team here.
I think we need to see a little bit more dive here from Ulrich. I mean, there's an example right there. Jamila was in there for maybe 5-6 seconds without her Ulrich, and then Ulrich immediately getting punished and having to get out of there. So you're leaving Jamila to try to basically contest this 3-man ranged fortress comp, and she just can't do it. So I don't know if the answer is to have Ulrich dive in first, but they need to be diving together for sure. The damage has to go out together. Ulrich has the AoE stun, he has his Q, obviously opting typically to use Sanctuary as opposed to the Bulwark, but against this comp, maybe the Bulwark's a better answer in some of these dive situations.
Good punish on Baresh here, but they just can't seem to finish him off that well. The amount of protection that Paloma provides here, it's just absurd. I do feel that Blossom isn't necessarily too good to complement this sort of dive comp. She doesn't really provide much extra burst damage, and doesn't really provide you any strong, reliable peel if you go too deep in. Same with Ulrich. So when you see Jamila makes a mistake and gets caught out, the only thing that Ulrich and Blossom can do is just try and pop their abilities and hope that he lives, without necessarily going in there to get themselves killed as well.
I mean, so far now we're in 3-0 for Shiny. Pretty convincing wins. Is this? Do you think Baruka just lost this at draft phase? I mean, was there ever an opportunity for them to win this? None of these matches, even when Red is controlling a mid somewhat and owning these orbs, really seem it's such a convincing win in Shiny's phase. It's hard for me to sit down and digest what exactly Baruka can be doing differently here.
I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe the Blossom needs to space in first. You never know. It just requires a very specific aggression here. They did do a lot of good damage against the Varesh there, but maybe that's not what they need to do. They may need to put a lot more pressure onto the Paloma, who's just been going uncontested almost every single round so far.
I think there might be a little bit of lapse of communication too. I mean, typically when you see Varesh dive into the enemy team and then he gets other side, you know that they don't have counter, you know they don't have other side, but there's almost no punishment going on towards them from a dive comp. So I don't know if they're using too many cooldowns when they think he's available, but he's almost basically baiting them by countering into them and then walking other side out, and then there's no follow-up from red team here.
Blue team won
Indeed.
the orb.
Just seems that Shiny has never gotten a proper opportunity to get in without being severely punished there.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much about the double support pick. You know, in those matches, I always say the draft is 50% of the game. It's really important. If you mess up the draft, it's going to be really complicated for you. Like, I think picking double support, especially Ulrich and Blossom, would have been good if they would have been melee in the blue side, but since blue team picked double range, red team is not going to have anybody pressuring them on the melee distance, so it's going to be really easy for blue team to just poke them from a distance and do some good damage, because Ulrich can only, reset his stun when he spaces on an ally, so he needs to have a target near to his ally when he spaces. and Blossom is better doing when someone is slightly focusing her. So it's gonna be harder for red team to just create some value because they don't have anybody pushing towards them. They just have distant shots coming from the blue team, since blue team has double range. And really, just the picking and the champions here situation is just really an advantage for blue team. They don't have to make efforts to win the match. You know what I mean? If they just play well and don't make mistakes, they're gonna be okay for the game. And it's red team that has to put an effort right now to just win the game. They have to make insane plays to create a difference here, and they know that, so they try to push them back into the walls to create some value here. But it's gonna be pretty hard. We got a counter from Jamila, trying to get onto Paloma. Doesn't get panicked. That's a really good value
Huge
being
snipe.
created right. Yeah, that was really nice.
That guarantees
here we
that
go with
Shiny's
all-
gonna get hard punished here. Just killed right off the bat. Wow.
Yeah. Seems like
Yeah,
a bit of
a little bit of,
miscommunication here. I would have loved to see Ulrich and Blossom just following the Jamila and on the attack here, on the push, because Jamila needed her allies there. But she didn't get any support, and seems like Blue Team's gonna take this round. Shiny Crusaders. Here we go.
Blue team claimed the orb.
Curious here. We have a little bit of conflicting opinions in the Twitch chat. Some people saying Jamila was the issue. Some people saying Blossom was the issue. To be honest, I don't think that any particular pick was the issue. As an individual player, I really think that Blue Team just outdrafted them. I think Shiny had a great draft. I don't think any of their comfort picks there were necessarily blocked. That's such a powerful comp, letting them get Paloma, Varesh. Just about anything besides Jade even would have potentially worked. So I don't know that Red Team had a proper answer. As you've said quite a few times, Keops, that Devil support was not the answer. I mean, that seemed to put them in a perilous position most of the time. They didn't necessarily have anything to do to contest the damage they were putting out. They didn't have the damage they needed to put out to really push that. From that show, though, obviously, we're going to see a permanent ban come out. I would not be surprised to see Paloma permanent ban. I would not be surprised.
Paloma ban coming in right now. Just got the
already?
word from Blood Loss being targeted on Shiny Crusader. Seems like those teams don't like Paloma at all, and it's the Orman map that's gonna be played. Really, really impressed. Really like, I really like this map. I want to see it play at pro level because I think it's really a melee map. So we might see a double melee combo there on the Orman Temple. They're really strong because like the ranges don't have enough space to back, and they always end up behind the walls getting stuck. So I would love to see a double melee versus double melee on this map. It's going to be really interesting. So here you see Barricus Paladin are actually at 1 life. They have been fighting the 2 strongest teams yet, so they haven't been really lucky, but seems like they're going to have to innovate their strategies and get a better draft on their next match. But right now we're going to have Shiny Crusaders against Grey Seekers. So we right now have Lord Loss in the lobby. We're getting that map right. It's going to be Orman Temple. Here we go. And the Palma ban.
I mean, huge to see. Obviously, I was just talking about huge to see the Paloma ban. The Paloma Varesh can be such a scary comp. We do see sometimes in North America they'll just replace that Paloma with a Pestilus, a little bit different style, but the same idea. You kind of have a Varesh Pestilus Fortress. It's really hard to break that. But on this map, Orman Temple, I don't think we'll see it. I don't think we'll see the Varesh pick or the Pestilus pick. It's quite like you said, it's quite a different map. I would not be surprised to see double Rooks. I would not be surprised to see double Raygons. You're looking for these melees that can make use of these tight corners and tight walls. So we'll see. Even if we saw it earlier, but more Freya picks as well.
And here we go. I just dropped the view link, so we can switch on the drafting.
Yep. I'm interested to see how they're going to adapt to not having Paloma. Maybe they just first pick Lucy if Grey Seekers don't ban it here. Because it appears that Paloma and Lucy are the main supports that people have been using, and then maybe Blossom if they don't necessarily see that the comp is good for Lucy or Paloma.
I think Shiny did pick Blossom on that game against Dodunga, right? Or did they pick Lucy? I thought they might have had Blossom, but Blossom's pretty popular in this map. Her trees can get pretty good value, so I would not be surprised to see Blossom at all. Some of the lesser picked ones and they're older. Obviously, I don't necessarily expect to pick, but I always love to see them. So, props to anyone who picks those characters.
We have a Shifu and a Leisure ban. Shifu, interesting, maybe targeted towards the Grey Seekers. Now looking at their players, yes, one of their players is a very, very competent Shifu main. So of course getting rid of that comfort pick. And here we have our first pick, Rook here on Ormond Temple. Rook is just a very oppressive force. Great, he absolutely loves it when you get pushed up against the walls, and in Ormond where you can't really escape the walls, he's just going to be so good. A Blossom pick, as you said, gets lots of good value with the trees. Not necessarily too bad when pushed back. She's very easily able to get out of corners.
Yeah, and I think like this draft is for the moment just showing how much like Shiny Crusaders are preparing and thinking about their drafts. So they're really good as Dodunga also on the drafting, because you know they announced Blossom first. Usually it's not that good to announce a healer first, but if you announce Blossom, no matter who focuses her, she's pretty much gonna do the same, and she has a lot of tools to avoid focus. So announcing your support on a melee advantage map first, I think is better. And you see here, we get Rook on the red team, but I'm not sure if announcing Rook first is gonna be the best choice. Though the map is giving so much advantage to Rook, as you said, that I'm not sure it's even gonna make a difference. So yeah, both teams are just really trying to get a good draft, but. It's also really about what you want to keep secret, what you want to announce, because if you're securing a pick, you're also exposing yourself to the counter pick. So it's really hard. Sometimes we might be thinking that one team is announcing their champions too early, or one team is just not giving the good champions first. But it might be at their advantage, so we never know. Just drafting is like a game of chess. You really have to guess what's going to happen. It's really hard. So yeah. Really impressive big brain plays right here. I think the draft is half of the match, so you gotta follow that. And the team captains have a lot of pressure here. They gotta make decisions fast, seeing what's banned, adapting, knowing their players, what they can play, what's the good synergies. It's really interesting to see that, and I think drafting just makes the game so much better.
Yeah.
We see already here, obviously, Grey Seekers has not picked a healer, so Shiny Crusaders has a little bit of an opportunity to look to try to ban maybe that high-value support that Grey Seekers wants to bring into the match. But Grey Seekers probably looking to ban a melee. I would be surprised if they took Resh, Jade Blossom into this map, but we could see it. Obviously, oh, there they go. They're trying to ban out Freya, banning out Pestilus. I don't know what support we're going to see from Grey Seekers here. I'm not sure who they're comfortable with overall.
Yeah, apparently PX runs really good Rook players, so it seems like we're going to have a really good Rook match. We're just going to watch his Rook rates right now. Yeah, he has 62% winning rate and 569 match. That's good enough to have a very good Rook mastery. So let's see if this Rook's going to be deadly enough to destroy the Shiny Crusaders and get the win to the Grey Seekers. Yeah, let's see what's going to happen. People are very excited in the chat to see PX run playing Rook. So it seems like everything is ready. Draft is done, all ready to go.
Keops, they're waiting on you to ready up.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, okay.
Let's just checking everybody was good.
Interesting
So
choice
we
to
got a
ban
double
Pestilus
blocks.
in that situation. I guess you really don't like the amount of CC that Pestilus brings out, but Blossom can kind of do the same thing. As you said, Draktalk, she's pretty consistent on this map. She can always get good value out of those trees, and isn't necessarily going to be locked down too well.
Picking Blossom to Rook personally, you can get huge trees out to block his space when you can read, obviously, when he's not going to cancel that. On this map, because of the tight corridors, her tree can actually kind of build space in between you and the enemy team, and they don't actually have a way to get around it before that tree dies. So some of that value Blossom can bring into these. Of course, we have 2 Blossom picks. Doesn't surprise me at all. I think she's a really comfortable pick on this map. Rhaegon Rook, also very comfortable picks on this map because. Are we remaking the lobby?
Maybe not. We can pause the game, restart the game.
If restart works here. Rook Rhaegon, not a surprise to me at all. Very comfortable picks. Shinrao, though, obviously Grey Seekers did not hesitate to bring out Shinrao whatsoever when he wasn't banned. But we saw the Jade from Shiny last time. It was very convincing. So we'll have to see if he can put out the same pressure that we usually expect from a Shinrao.
A player has reconnected.
Yeah, let's make a pause.
Right.
So here we go. Seems like there's
They want to remake
little,
that.
just a little lobby problem.
Yeah.
That happens on the game sometime. Server issues, players are not connected. They're just gonna have to close the game, relaunch it, and reconnect to the game. So we don't have to just restart the game.
It looks like we have to remake the lobby here. It's a shame.
Okay.
But not too bad. I can just go back
The
and
question is, is this remake? Is this a strategy that we're not aware of?
yeah, it could be a very high level strategy to stop the momentum that Shiny Crusaders
Right.
must be feeling. Grind
Shiny's
to a
on a
halt.
huge momentum, so restarting the game, taking the longer waits, maybe will throw off the groove. So we'll see if it plays out for Grey Seekers in that.
Indeed.
Human saying my team got bladder issues. Well, look, guys, I was gonna stick out for a match, but it's actually really late here in America. It's almost 6 a.m. So I think I am gonna head out, but I'll tune in for a little bit longer. I think you guys are doing a great job. It's a lot of fun to see the Asian meta kind of develop live here. I've never actually watched too many Battlerite games from the Asian community, so this is a lot of fun for me. But keep up the good work, guys. I'll keep tuning in, but thanks for casting and hosting this as well. This is really great.
Thank you for coming here, giving
Thank
us
you.
some insight. That was really nice. I love to see you comparing the difference of meta between Asia and American servers.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun actually. It's really interesting. So I'm hoping, obviously, thanks to Mako for hosting this tournament. Hopefully, we'll continue to see more because I love to see the collaboration between the Asian, the North American, the European community. I love, we all love Battlerite. We're all here playing Battlerite, so it's really fun to see the collaboration between all the regions come together. So it's great.
So here we go. Everybody's ready. Seems like the lobby is good. I'm gonna start the game. Oh, we got the zone. Oh, almost got no zone here. So here we go.
All right.
Let's get those players playing.
I'm interested to see how Shiny Crusaders is going to play this. They have a Rhaegon, which isn't necessarily too good for setting up with a Jade, and Rook, Shinrao, and Blossom are all not too bad against Jade. All able to pretty easily dodge or deny the snipes. So it's going to be interesting to see how well this Jade actually does, how many snipes she's going to land, and if she's going to be able to escape the amount of pressure that Rook's going to put on this map.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see that. I always love to see matches on Ormond Temple. I don't like to play them when I don't play melee, but I like to watch them because they're really movemented,
Yeah. Almond Temple's always very fun to watch because it's just the way you have to approach the map. It's so different to most of the others where...
those 6 choke points and the left and right walls just splitting the teams very often. So yeah, really interesting to see. Here we go, rights are being picked. And both teams are preparing. What do you think about those builds?
Nothing too special here. Rhaegon going for a bit more of an aggressive build with the Royal Descent here. But other than that, nothing too special.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see how much double E, the recast on E, is played by the Asian players. I'm not seeing a lot of double Rs, not lots of spinning slashes. Seems like it's more of a different Reagan being played in Asia, and here we go with a really hard engage, and that Reagan is working for the moment. Seems like blue team is having a lot of momentum, just getting those chunks of HP, and Reagan spacing over the wall with the extra range, really good space. That's creating a lot of value. Rook is not able to create that much damage as Reagan on the backline yet. Rook chooses to go on the enemy backline and lets his team just work out with the Reagan. But seems like it's gonna be complicated because he's just going in and going in, wastes his parries though, and Rook's taking some damage. Let's see who gets this win, who resets, and the orb is coming up soon in 5 seconds. It's gonna be a really hard fight. Both teams are around it, but blue team is pushing and might be able to just snag it away. You see that push and that kill just before orb comes up. Even if they didn't get the kill, they would have got orb. That's a really good positioning from blue team that knows when to push, and is just pushing back that red team, you know. This is a very good play from the Shiny Crusaders, who's putting themselves in the good place for this match. They're getting some hits here with the space and an M2 combo. What a good Reagan aggro. I think here the blue right made the difference because Reagan was just able to switch so much into the backline with the extra range and just a shorter casting time.
See, the Raigon goes for Aerial Strike, the recast here, because the way that you want to play Raigon on this map especially is you want to be able to always chase. You see, against the Blossom in the early parts of that round, he was always on the Blossom's tail, no matter where she went, because you use with the Aerial Strike, you use your E as less of a disruptive tool and more of his initiation or a chase. So
yeah, you're not engaged with E here. True.
Where when you see that someone's spaced away or is running away after your space, you're going to use your E to close that distance and stay on them, which is exactly what Raigon wants.
But here we go, the very nice engage from blue team. They're getting the snipes and getting that punish, and Human getting pressured, but he doesn't really care. Gets his weaken maybe with the charge attacks, and a tree down from the red team trying to tank that damage, but they're not in it. Seems like it's a really insane Reagan ult, almost the 8 damage on the Blossom here. She's 1 HP now, and the red team's trying to get back together. PX run, even if it's a really good Rook player, he's not able to create enough value to counter just those insane plays from the Reagan. I mean, Shenrao and Blossom are pretty free to damage here because they don't have hard parries, they only have soft parries and clears, so they can be jumped on really fast, and it seems like blue team just eliminating the threats of red team and for the moment keeping their spots on the kings of the hill, you know.
You see, PX Run there is trying to be oppressive, but he just can't seem to get in there and deal a lot of damage. Yumon and Enter Your Mind are just doing such a good job of punishing the Rook for being aggressive. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Grey Seekers are really struggling to get that Raigon off them, and they're really struggling to punish the Raigon. He just has such a good cycle and is able to deal so much damage that you don't really have time to deal damage to him.
Yeah, Reagan is such a good champion. He's really able to create a gap into those games, and I think the fact that his base is actually an AoE, and a really big AoE by the way, he can apply just group weakens that just destroy the enemy team's trades. So if the Reagan succeeds to do his trades there, the Jade's just gonna be free to hit everybody and silence every action, so it's just gonna be free for the blue team. So red team really has to just win Reagan in the trades, you know, just win over Reagan in those trades, and then get a good finish on the backline by just supporting Rook. But seems like it's not just working out very well right now. Rook gets a stun on the Jade while she's invisible, really good focus. He might be sounding or just guessing where she is, but he's getting a really good combo and ults there. double hit on the ult. No, just one hit. But here we go with the contest on the orb. Rook wasn't able to contest that one because he was sparring. He tried to body block it, but there were two blue team members, and here they execute from Reagan on the top of the map. Oh, that was really satisfying to see. Here we go with double execute, just Reagan just taking them down one by one. 3 points for blue team with a lot of momentum right now.
Something very interesting I've been seeing is that PX Ren seems to be really torn between defending his team and being aggressive. Where during the rounds you see he tries to bait out lots of abilities by using his space, but not necessarily actually going in. And then every now and then he might go and deal a couple of M1s and then has to back off because in the meanwhile the Raigon's just been completely destroying the Blossom and Shenrao. It really just needs to find something and focus on it.
Yeah, exactly. But we also have in the chat Fapla saying that's a pretty good Jade, and that's true. Jade has been silently and sneakily just silencing every Rook rush from the beginning of the match and getting those stuns in. So yeah, that's a really good Jade, stopping Rook from being aggressive and also silencing Shenrao just right now to allow her team to punish. Look at those baits that Jade is doing. She's just really carrying the match right now. I mean, not all by herself, but she's creating a lot of value here. Reagan getting stuck in the Stormstrike, getting the armor breaking, but getting cleared. Here we go with the engage and the XE being missed by Shenrao, and it's a punish, it's a kill already. Rook ults being interacted by the Reagan E. Really good reflex here by Sunset, and it's a really good punish. The root on Rook who's gonna be stuck here, and the Blossom ults to finish it. What amazing control from blue team. Seems like Shiny Crusaders are gonna be able to keep their place for the next match. That was really impressive.
And it's absurd how dominant this Jade has been. She's just getting so much damage off, being so disruptive. We talk about I've talked about the Raigon being very disruptive in the backline. Meanwhile, the Jade has just been able to deal so much damage. The Rook, because he's so focused on trying to protect his team, he just can't deal with the Jade at the same time. So she's just getting away with so much.
3, 2.
You see that's why she has so much damage. You'll see, in this round especially, she'll definitely be trying to punish this Rook as much as possible. They seem to be going all in on the Rook here, but only that seems to be a bait. They're actually going for the Shenrao here. Raigon essentially getting away free with this. They're just not dealing enough damage to him. Meanwhile, the Rook is just struggling to be oppressive here. Blossom is able to heal so much, and Jade is just able to be so threatening that the Rook can't properly engage. A good team combo there, but they can't seem to set anything up beyond that right click. Raigon here being very disruptive, in-capping the Rook so they can secure the orb. It just seems that no matter what Rook does, he just can't seem to get any proper damage off. It's just too much of a commitment to stay in there. But at the same time, he pulls away the Raigon from the rest of the team. He pushes the Blossom away, so she has to focus on herself. In the meantime, the Shenrao and Blossom finally get a punish on the Raigon, completely killing her. Now the Blossom hitting his counter, completely open to attacks right now, just going to be killed off right now. While that Jade was able to get away with a lot here, she did do a lot of damage. The rest of her team was just in complete shambles, it looks like.
Finally, red team gets around. Maybe that's gonna cheer them up and enable them to just come back. I would love to see a good old remontada, you know, getting back those points.
The amount of they adapted there and the dominance they had in the beginning of that round was very impressive. I wouldn't be surprised if they took the next round as well. And that could set them up for the reverse sweep if it tilts the enemies enough.
3, 2.
Yeah, true. Having a just very calm team and calm players that don't tilt is also really important. I mean, as in every game, but in Battlerite, the slightest error can just damn your team to die. And here we go with the Blossom being really aggroed here and killed already. What an early kill, that's sealing the deal almost here. I don't think red team's gonna be able to get a trade kill. Look at this blue team just dominating this field right now. Ooh, a missed ult by Raygun though. That's maybe gonna enable Rook to get a little bit of damage in, but that's just gaining time. I think red team is doomed right now, and everybody sees it. That was a really good match though, a really good round on the red team. On the last round, they got one round at least. Were able to break the blue team's comp. That was really nice.
That was
But here we
crazy.
go.
Blue team has
Yeah.
taken the orb.
That was insane from the red team, but GG to the blue team.
Ended.
Seems like Shiny Crusaders are staying on the king spots with 3 wins and even more lives than ever. They're first of the tournament right now, but I mean they only have done 2 matches as kings. So right now they're gonna have their 3rd targeted ban, and they're gonna be against the Dunga. So the Dunga. It's gonna be hard for them now because they're against the other team that has been staying in the king spot for
A long time.
quite long. Yeah.
Dunga now banning out, perma-banning out Rook. This will be a very interesting change. I'm not really sure why you would ban out Rook here beyond the comfort pick. It didn't seem like the Rook really did that much in that last game. As much as he may be good in solo queue, he might not necessarily be good as a team there, because he seemed very torn in the way he was playing. In that last round, Shiny Crusaders sort of just realized, let's just stop joking around. Let's actually play this game. And Raygun, they opened with a Blossom tree stun into both Raygun and Jade, just completely diving the Blossom there. An absolutely absurd punish that just completely shut down Grey Seekers before they could even get going.
So here we go with the really expected match here. We'll see what's gonna happen. It's gonna be a Mount Ara's Knights setting up the draft right now. We get a pretty late call for the bans and map pick. So here we go. We're getting ready. What do you think about this match, you fools?
Hold on a second, I may have a bit of a problem with the microphone. I'll go fix that.
Okay, it's okay. Sometimes I have a little bit of issues, but we're trying to get this going on, and it has been really fun until really fun the whole tourney. I've been watching some of those amazing plays. Just drop the view link for you in the chats. There we go. The teams are gonna be able to draft. Oh, seems like Human's gonna be AFK. They have been on the king seats for a bit of time, so we're gonna give them just a minute to go do a little bit their things, and yeah, we'll start the draft. It's gonna start in a minute. Yeah, for now it seems like those 2 teams have won the most, so it's gonna be really a hardcore match right now. Really good players. Seems like Human is back, and the match is ready to start. Josh will be starting soon. Here we go. Seems like both captains will be ready soon.
Hello. My mic should be working pretty fine now, I hope.
Yeah, your mic was pretty alright, I think. So the draft has started. We got a double Freya ban. Really interesting. So here we go. The teams have to be careful to not do botch picks, to not fail the picks, because they gotta pay attention to the perma-bans. They both have lots of champions bans. I mean, 3 on Shiny Crusaders and 2 on the Dunga. It's gonna be hard to do the picks. Both teams are gonna be constrained to just do unusual pick or pick they might not like, or synergies they might have not trained. So we're gonna see which team is the most flexible here. And here we go with the first pick. It's a Blossom Taya pick. What do you think about this?
Blossom and Taya. Well, Blossom's seems to just be the staple support now that Paloma's been banned out. But Taya's interesting. We saw Apes Together Strong, the Oceanic team, banning out Taya, and now Taya being first picked by Dududunga. It looks like now that Pinky is unable to play Destiny, and he seems to have finally been countered by. Has finally got his Ashka read by playing it so many times now. I think he's now going to switch to his third best ranged, and now pairing it with a Croak. Both of them picking Croak here. Taya Croak is going to be very strong. If they can properly coordinate, they're going to get a lot of damage off with stuns and M2s.
Yeah, I mean, double stun from the Taya. If Taya manages to get a XM2 and then Croaks a stun, that's going to be a double stun plus an insane amount of damage. It can go really fast as an Ashka Croak. But I think it's a little bit harder to synergize because Taya has to put more aim in, but it can be a really strong comp. I'm really interested to see no Freya in this match. That's going to be a Croak duel. And Hisgram actually has been showing a very good Croak, so I'm curious to see how this is going to work out. Here we go with the second bound, Lucy on Shiny Crusaders, and Jade being banned by Dududunga. Here we go. Getting those bans in. Quite interesting bans, I would say. Seems like... yeah, the focus ban on support, but I'm not sure that we're gonna pick Taya because red team doesn't have really good peel potential here. Yeah, Blossom is a more tanky healer with a tree. I think she's more able in this composition to just respond to the attacks of Croak. And here we go with Alicia on the Shiny Crusader side. What do you think about this board, you fools? Everybody's ready, I'm gonna start the game.
I'm interested to see how it's essentially two Blossom Croak and then your ranged burst damage. It's going to be interesting to see who. This is essentially just who's the better Croak, who has the better coordination here.
True. But also, I think that Taya and Alicia can make a difference. Blossom and Alicia have a better synergy because of the tree and the shield. If they're going for a shield build, they're going to be able to shield the team and the tree, so there's going to be 4 potential shields instead of 3. But on the other side, we got a good Taya that can just be so annoying. Just playing against Taya can be so annoying. So we're waiting on you to ready up to start the lobby. When you're ready, when the stream is ready. Here we go. And we got people reacting in the chat. What the heck is happening in the draft? True. Really, we've been having really different drafts here on the Asian region. Really different from NA. We got a double Croak pick. That's pretty peculiar. What do you think about that?
It'll be interesting to see. I'm just not sure. I believe that Dududunga has actually won in the draft phase here, or has a much stronger draft, because Taya just has absurdly good orb control in comparison to Elysia.
Yeah, that's true. As soon as you get to 25% energy, she can just get the orbs for free. And even with the right click, if her allies just combo, she can take the red rights on the right click, and Blossom can just do a charge attacks, and they don't spend any energy and get the orb. So it's gonna be really hard for the Shiny Crusaders to just contest those orbs against Dududunga. Here we go with this next match. So let's see what they pick here. Oh, we got an interesting build here from Hisgram on the Croak. Oh, he's actually changing his rights right now. He went for a red Q. Interesting. Seems pretty intelligent actually, because of the Alicia shields. Since the like the venom from the Q are gonna be delayed, and they have no clear in the blue team. The red Q is actually a pretty good choice because the venom is gonna last longer than the Alicia shields. So that's really just a sneaky way to get some damage in from a Croak. So here we go, the engage. It's a really nervous match. It's gonna be really fast, and I think we're gonna have really good executes here in this match. There we go. The red team is trying to get back together. The Dunga getting the advantage here in the position, but look at the Shiny Crusaders with Anti-Your Mind just rocking at melee. They managed to get an orb and
there. And a good team combo on the Alicia there. And in the meantime, you see Anti-Your Mind is trying to pressure the Blossom, but just isn't able to. Not necessarily going for combos here, just trying to be disruptive like a regular melee. Might not be working the way he wants it to. A nice combo coming onto the Alicia again. His Gram seems to be doing a better job on the Croak as of now.
Look at this, we got like pretty healthy Croaks, but the Taya ult coming in. Let's see if it creates some value. We got an Ice Block from Alicia. The snares coming in onto Croak, but oh no, that wasn't enough value for red team. I don't think that was a really valuable ult. But here we go, blue team with a really low HP. Alicia is trying to reposition the shields, but they're not creating value because they're away, but their Croak is just creating very nice value. Even if with the Taya against them, she's not able to just destroy the Croak. She has been focusing on the Taya a lot more and tries to get that orb, but it's blue team that snags it away with the Croak space. Those are really good combos here, and they execute. Oh my god, from from his gram on Sunset here, really impressive execute. And seems like red team gonna get this round. The Dunga getting on top here and contesting that king seat. Really impressive against you know, that type of composition. I mean, they have the Taya, so they have a slight advantage in this match. But it's also gonna be hard for them because they're not, you know, they're not safe here. They just have a Blossom to cover them. Oh yeah, we have to update the Grey Seekers overlay.
Yep, I've done so.
Sorry
about that.
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. I think like having the logos on screen is really nice because you know, in the other tournaments we don't have that. So, you know,
sometimes hard to tell which team is which.
Yeah, doing that visual effort is really good. I think it's really nice to see. You directly understand what's happening. So here we go, the second round engage. Oh, very hard engage for blue team, trying to get a finish. Look at this Croak going all the way, creating a huge split in the map, but they have to communicate because right now on the other side, the other Croak is creating more value than the 1v1 because you have a Croak in 1v1 and a Croak in 1v2, and I think Croak in 1v2 just followed by a Taya is creating more value, and that Blossom from the red team was able to survive. What amazing play. We got an ultimate already from Taya trying to get a kill on the Blossom who's getting away, and she's saving her life right now but gets executed. Oh my god, that was such a far away kill. She just sustained that so long. Oh, and the second kill from Piki with the Taya. Here we go, a lot of value creating, being created by the Taya here, really deadly. And we got Anti-Your Mind trying to survive, but seems like it's gonna be a round for the red team, who's getting on top again. They're gonna have to find a way to beat this formation. It's gonna be really hard. The Taya is getting a lot of damage in, good arc control. It's a really good champion overhaul. We have seen really insane ban and pick rates on Taya. So yeah, she's a really good champion, and you have really to work around her. I don't think Croak should be the focus here, and I don't think a split like that with the both Croaks just isolated on the map is the best decision, because even if his grams get good combos on the Blossom, it's not going to be good enough for him to just create that value that's going to, you know, make them win the match. So as you see here, when they gathered back in the center, they just created more value because he just joined the Taya.
True.
So maybe blue team can just also group at the good places and just get that Taya down before she gets that good energy advantage.
This is really just showing the difference in pressure between Alicia and Taya. The amount of pressure that Taya can give off by just being in your face or close to your face, throwing out so many boomerangs. It's absurd.
she's a permanent threat, but she gets Ice Block and Incapped and Stun and just gets a Venom. What a good combo from Croak. He understood
managed
that
to steal the orb there. Absurd
Yeah.
orb control by blue team there, and just a steal right in the face of a Taya M2. Looking to turn on the Croak here though. A triple catch here, forcing out everything. Also dealing a lot of damage to the Croak. Now blue team have completely taken control, have double the health overall of in comparison to red team here. With Anti Mind going in and just dealing so much damage and being so disruptive on that Croak, while Elysia and Blossom are able to stay alive. The amount of while Elysia may not necessarily be as threatening as Taya, she definitely has a lot more options than Taya does, as opposed to just dealing damage. And we see the value of those coming out now. With Croak just being able to live for so long, despite almost being in a 1v3.
But here we go finally with maybe a round for the blue team. Seems like it's gonna be it. Seems like they're stalling time. Red team trying to get some stunts in, but getting executed by this Blossom ult, getting them down with a weaken. Even if there was a guest throwing it back on their team, but they just did enough damage. And even if Blossom gets a trade kill here, and she's not gonna, she's dead anyway. Good job from the blue team getting that round. They just changed their strategy, seems like it. They just did better focus, better control, and had, as you said, an absurd orb control. Really good stealing on the orb from the blue team. That was impressive.
Indeed. It's just the level of burst damage that comes out from both of these comps is something you can never underestimate. Even though the rounds have been going a long time, it only takes 5 or so seconds for someone to just go from 100% to 0. And you see, when Shiny Crusaders gets off their combo, it's definitely going to be powerful. And it's something that red team has to be very careful of. As we see now, failed approaches from both Croaks.
Yeah, failed approach both Croaks, you know, that happens, but when you're Croak, you can pretty much move around as you want in the field, as long as you don't get hard CC'd, it's gonna be pretty free damage. But here a stun on the Crow trying to get back, and red team gets the orb for the moment. Taya is actually creating a lot of value here. She has ult, let's see how she uses her energy, but she R's and gets stunned. Catch just after that R. That was really bad for her. And Croak's trying to get some stuns on the Blossom. It's really being a wide split. Oh my god, look at this damage from the ult. The Ice Block is being used on Elysia, saving Yuiman. Blue team's trying to create some value here, but it's going to be really hard with the Taya ult coming up and trying to do some damage. Let's see how this turns out. Here we go. With the Croak ult, with the Croak stun.
Huge M2 on the Blossom there, taking a lot of damage, but now Anti-Mind is completely by himself, so they could just kill him, but a very terrifying ult there almost catches out the Blossom. But they're turning on Elysia now. You see, that the second that one player backs off, they turn to the other one who's close up, and they're just constantly getting everyone down as they rotate in and out. Now finally finishing off the Blossom here, but Taya could be a cross kill. They're going in a lot for her, but they just can't seem to finish her off. And as a result, the Croak and the Elysia are now just so low because of how much they had to commit to trying to get that kill. They do manage to finish her off though, but they're just so low against a Blossom with almost full health. I'm just not sure how they could possibly win this. And as you can see, just being finished off now. And there could be a crazy play to kill off that Croak, but I doubt it's going to... if he does kill off the Croak, I doubt it's going to result in the death of Blossom.
Red team wins the round.
Red team just having a stronger draft here, I feel. The Taya just being so much more oppressive, as I said. Where... even though Elysia does have lots of options, the trade-off for that is just not having the consistent burst and threat that Taya has. So they're not necessarily keeping up in damage as the game goes on.
Three, two, one, fight!
Here we go. starting off with an immediate approach from the Croak. His grab instead looking to punish the Croak instead of going aggressively, leaving Anti-Mind to get a free bit of burst damage and a lot of health off Pinky. Now Anti-Mind is moving in.
The two guys like applying the supremacy they have been applying since the beginning of the match, but Pinky does not need to get punished like that. It's really bad for red team. Seems like Croak is trying to get in and succeeding actually with a double jump. Now he tries to resist with his team, trying to punish that enemy Croak, who's full energy by the way, could get to ult at any moment and punish anybody. That's gonna be really dangerous for the blue team if they just spend some dodge, but they don't want to move, they don't want to show to that Croak that they don't have any CD. So right now, oh, the Croak ult's coming after the Alicia space being tanked by the Blossom Tree. Really good protection from Human, but Sunset is just being surrounded by all sides, just taking a lot of ults at the same time. He just managed to survive and just spam shields right now with the strength of Alicia shield builds, being able to escape at the last moment. Human has his ults, maybe they can finish this Croak, but he's too far now. We got a double freeze being saved by the Taya here with the R saving the Croak, his ramp. A really good art from Taya saving his ally. We got a good orb snagging from blue team. You see here blue team has 4 orbs, but red team is still able to create a lot of value. Did you see that? That was an instant stun from Blossom. I think she treated her E. Really good play from Human. That's real meta play. I would love to get a replay later on that. Really impressive here, getting the kill on the red team. That's a really way play from the blue team. Nice combos, really impressive. Oh my god, that was amazing. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm impressed by Human. He was able to E and 3 into his E. Does he have the bloom rights? I'm not sure about it.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, that was really impressive. Really nice bloom burst. Just showing how much potential Human has with Blossom. That's a really good combo. It was so fast we didn't see it. She just max range his 3 into his E, doing that double stun that just got them the kill and the win. I mean, you have to have played Blossom a lot. I mean, at least 100 matches to just see that play happening. Because if you don't know that can be possible, you don't even see it. That's how fast the execution of these pro players is right now in this match. We're seeing really high level plays on both sides, but this round was won by blue team. Seems like red team though, with the advantage of the draft, can also take back this advantage, stopping blue team from getting a momentum and trying to get that orb secured. They get it. That's 1 orb for the red team. They're trying to just to win the game and secure the king's place. Red team needs to get that place right now if they want to get ahead of Shiny Crusaders, because if they don't, they're going to be on 1 life as every other team in the tournament, and Shiny Crusaders will be able to be at a ridiculous 3 life advantage. So red team has a really lot of pressure to win here. They're almost obligated to win if they want to have a chance to win the whole tournament. And seems like they're doing it very well with the ult double cast air and the shield not being long enough to protect them from the Croak ults. Seems like they have iframed it, but we have a really big split here on the map.
It's really impressive to see how well both teams are at punishing. They turn on people very quickly. In that previous round, we saw Taya just overcommit to try and finish off Sunset, and he didn't manage to get it. But you see here, Sunset finally being punished. And at the same time, this Anti-Mind's just been chasing down this Blossom. They're going to get the kill here. It looks like blue team, despite losing their teammate first, is going to be able to win this.
Look at this other stun, just Human getting those stuns instantly in the match. Like, we got some people in the chat criticizing that strategy, saying you have no tree after you do this, but look at how effective it is, getting those instant stun from Human. I haven't seen Blossom players do that in ages. Like, it's really impressive. You know, we had players that obviously, like, I don't know, maybe they don't practice that strategy, and it's true that it's pretty risky to use that EQ combo with the instant stun. I have to like give you that point, but look at how effective it has been against the red team.
It's
and
just,
has been
it's just
securing
been so
a long
disruptive.
jump.
The trade-off of not having healing doesn't matter if you're going to be able to team combo off that and just kill someone right off the bat from it. And just the amount of disruption it provides, it allows you to be almost like a Rook M2, just anywhere you want. It's incredibly strong if done correctly, and Jumon's just, as we can see, extremely good at using it correctly. We see a huge punish on Alicia. Out of
and
nowhere,
that
she's
was
already below half health.
Yeah, that's the danger of Taya. Look at this range. She can just catch them off guard and get them like to half HP without even spending any energy. And there we go, the kill. That's the draft advantage paying off here and really just getting an easy round. Blue team really has to do the best they can to just get back in this match. But seems like Yuimon's insta stance are not going to be helping them this round because he doesn't even has time, and now he doesn't has enough ally support to allow himself to use those stunts because he has to keep his trees to heal himself and tank a little bit. And the Taya is too much of a menace because her boomerangs go through the trees and apply double damage on the two throws. And that's just amazing, seeing red team just winning this run so easily, like if they always has done it all their lives, you know. This is so natural. This synergy coming in the red team, really impressive. Just saying no to that blue team who was getting 2 round 1 in a row. Taking him back, trying to reset, maybe getting an orb. Crow's gonna try to steal here, but I think he's just gonna get executed. Here we go.
Good fight put up from Anti Your Mind. It lived for way longer than everyone expected.
Yeah.
Doing a very good job of just being slippery. Just exactly what he embodies Croak quite well there. Although he does lose.
True. You gotta put up a fight. I'm not sure. I mean, when I see some players 1v3 just being AFK, I mean they're right, but it's always good, to kind of show you're still in the match, even if you're not gonna win the 1v3 because you have good players against you. You're not in casual. You can't 1v3, but showing that you're still fighting can be good for your team. Make your team members realize that you're still in the match, that they can use your potential to create some gaps in the enemy strategy. That's always good for the morale to fight those last standing 1v3s, even if you're gonna lose them.
Yeah.
So here we go with blue team engage. Red team trying to get some good stuns with the Taya. Croak going in very deep, getting an incap, getting a stun, and here we go. That's Croak dive was really more valuable, but since Enter Your Mind was 1v2, his team wasn't able to combo that, and seems like Enter Your Mind has an earlier ult here, and it's gonna try to make them use their CDs. Maybe he's gonna come back on Croak. I wonder who he's gonna go on. We got a double ult also from Yoamon, who's able now to get the orb with an X space, gets instantly the energy back from the orb. We got a stun on the Croak, but Croak getting punished, getting back, getting healed by the Blossom. Really impressive and fast match, mate. This is very hard to cast. There's so much happening at the time. And here we go with a really high speed plays, double shields by Alicia. The orb getting snagged by a red team, first orb for them this round. Maybe they can seal the deal and get this round. Use their draft advantage to get this match. Here we go, Hiram with the energy advantage and the ult. Seems like he just touched one person with his ult, but Human was shielded by his team. Now the energy advantage is switching over slowly to blue team as red team is using their energy back. Seems like blue team gets the orb, so now they can just create a gap, but they need an occasion. They need right now to create just this little stun, this little CC. That's an incapacitate. Maybe Yuemin can ult, but he was too much far away. Tried to do his combo, but Croak body blocked and stopped the bloom from exploding. Instead, finish here.
What a turnaround!
Man, really impressive from blue team, but the Crow getting trade kill. Oh, that's tragic from blue team. They just had this round and now it's slipping away into their hands. Let's see, is blue team going to be able to just seal the deal, and red team Are they gonna be able to just win this round? Oh, it seems like Blossom's freeze getting comboed here. Human trying to heal back and push the Croak away with her R. Alyssa trying to execute, but Blossom, Red Blossom shielding here on the other side, getting a stun. Oh, the orb getting still by Human. Really good orb control here. Seems like Blue Team can win this round, and they get the kill on the Hydra. Really good play from Blue Team. Really intense fights. What a double kill here.
What
that
a
was really
round.
intense.
That was incredible. Blue team had such good orb control that round. I don't know how they managed to snatch it away from a tile almost every single time. That was very impressive.
The experience from those players is just amazing. I'm gonna let you cast this last round and set up the next match, but oh my god, what a match! What teams, what players! My god, this is really just an amazing tournament.
That was an absolutely incredible round. Just Blue team, despite being overall damaged as the rounds went on, they were just looking for that one moment where they could find a good combo and completely shut down Dodongo here. As you can see, both Croaks being very disruptive here, both going for the same sorts of combos, but at the same time, Taya can just turn around and get an instant bit of burst damage, like on that Elysia there. That's really the draft advantage coming into play here. Both Croaks being very disruptive, but at the same time, Pinky just dealing so much damage, punishing the Elysia. And then when the Elysia runs away, he can just turn back and go for that Croak. It's really showing off how Taya is just so much better than Elysia in this sort of comp. You see, at the same time, Croak taking so much damage here. Sunset being punished as well by his grab, and now Pinky ulting. He's gonna look to go in, but he's just taking so much damage. He's gonna lose the ult and an extra bit of extra hit. Croak trying to punish here. As you can see, Elysia spent so much time running away that he hasn't been able to damage Hizgram that much. Just there hasn't been enough punish on the Hizgram here. He's just getting away with so much, setting up so many combos. Is he trying to communicate there, but the camouflage came in just a bit late. They've pushed them completely out onto the side of the map here. Croak trying to come in for a team combo, but the rest of the team is just so far away. They just didn't deal enough damage. They had to commit so far to get in there, and now Taya can just run in and punish. Croak looking for another combo here, but having to space out of his own camouflage. A nice team combo there, getting his grab low, but it's just catching up. It's not even getting further ahead. They really need to focus their damage down on someone. Blossom getting low there, but at the same time, Sunset is getting so low at the same time. Both Blossom ults coming out here just to punish the people aggressing on them. Croak dies first.
Both getting the kill, amazing.
This could be Blue Team completely turning around. What a comeback! Wow. I thought Blue Team was completely out of this match after those last few rounds, but wow, their ability to just completely turn this around.
Just amazing.
They just somehow stay alive through everything. They get bursted early, but that doesn't matter because at the end of the round, they're the ones who come out on top. The amount of times that they completely dodge or push away the aggression from Dodongo was just so impressive.
And here we go with another win for Dodongo, putting them at 3 wins and getting back the king spots. I'm gonna update that real quick. Well, we can switch on the Myro page. It's gonna be a great market night. That's the last map. I'm gonna put a cross over it. Here we go. I already did it just after to show that the map pool is gonna reset. So the team that's gonna win this match right now will be able to choose the next match map. So the match that's coming right now is going to be really crucial. And also for Bericus Paladin, it's their last life. So if they want to stay in this tournament, they're going to have to win this match. It's going to be really crucial for them. They're joining the lobby as we're speaking. And it's going to be a really high pressure matches from now. The tournament's going to get even crazier. I mean, at the beginning we had really pretty calm match. Players were really like doing casual plays, but now we got insane plays since the last 2 match. It is getting just more and more intense. So here we go. We're switching on the new maps. That's the Great Market map. It's a very open, very wide map. So we're going to see how players do on this one. Here we go.
You'll need to move the Blossom ban over Shiny Crusaders, who got because it was Shiny Crusaders who came through, not Dododunga. Because currently the perma-ban is over Blossom. Is Blossom.
No, it's a targeted ban on the Dunga, right? Because
No.
they're the. Oh no, yeah, my bad. No, yeah. So they're really on the top of this tournament right now.
Yeah, they seem to be, despite how incredibly close that last game was, they still seem to be so dominant. In those last rounds, it seems they really just got a very clean read and managed to come back. We were scared that they were going to get killed, but they just somehow managed to live through everything. It's so impressive to see. That must have been incredibly intense in those last couple seconds of each round. Just the amount of stress you put under when you're so low, you're up against a tire, and then you pull out a team combo like that. Just so incredible.
Okay, so we got here Barika's Paladin asking for Asia servers, but since the default region is Hong Kong, we're gonna have to settle on Hong Kong. Both teams have to agree to play on different servers, so seems like the match is going to start. We're gonna start the draft soon also. So here we go, Shiny Crusaders against Barika's Paladins. I'm gonna send the link to the chat right now. Here we go with the view link. So what do you think about this matchup? Do you think Barika's Paladin can hold against the insane composition of Shiny Crusaders, even though Shiny Crusader has been winning a lot, but they still have a lot of bans on them, right?
You never know. Barika's Paladins have many tricks they can pull out. I know that Taxi, Shiny Knight, and Marv are all very well known for their gimmicks, so it'll be interesting to see if they can pull out some silly comp that you may doubt at first, but in reality might be very, very threatening.
Yeah, just sending the captain links right now. Here we go, the draft's gonna start. Here you go, both team captains are gonna have to think about the draft now. They're logging into the draft tool. They've been doing really good, by the way. We have not seen any mistakes on the drafts yet, and I'm really happy about that. And I think we've been having good pace. I don't know how the audience feel about that, but I'm really happy that we can just get those matches going, and just with a little, the less downtime possible between every match. Because I just don't want to waste this amazing matches, and I just want the downtime to be as short as possible. But you know, the draft is also important, so let's watch this draft going on. And by the way, while we have this little time off, seems like somebody is having a problem with the drafts. Let's check on this. Gonna check that with the admin link. You know, that happens sometimes. Yeah, it seems like we're waiting on red team captain. I'm gonna give another link.
Alright. Well, it'll be interesting to see how they're going to approach the draft. We see, I wouldn't be surprised to see an Malaysia ban here. Malaysia just seems to be the common, a common choice as a response. After Blossom being perma-banned, Malaysia seems like the next most picked champion that Shiny Crusaders have been playing.
Yeah, here we go.
Maybe they could. Maybe we might see a Croak ban as well. Just because they might be scared of the coordinated team combos that could come out of Shiny Crusaders.
Yeah, I think like we're getting to a point where Shiny Crusaders have lots of ban on them, so it's gonna be really hard for them to adapt. So right now, the teams are trying to lock in. Here we go. We're waiting on both teams actually. So seems like the draft tool has reset for whatever reason.
Oh, okay. So
yeah,
I'll just switch back to the bracket then. Now with 4 bans on Shiny Crusaders, they really are running out of options here.
Yeah, true. It's getting pretty tight in their position.
It looks like they'll be forced to use some more unique supports. You could even see a Lucy ban, say, if the Baruka's Paladins are worried about that. Sort of completely denying the more general support selections.
Here we go with the draft tool going on.
All right. As I've said, our first 2 bans are Lucy and Elysia. Of course, denying out almost every single main support. With both the perma bans and the regular bans here.
Yeah, we're starting to having 6 bans. That's really a lot. Imagine having 6 bans on your teams. There are only like 22, 23 champions in the game, I believe.
That's
6
getting rid of a
bans.
very large pool.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Starting to be, really heavy for some champions. I mean, the healer and every category of champion can be only have 2 bans on them. So you can maximum have 4 bans targeted on one type of champion, but that's enough, to disable any player.
Yeah.
So those last matches are gonna be really hard for the shiny Crusaders to win.
With such
And I think they won't unlock very fast the good characters they have yet. So let's see this on the first picks.
With such a small pool of supports, you're going to kind of be forced into going for a specific playstyle. Say, being forced to pick like Ulrich or Sirius. It's going to be very tough for Shiny Crusaders to be more general in their drafting. They're going to have to be very focused, which is something that you can take heavy advantage of in the draft phase. A Mako coming out as your first choice, very aggressive, and very burst heavy, but also at the same time has the chance to be caught out if too aggressive. So,
but I mean, caught out by who? They don't have a Shenrao, they don't have a Rook, they can't have a Polma, and they can't have a Blossom. I mean, with those bans, picking Mako could actually be a very good choice. Really depends on what how the Shiny Crusaders are going to react.
True.
So everything could happen, really. I still think that you're right, because Mako can be a little bit vulnerable, but he also has so many CCs that with a good range, a good hard finisher, he's going to be really deadly.
I'm surprised we haven't seen an Esmo yet. I know that lots of people seem to favor Esmo, at least in the games that I've played, where he is very good at catching people out, but doesn't necessarily have the most burst damage. Where you could always see Esmo as someone who's very good at catching people out with his CC and good maneuverability to always be in someone's face. A Pearl support. That is our first Pearl we've seen so far. Pearl Mako, very disruptive. You're going to see lots of CC coming out of them. But a Freya right back. Something very aggressive. Freya, as we've seen, is essentially a staple of the Asian meta. Where almost every melee player plays a Freya.
Yeah, true. Freya is just so deadly, and I think Sunset is the Shiny Crusaders melee players, right?
I think they go back and forth. Antium Mind's been playing Kurok, and he might
Yeah,
be
true.
the main melee.
Let's see how this Freya is doing this match. Who plays her? Who's gonna play this Freya? And who's gonna play the Pearl? We haven't seen any Pearl, any Bakos, I think, in this tournament, right?
No, we have seen none of them so far. I mean, as I said, you never know. Baruka's Paladins, they have their gimmicks, and this could be one of them. For all you know, you're gonna get an absurd next pick.
But let's see, let's see. We had a range coming up next, but maybe it's gonna be a double melee. We have a Lucy against them. And here we go with the
Ashka and
double.
Ashka. Ashka is very good against Bako here, very punishing. So
Just
that is your catch out that you were wondering about.
yeah. I didn't see a lot of double melees. I mean, double melee is pretty dumb, but I love to watch the double melee matches. But you know, it's never gonna happen because it's not viable strategically. So here we go with the match starting. Players are eager to start, and as we're starting this match, I would like to thank again our sponsors. Firstly, all the people that contributed to the cash prizes. Then Stunlock Studios for the in-game prizes that will go to the players that will win those matches. They're winning in-game prizes depending on the number of wins they get. And we also have a special bounties such as the Vince bounty, which is a bounty for the team that has been dethroning the most times the king. And we also have been greeted with the show match with Oceania region players against Asia region players. That was brought to a thanks to our other donor. So yeah, thank you from everybody. That was just really nice to just donate and make this happen, make this possible. And thank you, by the way, to Mako, who has been organizing this tournament and just putting so much time and just so much organization in this and making this Asia region really tournament happen. That was that was really an exploit in my eyes. You know, I'm just so happy to commentate this. This is so rare, so precious. Seeing all those players making insane plays, and just thank you everybody for your time and just passing by, seeing this. That's really nice. And thank you to all our sponsors. Yeah.
I'm interested to see here. Shiny going for a strange build in my eyes, going for a mobile defense and a heroic leap here. Looking to be very aggressive, it seems. Very mobile, always either up in your face or back with his team. Interested to see so far. Shiny really isn't going for anything, despite there being a couple walls for him to slam up against. He just seems to be waiting for Anti-Your-Mind to come in. And they are going completely onto the Freya right now, but in the same time, Bako is just taking so much damage. Anti-Your-Mind diving in, but he's so low. Shiny's going straight for him.
Oh, look at this combo, the incap from Bako and then the stun from the Ashka. Marvelous here, creating Taxi here, creating some value, and the silences from Marvelous coming in, but Bako is already so low HP. Look at this, how did he lose so much? I didn't even see that, that was so sneaky. Here we go with the silence and the kill getting done by blue team. Ashka has an ult, she can finish here, but she has to be careful to not get destroyed by the enemy team, but seems like they get a kill with
that
the ult from Ashka.
That combo was absurd. I think, man, Baruka's Paladins had a good start there, but they really just fell apart the second that Shiny started taking a lot of damage. They were making some pretty good aggressive plays, but as we talked about, Bako is just so vulnerable. After using all of his abilities, he really has nothing he can do. And with Pearl here, Pearl can't exactly help you that much. He doesn't have that much peel. It's very dangerous for the Bako in this situation. You can just be turned on the second you waste your cooldowns. It just seems like, while yes, Baruka's Paladins have a great offensive comp, they just don't have good peel for their teammates. There's no...
I mean, they do, but it's gonna be harder because it's not like a zone peel. You know, it's hard for Bako to engage and get back to the backline at the same times. Really experienced Bakos can manage this, but it's really hard. We gotta give props to the Bako who's trying all he can to get this peeling in and just try to just shield for his team as well as attacking at the same time. And look at these combos getting done on the enemy Freya, who has nothing right now. And here we go with the red team being a little bit cornered here on the right side corner of the market. And here we go with the blue team and the Inca from Freya. They're going to try to snag the orb, but it's an execution on Shiny. What an incredible match.
Something interesting to note here is that despite Shiny taking so much damage, the health pools overall have been surprisingly even. Taxi and Marv are just doing so much damage to everyone else. You can see across the board, everyone's lost a considerable amount of health. So Shiny definitely is. Shiny's definitely taking the brunt of things, but it doesn't mean the rest of his team isn't doing a lot there.
Wins the round.
I just feel that if they could possibly pull off a couple more combos, then they could definitely be in the lead here, or pull out a round. Meanwhile, Shiny Crusaders are just being very strong, very oppressive. They're just completely shutting down Shiny. Every time he tries to do something, they just turn on him. And while Taxi and Marv are clearly trying their best, it just doesn't seem to be enough with the amount of pressure and the amount of pressure and punish that Ash and Freya have.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And here we go with the early silences from the Pearl. Maybe she should have kept them, I don't know. Here we go with double panic from Lucy. Seems like Blue Team, no matter how many champions they have banned, they can still figure out a good comp to play. That's really just a really good drafting. And here we go with the Berrican's Paladin standing here on the top right of the map, getting poked by Ashka from a distance, and the XE getting the snare on. Ooh, good stun, but that's the barrier on the Ashka here. She's just getting so much damage with the Ignite, the M2, the Qs. It's just being insane right now, and Berrican's Paladin are being pushed back on the top side of the map. And that's just like, look at this control. Oh, failed ult from Sunset though, maybe an occasion for the red team, but Shiny Knight is too low HP again. Seems like Mako isn't made to hold that kind of front line with Lucy and Ashka comboing so meanly, getting those panics and Qs in. That's just so much damage. What do you think about this?
Blue team wins the round.
Well, it's very interesting to see. Shiny seems very capable. They're clearly capable of doing a lot of damage here. It's just that when they try and actually go in for something, they don't seem to be on the same page. You see with that stun there, Shiny went all in, used a lot of abilities to deal with Sunset there, but then at the same time, Taxi and Marv were just not helping Shiny out at all. I feel like some better communication would do a lot for this team right now.
3, 2, 1.
They really seem to be in a bit more of a confused panic instead of the clearly very calm and coordinated gameplay of Shiny Crusaders right now.
But you know, I think like Berrican's Paladins are just being true Paladins. You know, they're playing with their hearts. Where you know, they're just going and playing the game, having fun. You know, they're just trying as hard as they can and going in with a good play with the spectacular Mako gems.
They're doing a lot of damage here, actually.
Yeah, they're just doing really good, but it's really hard to just get through that methodical defense of the blue team. And it seems like just red team are amazing players here right now. They might get a kill on Ashka, but it's still really hard to beat that experienced teams against you, because blue team can't be underestimated here. It's not that red team is playing badly, it's just blue team being really, really good, you know. So I think, yeah, it's gonna be really hard. And even if they had draft advantage at the beginning, and now they don't have draft advantage because I'm not sure if Mako is the best pick in there, but playing Mako in a pro tournament against this kind of comp can be also really spectacular, like this play with a Mako ult trying to get something done but gets executed by Freya. That's a shame. Really nice try though from red team. Berrican's Paladins trying to score a point, but it's not gonna be this round, maybe the next one. Here we go, blue team trying to execute the red team. And that's gonna be it for this round. Oh, the double snare, look at this. That's such a heavy snare with the sticky goo, the ult that just gives a bigger snare to the blue team. Really nice.
That was a very smart play from Shiny there. He managed to control the orb, he ulted Freya extremely far away from the rest of her team. But I feel like the same problem was there. The rest of his team just wasn't helping him. I feel like they're clearly very capable. And they're just one step away from finishing someone off. They just need to be able to coordinate, turn around, and go, "Hey, look, I got this Freya way out of position. Let's go kill her." Yeah, it's really quite a shame to see.
Yeah.
But
Here we go now.
2, 1, fight.
there's
The
a
run will
lot
be started.
there's a lot of good work putting into this. It's just that at the end of the day, one bit of execution goes wrong, and you can't really fare well against a team that's just so so consistent, like Shiny Crusaders is.
Yeah, that's true. And here we go with the Bericus Paladin, getting some good value, but also getting traded back. Look at this M2's getting in from Mako. Taxi has to follow, not focus on the Freya right now to get some punish. He gets incapped by the Freya. Ooh, that's really a shame. He tries to space away, but gets a good petrify actually. That could be really good for the red team. Maybe round robin. No, the Ashke Q getting them executed.
Ouch.
Ooh, that was really bad.
It's a shame.
Here we go.
Unlucky round for Shiny Knight there. He tried to make an approach, but just completely shut down. You see, in previous rounds they had a lot better of a time, but in that one it was just he just got completely dominated.
And
That's a-
Bericus Paladin is getting executed here, and they're out of the tournament now. Well played, very good matches from Bericus Paladins. We're gonna update that mirror page right now. Well, it's glad to having you on the show, guys.
They put up a
really
good
nice
fight.
place. Yeah.
Well done.
And GG everybody for that match. That was really nice. So here we go with the 5 wins for the Shiny Crusaders, who are on top of this tournament right now. Just showing off an incredible team synergy.
Yeah, it's amazing how well they work together, and just the amount of plays that they make during those games, and the pressure they can put on. It's just so
Here
absurd.
we go. Can you move Clarny into the room?
Alright,
I'm
sure.
gonna try to have him in. Seems like I'm not able to
I
move him
can't
right
seem
now.
to do it either.
Okay, so I'm gonna set up the next draft. Let's see if you can try to figure out this situation.
Alright.
Okay, so I still need the map ban and pick from the Grey Seekers. I have the Grey Seekers here. Okay, they just gave me some Blackstone, and they're gonna ban Alicia. So here we go. Blackstone Arena Night, I believe. Oh no, it's a day. Okay, the map's just resets. And here we go with the drafting links. Gonna give the view in the chat here for you when you want to take it. And it's gonna be a ban Alicia. I'm gonna update that. Oh my god, look at those these amounts of bans. We already have 2 supports being banned and 2 ranges being banned on the Shiny Crusaders. Next ban, if they get one, will be a melee ban, and they will have a total of 6 ban if there's a next ban, if they win this match. But maybe Grey Seekers can win this. I think they have a pretty good chance actually, because they did put up a great fight last time, so they can be pretty deadly on this match. Let's see how this turns out. Here we go.
Hopefully Gracie can make a good swing here and maybe and dethrone Shiny Crusaders. They're clearly going on a crusade here, just completely dominating the rest of this, the rest of the competition here. Well, not necessarily dominating Dududunga, but really putting up a strong fight. Doing a great job of adapting and analyzing the play, analyzing how the opponents play.
Here we go. Did you succeed to get Clarny in?
I still can't.
Yeah, we can't move in. How could we solve that? Should we make a call real quick? I don't know.
I'm not sure. I mean,
We have still a little bit of time, still
Yeah.
till the team are going to draft. So let's make a decision right now. Whatever you're comfortable with. I don't know if Mako's online right now. If Mako can give us the terms.
Mako's here, he's trying to, but I think we could probably just make a call for a second.
Okay, so let's chill a little bit. Grey Seekers actually have to concentrate here. Let's give them a minute. So, yeah, here we go. That's nice.
Welcome,
Clarny.
Hello, I could join, apparently.
Nice.
Said it was locked at first. Hey, but we're good now. What's up?
Yeah, that's really cool. So here we go. I think the draft is actually going on right now. I'm gonna check the admin link.
They can't seem to.
Yeah, I think they both have links. We're just waiting on the ripped captain.
I say the draft link is broken.
Oh yeah, you just click on the previous one. I didn't drop it yet. It can get confusing because
Yeah.
I'm dropping a lot of links and stuff. And tip captains, it's the first time that they do this, so I'm not blaming them. They have been doing really well, not banning champions that are already banned, not picking that champions that are banned. So yeah, I want to say thank you to all players for being so cooperative, so friendly, just giving good information, and just that's really nice overall.
Yeah, trying to work through this just as fast as we are. I appreciate that. Because it's very easy in a high stress situation to get a bit heated, but you guys are calm and collected, and want to work through this just as much as we want to.
Oh yeah. Oh my bad. We gotta invite the new captain. Oh, that's Grey Seekers. I was just sending the link to the wrong person. That was actually my bad.
All right.
So,
And don't you worry, man.
Just let the other team do the picks and bans for him.
yeah, so it's gonna be Lord last year. I just saw Taxi in the lobby and I just thought he was a team captain. My bad. So yeah, thank you. Just Taxi, just get the
Yep.
room. Here we go. Gonna link that to the good captain. Whew, it's getting overwhelming.
That's fine, man. Don't you worry. That's all good.
But we are having a very nice tournament. I'm really happy about that. Just amazing comments from you guys. And we have Clarny now, so Clarny, please carry the casting with it.
I'll do my best. I don't know how good I'll be, like, probably casting, but I'll do my best trying to come with input and stuff about anything and everything we have questions about, really.
Seeing the experience you have on the game, I'm just really glad to have you here to cast. Just gotta check on the map. I think we have the wrong map right now. So here we go.
Both bans coming out now. Pestilus and Ashka. Makes sense to ban Ashka here. It is really their only ranged DPS option that we've seen them play. They could pull out a Destiny, now you never know. But Ashka being banned out here, they just want to get rid of every single option they have of the ranged DPS with good punish. Pestilus, I'm not exactly sure. I'd assume that people on some of the players on the Grey Seekers are Pestilus mains or specialists who like to play Pest a lot. So getting rid of one of the supports that they might like to play. As we move into the first phase of picks here.
It's not very nice to have a mirror match, but I think Grey Seekers are going to be pretty free to pick all the champions that are banned on the other side. I mean, now is the time to abuse the fact that you can just pick Alicia, Shinrao, Blossom. You just got a free Alicia Blossom with no mirror on the other side, so yeah, now it's the time to just try and abuse the bans that are weighing on Shiny Crusaders. What do you think about this, Clarny? Seeing the format right now, I don't know if you can look at the Myro page on the stream overlay, just very quickly, so people can see how band work.
As you can see, Shiny Crusaders being so dominant, they have 5 bans of them already. No Shinrao, no Paloma, no Rook, no Blossom, and no Elysia now.
Yeah, that's a lot of hard bans.
That gets rid of a lot of their options.
I like this Grey Seeker picks right now, though, where they have Luciasmo, because that backline is really strong. You might be a little bit worried that the enemy team has Jade, but I don't know. Personally, I think the Jade is decent into Esmo, but I hear a lot of people that actually says Esmo is really good into Jade.
Yeah, I mean,
so
we'll have to see.
I think with the rights on the grab, the dark blue grab, that gives an amazing range. Plus the purple grab, I believe it is, on the Esmo.
You always pick the long range and the silence on Esmo.
Yeah, that's just insane. That's like a grab so long you can just pick some player around the map, and since Jade is often really far, picking that when you're playing Esmo with the extra range also on the E after the shackles can extend your range, so it can be really powerful against the Jets, able to pick them really far away. When you're fighting an Esmo, especially in this type of open maps like Blackstone, you can just grab people away from really far, so that might create some value. That might be a very good pick into shiny Crusaders, able maybe to break their methodical and just merciless formation.
Alright, we see classic, the classic Asian melee picks up the Rook and Raigon of Band, just 2 Freyas to round up the comps. Generally good setup. With Esmo and Jade, you can have a lot of punish there. And Pearl Lucy, I'm interested to see how Pearl's going to stack up against Lucy in this matchup.
In general, I'm really surprised that the Asian region is focusing so hard on like Freya, especially when one team already has Lucy. Because I feel like in EU and NA, that matchup would just be like, nah, I'm not gonna play Freya into a Lucy. It's just not gonna happen because Lucy just seem so good at against Freya that it basically makes Freya like really useless in a sense.
But it seems
But I
like
think
on this
Freya's just super hard.
Yeah, like that's a good point here. That's a really big difference. But I'm trying to find some explanations for why people are picking Freya into Lucy in Asia, and that might be because they're playing a double range with the M2, double M2. And here we go with the Sunset picking that double M2 right, with the red M2 and white M2, giving him 2 M2s, able to stack his statics from far away, really far. So if Lucy doesn't get double clear, she can't really out clear the Freya if Freya touches her shot. So that might be the reason why Sunset is picking Freya into Lucy. But yeah, that's a really good observation, Claren. You didn't really thought about that difference between EU, NA, and Asia.
The thing is, I feel like in this matchup as well, I just want to see Lucy and Esmo sit on ult. I want to see the Lucy ultimate just use randomly on Pearl, so Pearl has the space, and then just follow up with the Esmo ultimate after the Pearl space. Because that is something you can hard abuse.
We'll see if that comes out.
I wonder if there would be an ultimate on Lucy. Because I don't know if it combos well with the Esmo.
No, you don't have to pick that. You just want to use it so Pearl has the space.
Yeah, true.
So you just use it all randomly so Pearl has the space, and then you'll follow up with the Esmo ultimate afterwards. You can just dump the damage into it.
It seems like Pearl is using the resets on space with the bubble. So maybe with an insane reaction, she has... I don't think she really has time, but if she has a bubble up, she can still reset space and space 2 times. So things can turn around for blue team. But here we go with the really hard engage in this match. We're seeing a lot of snipes getting in. Look at all those Esmo shots getting stuck in the bubble here. Here we go with the Freya trying to get on the side of Sunset, getting some damage and being shielded by Lucy. Maybe too much of an early shield. Now Lucy doesn't have shield, but it's Freya that's going to be focused with a double counter. Really nice from Freya. We're seeing those shield sharing and like dispatching of shields being really valuable on the red team. They're being able to protect the one they want every time. Look at this Esmo shield again on the Freya. It's really good peeling at a distance, but looks like Lucy has been cornered here. But look at this double shield, Esmo and Lucy. Maybe wasting a little bit of value with a 60 HP shield, but still really good for the red team. But looks like blue team is still full HP. Look at this, they're just comboing and hitting them. No matter how many shields they have, look at this, they're just executing the Grey Seekers. Shiny Crusaders just destroying the teams along the way.
It's very interesting plays. You see, maybe picking Freya into Lucy is a bad idea, but picking Freya paired with a Pearl is just so good because you can guarantee counters and pull the enemies in without having to actually commit a very
big dive,
a defensive ability. You can really just drag them all towards you by getting a bubble into a counter, and that just completely destroys the positioning of red team here.
That's true. I didn't really think about that. Because with the drug of Freya, it's gonna be really easy for her to just counter in the bubble and get some projectiles on that counter.
And you can see
Yeah,
as
true.
a result, despite Red Team wanting to keep some distance and stay far away with Esmo, they just can't because of because they're constantly being pulled in, and that means that Lucy's in a bad position, Esmo's in a bad position, and Freya is also being pulled away from where she wants to be. But in this match, they're taking advantage of the fact that she's wasting counter with the bubble by just killing her the second the bubble ends. As you can see, Sunset taking so much damage, being killed off here, leaving the rest of the team almost at full health because of the amount of punish that they've been just laying down onto the Freya here. As we're now pulling in the Pearl, trying to punish before the bubble comes up. Now, great orb control from Blue Team. They're actually pulling this back. The Jade's doing so much damage to Lucy here. Esmo getting low, getting punished, but Esmo's just saving his ult here, not using his, choosing to not use his EX abilities, and it's saving for the ult in an attempt to catch out the Jade or Pearl when they don't have any answers. A huge Petrify combo here coming out of the Pearl. Now turning in, as Claudie said, there's an Esmo ult into a Lucy ult to punish the space usage, but not onto the Pearl here, instead onto the Jade. The amount of team combos that came out that round was absurd. Incredibly well played by Grey Seekers.
Yeah, Greyseeker's getting that point with style. Really well played.
I feel like they're actually playing it interestingly, where they're actually trying to go for Freya all the time. Or like punish Freya hard, the red team.
I think it's a good idea. Because,
apparently.
what you see is that to do the combo that Shiny Crusaders want to do, they're going to have to burn Pearl's best peel ability and Freya's counter. So after that, she's completely vulnerable, and Pearl can't exactly do much other than pop her R to do anything afterwards.
Yeah, it's a super smart idea for just being able to farm up from that state where you can just punish them super hard, which they did a lot. Just go for the Freya and make sure they stay safe. Otherwise, I thought they would have played it more where they would let Freya do whatever, and then would have just Lucy trying to keep away Freya alone for the whole game on whoever Freya went for. Which is a bit harder.
As you can see here, they're pulling off the exact same strategy. Just the Freya's burning her abilities to do that, and they just turn on her. It seems to be incredibly effective here. Esmo using his ult to guarantee the orb. And now putting a lot of pressure onto the backline. You would be surprised to see that the Freya isn't the one putting a lot of backline pressure. The Freya is just dueling with the enemy melee, while Esmo is acting more like a disruptive melee, just constantly being in the face of the enemy backline and zapping them down and disrupting them with the amount of CC he has.
But I mean, we still gotta give props to the blue team for just having such still a good synergy in this match while having so much bans on them. They literally have 7 bans on them right now, and look at how they're just trying to win this still, you know, like I don't know if I wouldn't even be able to play any champion with that many bans, because my team would have just 0 synergies. And look at this ult from
combo.
8 damage, insane.
It's amazing to think.
On the other side, maybe a trade kill on Jade, but now that's not gonna be enough.
This could be a 1v3 here. Esmo just has so much health compared to them. But then again, it is 3 against 1. You just don't have the amount of abilities. You just don't have enough abilities to deal with the amount that they have. And there you go, just completely overwhelmed. Even though he could have sniped one of them down, he just didn't have the opportunity to, because the amount of pressure they get.
I'm not sure that's the only way would have been to ult and then grab someone into the ults without being silent or interrupted by anybody. But that would have been like really hard to pull off, and they could still have dodged that also with their iframes. So yeah,
True.
I think too many CDs. In Battlerite, I think you can 1v2. That's pretty reasonable, but 3v1, yeah, you know, you're touching the limits here.
You have to kill someone very quickly, and they have to be very low.
3.
Exactly, you gotta be on the chase for the low HP.
Yeah, it's really hard in those situations. You just have to basically use everything to try to get a kill, and then you need to somehow survive after that, which is the even bigger problem.
Esmo baiting out 2 counters here, but not necessarily taking advantage of it. Instead of waiting for the next counters to come out. Esmo going for orb control here. This Freya, see, both Freyas are being punished quite significantly here. Where the second they go in, they waste their counter, they everyone seems to turn on them. Freya pulling in everyone there, but at the same time, you're just pulling everyone on top of you. That just means you're going to take more damage the second you lose your shields. It may ruin their positioning, but at the same time, you're essentially just giving them a free initiation on you. A huge ult combo into the Freya there, almost killing her. And actually finishing her off there.
The red team. Here we go, they're creating opportunities. Now the backline of the blue team is really vulnerable to the Esmo grabs. There's not any Freya now to protect them from being grabbed, but seems like they can still get some HP on Freya. Lucy needs to chill, they need to just reset a little bit. Red team not get picked here. Just, you know, gain a little bit of time, heal to max HP, and then just get in there and kill this duo. But still, Peril can be a really annoying champion, so you have to be careful not getting just killed like that.
Wow.
And blue team managed to get the orb. Look at this pressure they're applying. Shiny Crusaders surviving 2 versus 3, but it's really hard to red team to get back together since they have such low HP.
They're laying on so much pressure.
Back to a 2v3. Can they do it again? Oh my god, the Jade is low HP.
So low.
Value. He has an ultimate. He's blocking the off, but no, he's not going to be able to create that much value. They're all low HP. That could have been a thing. She has a double ult. She got the energy back, but ours for the protection gets grabbed by Esmo. Oh no, that's too much for that Pearl. Humans getting executed, but oh man, that was really intense. I really thought that the blue team was able to get that 2v3 at the moment. What do you think about it, Claren?
Oh, it was really close actually. It was one snipe that missed when I was when the product counter got hit at the same time. So that was just like kind of unlucky that they didn't pull off a kill there. But that was actually really close to 3.
This kind of plays just shows how much of a menace is the Shiny Crusaders team. Because like, even when you play in solo queue and you're getting 3v2s, you know, like you get 2 opponents just destroying your team. Even when you have numbers advantage, it's really a big hit for the mental, you know. You can never rest. Even if you have killed someone, you still need to give the best of yourself, and that's what Red Team is doing right now. They're trying to get those kills in, trying to get that damage. They have HP advantage right now, but it's a very slight one, and both teams are just healing and doing damage at the same time. The first orb is coming up and being captured by Red Team. That's a really good advantage. We see a lot of shields right here. And there we go, little split, but Jim has been doing really good formations. Jade is having some difficulties to get the values out of those snipes. And the Freya ults hitting a triple. Oh my god, I don't think it hit Pearl, but he used still 2 escapes, so now blue team has to reset and get those cooldowns back in their availability, you know. And there we go, the silence on Freya being just in-cap just after that. They're gonna try to punish it. We got a lot of projectiles in that bubble, and here we go with the Freya going back in.
Red team won the orb.
Red team taking the orb there, actually a very powerful swing for them. You see, things have been actually pretty even. Blue team has a lot of damage, but at the same time, red team could just whip out a combo at any time. You can never be too safe. The Freya getting extremely low here, but just backs off. Now getting a bit aggressive. Whoever takes this next orb here will probably win the round. Wow, a nice steal from red team there. Now going in with an ult, getting trying to punish but missing. Going for going to punish the Pearl there. A questionable decision when Freya and Jade also wasted their outs. And Freya attempting to back out of a bad situation, gets punished for it and gets picked off by a well-placed snipe.
It looks like a really snipe from Anti-Your-Mind, who has been the melee players for most of the matches in the Shiny Crusader, but is still doing fine as a Jade. That's really nice to see. We see a lot of loose here.
Wow, Freya getting killed here.
Survive for his Esmo. getting him the time to get the trade kill. That was really nice. And here we go. Maybe they can win this. This is still winnable for red team. They gotta get this orb though. Oh, the body block with the shield, and they get it. What a nice orb control for red team. Now they can finalists. They didn't get the kill. They should have the HP advantage, but no, they have used a lot of X spells in a very short amount of time. Now blue team is getting back with the advantage, but Lucy managed to grab the greens, getting back to that HP advantage. Oh my god, this is so close.
How is
This
Lucy
such a-
alive, man?
Yeah, man, she has stuff. Oh my god, look at
Stealing
this
the
Faria.
orb! Holy crap!
Yeah, the panic!
The panic!
That might be...
The ult! Oh my!
Yeah.
Greyseeker's turning this around completely! Jade dying! It looks like Greyseeker's gonna completely turn this around and kill Yui! What an incredible round!
That was so close. That was just
Red team wins
well
the
played, red
round.
team. Amazing.
Lord of Losing
I'm ready.
making so many great movement outplays there, dodging so much stuff. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that was insane. And just like Lucy's life just held on picking up 2 greens in the storm. She just like dodged 3 abilities, then walked up in the storm, dodged another one, and just got back to Esmo shielding him, you know? Like,
That is really insane how they actually just managed to pull that one off. Because
You gotta
even
ask-
at the start, it looked like they just had to use everything to try to kill someone, and somehow they just survived that and then got everything back together where they could just kind of fight again. Holy.
Those orb steals were just so well done. Lord of Lose slipping in those bolts when you least expect them, just getting that last hit on the orb, so crazy.
Asmo played the orb control there really well.
Blue team
I can do it.
claimed the orb.
Making great movement plays with the head with the shield there. But as we can see
But look,
in this round,
value Blue team's creating.
Blue team's going right back. They're dealing so much damage here, already down to 50% total health here on red team.
Blue team.
Here we go with the splits. Jade being cornered here. Is red team gonna be able to punish her enough? Leia seems like she's 2 HP, and now she gets healed by the Pearl really early enough to save her, and tries to get a snipe with the in cap. Oh, the clear was too late from the Lucy in red team. Double snare with the XE on Freya. Red team has an insane energy advantage right now. 3 ults coming up. They just need to combo them. Here we go with the Lucy ults. Esmo's pacing away. He's gonna try to get an ult now, but no, this is too short range. Maybe he's not used
So
to
close.
play Esmo. And here we go with the Freya. She can still get an ult now. She needs to put it now because they're gonna get their CDs back, but it doesn't seem like she wants to. She maybe kept 2 for the orb. That was a good decision. Red team gets the orb by saving these ultimates. Really nice foreshadowing from the Freya that just
Nice pull.
in that coming. Here we go. Nice pull indeed with the silence and the petrify from the Lucy. 1 HP. Look at this. The
This is
grub maybe
insane.
coming.
The amount of clutch plays coming out of Greyseekers right now is absurd.
Claimed the orb.
These guys are fired up after the last round. It looks like getting Sunset and Anti-Mine so low. Very oppressive ult there, completely denying the middle of the stage, but Freya's getting punished for it. Both Freya's extremely low here, but look at how much health, look at how much shield TKN does. And as it runs out, the Freya just kills her, but there could be a cross kill here. You never know, they could pull off another 2v3 here. Oh no.
Oh, I don't think. Look at this Esmo HP getting executed here with a stun. Lucy in the storm getting down. It's a 3-3. Blue team just stays in the run for now. They've been really doing really nice.
didn't like it.
I mean, we have red team doing really clutch plays on the right side, you know, doing amazing plays. But we gotta give props also to just blue team just keeping up, you know. When you see that on the enemy side, you can be demoralized, but not blue team, not the shiny Crusaders. They're here to win and they want to get this fight done. Really impressive plays.
Yeah, I feel like the red team is winning a lot of orbs.
2.
Like in a way where it's just like, how did they even manage to get that orb? And at that point, I don't know if that's something maybe the blue team can clean up a little bit. But honestly, I don't really see how. I feel like they're playing it pretty good, but it's just somehow the red team is managing to take all the orbs as well, which is just like really good for them.
Just so sneaky, leaving a single gap and the red team noticing that and taking advantage of it. So impressive. So yeah, pretty even so far overall with the trades. Esmo might get a good pull here. That's really up to see who gets the next big burst of damage. Lots of map control here given to blue team. Blue team manages to take the orb despite Esmo's ult. Now looking for a punish on the Jade though. Meanwhile, Freya's being petrified, completely denied. Chain crowd control there just to completely deny the Freya's existence. Now turning onto her, but the Jade gets caught out by a root, getting damaged again. Blue team with strong orb control there, completely denying a steal from Grey Seekers.
Here we go with the barrier responding to that Freya ult. They're trying to shield it. What do you think about this situation, Clowny? Who do you see winning right now? Oh! I just take back that question. Look how fast the Lucy got killed. It's really clear right now. Maybe red team can get the trade kill though.
Blue team managed to steal that orb there. Nice play by Anti Your Mind. And now you see they're punishing the Freya completely. Looks like it'll be 4-3. Wow. Man, you just never know who's gonna win these rounds until someone lands a crazy combo. It's just so intense.
Try being reasonable.
Yeah, both teams are doing really well, like punishing each other. Both teams are doing kind of defensive game style in the start, but then they just play for punish. And it's just like whoever does it better for the round is gonna win. It's just like really close rounds.
It seems like they're just sitting there waiting for a mistake to be made, and then they just open up and see how quickly they can just devour their opponents, and then it just becomes a bloodbath from there on out.
Yeah, this is a match point for blue team. So clearly, what would you do if you were a red team captain? What would be your strategy right now to clash this?
I would see them actually want to just go harder for Jade. I want to see both Esmo and Freya kind of run at Jade, and then I want to see the Lucy just deal with whoever the enemy Freya goes for. So the blue team's Freya, whoever he attacks, the Lucy should just heal off.
Freya being punished extremely heavily.
It seems like red team is managing this beginning of round really well. They didn't get that much of an HP advantage, but they have the energy now. And the orb is coming up, and it's really good to have almost double ults on those champions. And the grab from Esmo getting that orb, really powerful grab here. Here we go, putting red team on top for the moment. The shield on Lucy maybe being wasted on Freya. Here we go with another grab on Jade. They're going harder for Jade. Maybe they're listening to you, Clarny. And here we go with a shield from Esmo. And another grab again with the
one health.
Getting stacked up. Blue team 1 HP. That was so low HP. And here we go with the Lucy ult. Amazing value here. But now it seems like blue team still is loaded to do so much damage. That's so amazing. And Freya escaping the Esmo ult with her own ults. That was pretty unpredictable for the red team because it's hard to keep track of their energy levels in those kind of matches. Seems like blue team gets another orb. It's looking really bad for red team right now. This is getting more and more intense, and the pace of playing is getting faster and faster. Players are trying to react to each other, and here's Freya getting barrier, trying to get in with the jump, and gets a static here. The petrify on Jade, stopping her from sniping. Here we go with the counter, not getting proc. Oh, getting proc with the ult, getting the orb. Red team getting up, maybe is able to win this. There has to be some pressure on the Pearl right now. She's low HP, but Lucy gets punished first, and it's a kill for the blue team. It's gonna be really hard for the red team, and yeah, the Seekers get executed. It seems like it's gonna be another win, but Esmo ult creating some value here. Freya was not able to dodge that. Really good fight, man. What a match. 5-3 for 5-3 for Shiny Crusaders. GG everybody. That was insane.
That was incredible.
Yeah, all the rounds were really close. There was not I don't think there was a single round that was like, oh, this round was just won really early on. Every round was really close and could have gone almost however.
After seeing that 2v3, that was, you just never know. Grey Seekers could always pull something out of the bag. You could never count them out.
Here we go. We're waiting on the next map ban to see what the Dunga is going to play against the Shiny Crusaders. They're in a really bad position right now. It's going to be really hard for them. They have only one life against the Shiny Crusader. or who have 3 lives, but still a lot of bans. I think Dunga, who has been really a strong team since the beginning of the match, can pull this up, you know, with his gram and really strong picks. They only have 2 bans against 6 now, because they're gonna have the opportunity of banning new maps. So can you switch on the mirror page so teams can see what maps are left? We just played on Dragon Garden, right? I
Yes,
think.
we just played on Dragon Gun Knight.
So Dragon Garden is not dispensable, but all other maps can be picked right now. We're just waiting on the map. So map is going to be Daharin Battleground. Seems like it's a preferred map for the Dunga team.
Well,
Yeah, exactly.
Dududunga has a very strong and consistent ranged player in Pinky, so picking a very open map like Daharin Battlegrounds will be very preferable for him.
True, and they're gonna ban Lucy. They cannot ban Lucy right now. This ban has to be a melee ban. They're gonna have to work with that Lucy. So, because the maximum bans on every category has to be, you know, just
2.
just 2, you know, exactly.
Who sees?
So we're gonna
Maybe,
get
who knows?
there.
Maybe they'll ban out Freya or Raygon. We'll see.
Here we go. With this match, which could be the last match here? Might be.
Let's
Okay.
see if Dududunga pulls a massive reverse sweep and just completely destroys them.
I mean, I've seen the players they have. It's not too impossible.
Oh,
Okay, max ban on class is
never
3.
mind.
I just
So,
got this
they are banning Lucy here.
So they are banning Lucy. My bad.
There's a cash prize for dethroning the king the most times. So, currently, Shiny Crusaders dethroned the king once and just haven't been knocked off since.
Okay, so here we go. We're gonna create that draft. Gonna drop that view link. Yeah, just Shiny Crusaders have been just so consistent during this whole match, whole tournament. By the way, yeah.
It's so
And here
impressive.
we go with the Greyseekers being eliminated from this tournament. Last match.
Another a
2 to
very
6.
well fought game.
I mean, Shiny Crusaders really have been doing the dirty work here. They have been eliminating all the teams. It's true that Dudunga has been like taking 2 wins in the beginning, I think. Just getting
Yeah.
those lives up from the Greyseekers and Beruka, but Shiny Crusaders really have been just finishing them off. So let's see what's gonna happen now. Just drop a view link. Gonna drop the captain link soon.
I'm not sure what's going on with the draft here. Here we go. I don't know what's happening with the draft that's showing a finished draft here because I do not have any
Oh,
of
is
these
there a problem
open.
with
It
the
appears to
range?
be slightly broken.
Okay, I'm gonna refresh that link in a second.
A second.
Yeah, just switch on the Myro. Here we go. Another view link. Okay, that link should be working now.
All right.
I don't know. It should be the good link
Okay.
for me.
Works. All right.
Perfect.
Yeah, it works for me as well.
Okay, so let's wait on the captains to log in. They normally have received everything and they're getting ready to draft. It's really hard to fight that many matches, you know, because you're just thinking you have your reptilian brain at 100%, you know. You're there top notch with the reflexes, and then you have to just play a chess game around the bands, you know. So it's really tiring sports right now, tiring esports.
It's
Just,
such a different mindset you have to be in. Where, for one, you're gonna be all about reactions and thinking in the moment, and then here you have a lot more planning, strategic choices. It's just so you have to be able to switch between those very quickly, and especially after like the crazy momentum you get after that sort of game, just being able to sort of shut that down or pause it for a while as you go through strategic drafting is very impressive.
I wonder what the Shiny Crusaders are gonna play now. I don't know. They still have a Freya though. They might play a Freya.
Oh yeah.
But,
But
did it
got
get
banning
banned?
out Jade here. Interesting
Yeah,
choice.
I think. Yeah. Go on.
Anti Your Mind, she's been playing such a good Jade, landing so many great snipes, being so disruptive. Just the amount of damage he outputs is very impressive. So getting rid of that Jade, I think, is a very good idea. Because, as we see in those other games, it seems that the main target for punishing, or the most successful punishers, have always been on either the backliner or the melee. So getting rid of their strongest choice in the Jade is a very good idea.
That's true. But I think I'm expecting a Freya pick in the first pick for the Shiny Crusader. Because since they still have it, it has not been banned for them. So yeah. Oh no, they're picking Shifu actually. They never played it yet.
Shifu. This is the second time we've seen Shifu in the draft. At first he was banned out. Now we're finally getting to see it on Blackstone Day. Or if that is the map.
It is indeed an interesting first pick as well.
I think it's Dahar in Battlegrounds, right?
Oh yeah, on Daharan, even more confusing, I'd say. Where Shifu tends to enjoy going around with close walls, so we can use his spears to constantly be shifting around. But on Daharan Battlegrounds, it's extremely open. I'll be interested to see how he's going to play around it.
I have played Daharan Battlegrounds a little bit with Shifu when I was like trying to discover a little bit how he works and stuff, and all the kind of hidden rights and stuff. And I can tell it's still playable, because there are those walls who are very near to the greens and oranges.
Yeah, of course.
And you don't have like more additional walls, but you still have like very useful walls near the bonuses that the enemies are going to try to pick up. So if you're really smart as a Shifu player, you can try to wait the enemy on those bonuses and just go in with a recast on the E. So you just E on the wall, then you have a second E coming in, and you can just double, even quadruple E if you have the yellow rights on the hookshot. So it can be really nice to play Shifu on this map also. But the hook is not the most important part for Shifu. I think, still playable for Shifu there. But it's obviously harder than on some other maps.
Pearl and Croak coming out now. We have, looks like Dudodunga's going exactly for their comp that they almost beat Shiny Crusaders with before, with looking to go for a Lucy Croak Taya, it looks like. And then at the same time we have Shifu and Pearl. Pearl just a very annoying support, hard to deal with, always disruptive. So it's always going to be a chore to deal with her. And Shifu
is really
sort of
strong
in
with
the same
Shifu.
boat. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's really strong with Shifu as well, like the Pearl and Shifu combo, where you just are someone as Shifu, and they'll be incapped, and you'll just put the Pearl ultimate down.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, what are they
Confirmed
good?
hit. And after that, you basically just set up for a free combo after that.
Yeah.
And then it gets really hard to deal with.
Since Shifu is already just so like he can dodge everything with his space, he has his counter, and with addition to the it seems like there has been a Bosch picks, I think.
They picked Varesh after Varesh being banned.
Okay, we're gonna reserve that pick. So I'm actually gonna just check real quick. Let's wait.
So
I'm gonna have to override these votes. Here we go.
Lucy Croak Ashka was the comp they were originally going for. Very consistent, something they've already run before. Lots of good CC, some great team combos, and a lot of burst damage on that. Just a generally good all-round comp, and something we know that Dododunga is very good at playing.
I'm really surprised they would ban Varish when they went for that comp though.
Yeah, they might know.
The Lucy, Croak, and Ashko all is really, really good into Varish.
True. Maybe at the same time, they're not really expecting to use their ultimates that much. They're probably more focused on...
Since we have to be really focused on the rules right now. Since the final pick is botched, the enemy team has an extra ban against the botched pick. So that means that I think, we're going to reset the votes, and Shiny Crusaders are going to have an extra ban. So Shiny Crusaders...
Wait.
You have...
Wouldn't it be...
oh no, you don't have an extra ban.
It would be
you have an
Dododunga that has an extra ban.
Yeah.
So Shiny Crusaders has even less champions to work with now. On top of being so absurdly crippled by the amount of perma-bans they have. Fair enough, Yui. But I mean, there's got to be some sort of rule against it.
I'll see how far this can go. How deep their champion pool actually is.
Let's take a look back at the bracket here. So they have currently 6 champions banned out, and an extra 2 from the draft, and then a third one because of the botched pick. So they have 9 champions they can't use right now, which is absolutely absurd.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Getting rid of 9 champions is like what? Over a third of the cast.
The question is, what do you even go for here?
Yeah. Once you get
So
rid
they're
of
banning Ashka here.
So they're banning Ashka over top
We
of
can't
their...
really show that on our volley, but we'll just remember it.
So, pretty much 0 ranged champions available for Shiny Crusaders here. Their only real choices are, say, Iva.
Iva would actually be pretty good though.
True.
You know, it's kind of bad into... It's really good into Lucy, and it's good into Pro. It's really bad into Ashka, but... Destiny is also fine.
But they're picking Destiny instead. Destiny can work just as well.
Yeah. It's also a really good pick here.
Alright. Well, despite the bit of the stuff up on the draft, and the absurd amount of bans coming towards Shiny Crusaders, it looks like they pulled out a good comp anyway.
So they managed to.
Sorry. You go ahead.
Oh no, I was down there.
Here we go, we're gonna start. They're hiring Knight, right? Everything good to go. Yeah. Okay, let's go.
So...
I'm really glad that we solved that situation.
Yeah.
And you messaged me as soon as he botched the pick. That was nice from him. I just wasn't fast enough to post the votes and just hide that choice.
Oh, don't you worry.
But you know, that was also pretty obvious from his Grams teams that they were going to pick Ashka for the Croak Ashka Lucy combo. That was very good. So that's going to be a very peculiar match from Shiny Crusaders. But if they lose this, they can still perma-ban another champion and choose a map. So the more and more we go further in this tournament, the more the bans have an impact, and the harder it's going to be for the Shiny Crusaders, because they are in a really bad position. They have stacked a lot of bans. They can't really choose a map. They have to get 1 win, but each time they lose, it's going to get even harder for them, because you know, each team has got to win now. And since Shiny Crusader have still 3 lives, it's also going to be really hard for the Dunga right now, or should I say Dududunga.
Pinky looks like going for the same build here of the heavy ignite, looking to just completely burn down this comp from Shiny Crusaders.
The only real change he's doing in like what you usually go as Ashka is just the Q, but or the Inferno, right? The Q, more damage one. But that one is also like really common. So usually you want to go the space movement speed, but I think versus this comp it's really fine going this actually. We just play versus Pearl and Destiny.
I mean, the extra movement speed isn't necessarily that important if you're being, like, chased down by a Shifu or a Destiny. They're just so fast, they're gonna catch up to you regardless of how fast you move.
Yeah.
So here we go. Can the Shiny Crusader just play this out? Seems like Sunset has been playing Destiny though, with those pretty skins. I think, in my opinion, that Destiny skin is the best in the game. But you know, that's personal opinion. So yeah, let's watch this match happening right now. Just before our eyes, and here we go. The first orb pick on Shifu. Seems like Blue Team still has really solid characters right now. Like, even with 9 bans, look at this. They're just popping up already on ult on Destiny's side. She's gonna look for a good bounce, but maybe she just can't get enough value for now, and they still have their escapes. Picky's trying to get away, and Hizram's getting in. Ooh, good ult on the orb, securing that orb. Seems like Sunset is maybe not experienced enough on Destiny to get those bounces, which are really hard to get. And they're trying to get some value, but seems like Your Mind is really comfortable with that Shifu pick, and is trying to get a lot of damage, getting pushed away by the battle and the clear from Lucy. Yeah, I think the most disadvantage in this match are Sunset and Yuiman, because of all the bans. They're just not playing champions they're maybe just very comfortable with and getting comboed a lot, so it's going to be more valuable to put pressure on them. And you see Destiny is just dying here. Even if Shifu's creating so much value on his side, it's not going to be enough yet. Here we go, the Readiness trying to get that orb combo. We see a really good use of Readiness to get those orbs and to get the damage in, but it's not enough against the Dunga. Or should I say, the Dunga getting that killed and comboing with a trade kill from Shifu. Really impressive, but missing that Kutas is going to be his death. Really well played. I mean, seeing that Blue Team holding on with this amazing Shifu they have been hiding the whole tournament.
Look at the stats here. You see Shifu just did so much that round, but at the same time, when what Shifu does in damage, he lacks in support for his team, and in the meantime, his aggression was just being ignored by Dududunga. They just went all in and did so much damage to both Sunset and Yuimon in the meantime.
Yeah, I think they're playing it well, the red team here, where they just let the Lucy kind of deal with the Shifu and soak up all his pressure, while Pinky and his Scrum is just constantly punishing the enemy team.
Because Shifu may be dealing a lot of damage, but at the same time, Lucy can just live for so long, it doesn't matter. All that pressure is for nothing if the rest of your team is being destroyed.
I'm just amazed by how well Shifu is doing. I would have said that this match would have been around Shifu before seeing the first round, but now that I've seen the first round, I'm just like, no, this match is going to be around Blue Team's backline. Are they going to be able to resist to his Ram and his Croak that has been popping up during a lot of matches? He's a really good Croak. So let's see how this turns out, because those players are forced to play heroes they don't play that much, and Your Mind is just doing an amazing job on the backline here. Are they going to be able to resist to that composition? That's going to be the factor, I think, that's going to determine that match. Here we go, the Shifu trying to punish that Croak.
This match being a lot more even, actually. You see that Yuimon and Sunset are doing a much better job of stopping the attacks of Hizgram and Pinky. They're just managing to get away with a lot more here, while Your Mind continues to be just an absolute god on the Shifu here. It's just so impressive to see the adaptation out of Sunset. They've switched a lot from being punishing and more being extremely defensive and just staying alive. And it's working out a lot because they can just rely on Your Mind to be so consistently dealing with everyone. And as you can see now, Destiny being extremely low here, Shifu getting low as well. Incredible ult from Sunset there, completely destroying Pinky.
That ult is, yeah.
Very well placed. And now attempting to do a team combo there, baiting the Croak into spacing directly into Sunset's right M2, and now leaving the poor Lucy just alone against 3. Wow.
Blue team wins the round.
We're a good team, you and I.
You see this round, yet again, Shifu just doing so much, making incredibly good work of the entirety of Dudodunga here.
There is
Meanwhile,
something about this. Oh, sorry.
meanwhile, Pinky and his grandma struggling to keep up with the pace of a single Shifu. Yeah.
Like, there is something about these Destiny Ultimates that the Asians can do. I remember we scrimmed against the Asian teams at the LAN, and they just kept on doing these amazing Destiny ults. And they just keep on doing it there as well.
It's just so impressive. Something to say here. Currently Dudodunga, 2 of the 3 members are people who played at the BPL LAN.
Team claimed the orb.
Yeah, I know.
So here we go with this turn on Destiny. They're trying to get the damage on Sunset. Seems like even if he's doing really good ults, or at least one really good ult, he's not that comfortable with Destiny, but still gets a counter proc, and even with that much pressure, he's able to do the good work for his team, while Shifu is applying the pressure on his side, but gets snared, cages to try to avoid the Crocus, not getting in the trap of the Destiny stun. Here we go with the airdrop coming on Human, actually surprising Human spacing away inside. Croak punish him really hard. Seems like the red team is not following up that much on the Croak go-ins here. They're pretty much expecting Shifu to go in, but if Shifu just turns out and just helps his backline, it's gonna be a death sentence. And here with the Destiny ult, amazing anti-Urmine trying to get the trade killing on the side, but getting
That's
petrified.
silence.
Maybe red team gets this round. Oh my god.
There could be a cross kill. Ashka's ult being out of range there.
Claimed the orb.
Shifu's gonna punish it now, gonna try and go on Lucy here, but Lucy just has so many abilities. He making a big misplay there, using both his space and his counter there. Now, making it unable to be hit, but not getting punished for it too hard, because meanwhile Ashka and his gram, Pinky and his gram both going for the Pearl.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was exactly a really big misplay. I think it was pretty much a big brain play, because what he tried to do, I think, was tanking the orb with his counter while being on space. So he tried to make the enemy believe that he was intangible when he could actually use his counter while being in space to just, like cancel and tank this orb and stop them from getting it while just getting it back. But it failed since he was not on the good timing. But I think really good try. I think that he tried to do maybe I'm misinterpreting. But that's might be what he has tried to do, and if he would have managed to do that, that would have been just beautiful.
I mean, props to him for trying something so high IQ.
Yeah, true.
I just think he wanted to counter the last second, or like the last millisecond before he had already pressed space.
Yeah,
And then he saw something coming at him, then he wanted to counter, and it was just like really unlucky.
Could have just been a slight mistiming there.
2, 1, fight.
Yeah, true. Here we go with the 2 rounds for the Dunga. Can Shiny Crusaders seal the deal? Get them off this map and the tournament. Can they remain king of the hill even with that amount of bans? Seems like they're going to with that Shifu go in double in.
But they miss up the combo there.
Oh my god, what a good combo. Look at this counter again, and 25 damage from Readiness. Just Shifu, when he starts to combo, he's just deadly. Look at this value being created out. Counter not being procced. Seems like Shifu is at the end of his combos. No, he doesn't get finished. Look at this man 1v2ing and creating so much value. Croak is trying to mount and get back to his team, but he can't. He's being pushed away by the Destiny, who has an ult available.
Anti-Mind plays so good right now.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Just the amount of outplays he did there, pulling the enemies away from each other while being in a 1v1, forcing them to use their outs on each other, only to turn on them when they can't help their teammates. It's such incredible plays.
And he executes on Croak. Amazing.
And in the meantime, Hisgram's not able to assert any pressure. Both Destiny and Pearl, they're just keeping him off for so long, letting him get away with doing nothing.
That's a nice punish on Outer Lucy's roll as well. Where the Destiny just walked through everything and he was like, yeah, I don't care how much damage I'm gonna take from doing this because I know that I'll kill the Lucy. So that's also...
At that point, that's almost mental damage there, just walking right through your abilities. Just, I don't care, you're gonna die anyway.
Yeah, that was basically how we thought. That's a good.
There we go. Red team has to be stronger now. They have to get this match done.
Another interesting thing is that this comp is very similar to the one they ran last game with the Freya Pearl. Except it's now with 2 counters instead of 1. So they're able to just get free counter procs off. But Enter Your Mind here being punished.
I mean, 2 counters, it's 3 counters actually.
True.
Look at Shifu. With Shifu, Pearl, and Destiny, that's just a hard counter game, you know?
Yeah,
if they miss, they're dead. If they just manage to get them, they're winning.
Wow,
So, like,
the amount of punish here coming out of the entire team of Dudodunga. They just started off so well this game.
Claimed the orb.
You
that was
see
really cool.
the amount of damage they got off an Enter Your Mind immediately put the entirety of Shiny Crusaders off. They were so used to Enter Your Mind doing well that when he stopped doing well, the poor Destiny had to try and overcommit to get some value back that Enter Your Mind wasn't getting.
Red team claimed the orb.
That's true, and look at this executes. Just Red team saying, no, you're not gonna win this King of the Hill, we're the kings right now.
Here for fun.
Fighting for this position.
They started
Really
as the kings and they were usurped, but now they've gathered an army and now coming straight back.
This is so anime. Let's go. Seems like we have 2 empires fighting right now. The amount of power putting into this match is just amazing. I can feel that strength, man. My body's awake, my spirit is on a fire right now. Just witnessing this match is amazing, man. I'm so glad to be here. And let's go with this 6th round. Here we go. Shifu trying to engage. Is he gonna do as well? Seems like Kraken focusing a little bit more on finishing that Shifu go-ins. Oh, a missed Ashka Q's there. Now Crook is trying to get in. Baits a Pearl counter, but actually gets procced. I didn't see where from. Seems like Shifu can't get the counter proc, so they're resetting and taking the orb. Let's go there. M2 from Ashka trying to get some values in, but no, it's another counter from Shifu. Getting this 1v2 on the top right of the map again. Look at this, he's trying to punish Croak now, who's jumping away. What a good synergy from the blue team. Seems like Human doesn't even have to be aggressive. Shifu and Destiny are enough to do the damage, but now the situation is turning around and Croak is trying to do a little bit more damage, but Sunset is really low. Gets Max Strange ult by Pinky. What an amazing play. Pinky gets silenced by the Destiny.
That's a huge turnaround there, dealing so much damage to the Destiny there. Now making her terrified for her life. Now she can't get the value that they've been wanting her to get this whole game. Enter Your Mind has to really pick things up. Destiny, they're just completely tanking that with the EXM1 shields. But in the meantime, Enter Your Mind's entirely by himself. No counter now. He's completely vulnerable. And Enter Your Mind gets completely punished for it.
The red team really changed out how they played now. What are they doing that team? Because they are now they're just letting Hisgram go back for Shifu all the time and just punishing Shifu whenever he overextends.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a Croak that's really strong to do versus Shifu.
Yeah. You can see.
I wonder if
you can see
I wonder
immediately.
if they want.
You go.
You go.
Oh, okay. All right. You can see immediately in the opener how they want to play it. In the opening of that round, Croak went camouflaged and then just kind of sat around his team and waited for the Shifu to show up and stunned him when he tried to go in. So you can see
exactly.
They already had their counterplay in their minds.
Yeah, I want to see. I wonder if it would be a time now for the Sheep to just trying to go for the Croak now instead, to make sure they can't actually do that and just see how they will react to that instead.
They do have
Instead
two,
of him just going
they have 2 rounds of leeway here to experiment and see what Crusader's weaknesses are.
Yeah, true, but they still have to pull out their best plays, you know. And
course.
as if they win, Shiny Crusaders will have another ban, and they will be able to break this Ashka Croak comp. I don't know if this starts with Ashka or with Croak, but they're certainly gonna do a ban on this comp. And just keep it away from Dondonga's team's hand, you know. They can't let this happen. They have to ban either Croak or Ashka.
I think banning
If they
Croak
win
in this situation will be better because they know that they can run the comp with Taya. So I think banning Croak here, which is a bit more of the core part of the comp. In the meantime, though, lots of even trading across the board. Anti on Mind doing a very good job of taking of baiting out the Lucy's defensive abilities and then turning to the Ashka when he can't be defended. Pinky here missing his ult, being punished for it very low, but he just manages to back away. A good team combo here, almost killing the Pearl immediately. Anti-Mind needs to turn around and try and punish off this, but he just can't seem to. They're so far away. Hisgram now turning around, looking to punish the Pearl.
And it's Human that's being pressured right now with Sunset. They're both pretty low.
Pinky!
Shifu gets the kill early. Oh my god, what an amazing turnaround.
Anti-Mind taking
Didn't
advantage of the fact that both Hisgram and the Lucy were very much too focused on getting a kill. So Anti-Mind could just get away with killing Pinky for free.
And look at this Destiny and this Pearl trying to shield enough to survive. And it's working actually, look at this. Counter being procced and the kill. Couldn't even get the trade kill because of the XM2 from Destiny, which is enabling her to just shield to survive. Amazing plays.
Blue team wins the round.
Just incredible.
It's about Anti Mind. If he can survive the initial bursts and burst and just get the energy he needs to really go off with his EX abilities and all that, then he'll do fine for the rest of the round. So the start for him is really important, where he just doesn't overextend too much. Because that was the problem the last few rounds, but if he's gonna play like this, it's gonna be really hard for a red team to do anything instead against it. So let's see what they will come up with for idea now.
3, 2, 1, fight!
We'll have to look at their opening to see if they've got a new strategy in mind. You see Hisgram trying to go for a sneak around the back.
Got silenced though. And
disrupted.
Shifu getting that readiness and hitting Croak.
They tried to go for
I
a
don't know
team
if that
combo
was
there, but it was just slightly misplayed.
Blue team has
Blue team managed to snag that ult, even though Hisgram was putting up a good fight to try and steal it. Anti and Mine here getting a lot of value, but Pinky and Hisgram turning completely onto the Destiny here. Destiny having to back away, but that leaves Shifu completely open to being attacked. Good in cap though, completely denies the possible punish.
blue team has
But look at this triple fireball that was just hit by Ashka on Shifu. Now Shifu's trying to work out around him. He gets a no tool that's gonna be deadly for the team. He got cleared though by the Lucy. He's not able to do a really big combo here. Wasted his counters. He has to reset now. Now red team can maybe punish him. Or the blue team a little bit. Orb is coming up. Oh, they had good enough timing to
Great
get
steal
that
from
orb
Angie.
back. Yeah, seems like they're always resetting at a good time. Like it's so strange to see, almost like they have, I don't know, a hive mind. You know what I mean? They're just all connected together, and they're saying, okay, orb is coming up, everybody retreats. You know. And look at this, they tag another one, 4-0.
Oh, wow!
Oh, nice done.
Difference here. Look at this Pinky being cornered on the side. He's trying to cue Shifu on the drop on the air, and that kind of works. He's able to get a lot of damage. Shifu wasting a counter again here, and they're trying to get that value in. Maybe blue team cannot pull this out, but I think they can, because they get another or 5 orbs to 0. It's amazing that
Pinky's
with
stuffing
zero
that up.
orbs-
He's gonna get punished for that. Wow! Destiny!
Oh, this
Holy
is-
crap!
Nah, this is not happening.
Oh, that ult was so good. But
Yeah.
at
For
the
a
same
second,
time,
I guess. He sure knows how to ult at least.
blue team.
yeah,
That's the second time.
so impressive.
Yeah, and also the second time he just goes in the bottom of the map, waits for Lucy to ult, and then ults to avoid the Lucio ults and get the damage in.
Just so incredible.
He pulled that out 2 times. Amazing Destiny plays here.
It's so hard timings to find as well, where several people lines up for that.
Yeah, true. But I mean, the value that you're creating, you can do almost like 150 damage if you get like 2-3 bounce and 2-3 people. It's just incredible with his stance.
There's also like you basically just keep them CC'd for the entire time where they're just knocked up and he can't do anything.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You basically just secure them dying for it.
Here we go. This could be the potential last round of the tournament. We'll see. Will Dododunga pull something out, or will Shiny Crusaders establish their reign as the kings of Asia?
Here we go with Enter Mine failing a go in. It might not be a good time for Destiny to go in now that Shifu has to reset. Here we go, the first orb being captured by Red. This is really good looking for Dodonga. The Red is being punished. Oh my god, look at this punish on its drum with the Croak, but he has enough escapes to get away. He just walked away, so now he can re-engage. And here we go with Pinky trying to punish with that right click, but missing. And then we have a duel in the back of the map. An incap on double incap and stun, but blue team still got the orb. Yeah, that might have been a little mistake here from red team. They could have put a little bit more pressure, but here we go with the Shifu going in incap and the combo. He missed his right click, but it's okay. His Grum is doing fine.
Huge punish on the Destiny there.
Yeah, elimination on the Destiny. Really good focus from red team. Then I don't think they're going to be able to get the trade kill on his Grum because, you know, it's a Croak. And here we go, blue team trying to fight this.
Good orb control.
Maybe
I'm not sure how
match.
Antio Mind has to get some really good team combos off with Yuri if he wants to come back into this round. But it just doesn't seem possible the way they're splitting.
Look at this, he's still proccing counters, going away, getting arts. And he's still going in, look at this, he's never resetting. Maybe they get a kill on the Croak. He's invisible, he's gonna try to avoid this. And Shifu's still putting the pressure. Look at this Croak, he's now afraid.
Wow! This combo! That's so crazy! They could turn this completely around! Wow!
Double kill, amazing!
Oh, a double ult from Pinky here, he could 1v2 this. Doing a lot of damage to both of them, they could just kill Yui straight up here. That clutch bubble keeping them alive, they could go for a team combo here. Asha's just so low now, looking to get killed. Wow. Oh!
Look at the execute from Pinky, that's gonna be a death. Oh
what an incredible last round, so close. Congratulations.
What just happened? Enter your mind, just MVP this match. My god, the 2v3, that was just amazing, well played.
So impressive.
Plays. Thank you all for being there watching this, that was legendary. I think we'll remember that for a good time. Don't mess with Shifu, man.
Don't mess with Shifu, man. That guy turns anything around, you never know.
GG, well played.
To be honest, this Pearl played really well. He saved his teammate so many times with his bubbles.
So
all I could see.
So many clutch plays in that last round. It's just incredible. Wow.
Here we go. Now the tournament is ended, so...
What a great finale, man. That was...
Do you want to pronounce them King?
Yeah, he can't end in a better way.
Congrats. I don't have a graphic for King, but I could slap one up right now. Let's go. Congratulations. Wow.
You need to do this properly. Just name their kings. They just fought for this so hard. You gotta name them kings now.
All right. Just grab a crown.png and slap it on.
Here you go, but really amazing plays that were awesome from everyone.
So incredible.
Thank you for all the speakers. We need also to thank all the casters on the other side, because this has also been casted on as Asia region by Chills Please and our other casters. So that was really amazing, amazing plays. Thank you to all the players that have participated, that have taken time out of their days to just do some amazing Battlerite competitive play and just entertain everybody during this quarantine. So yeah, really amazing plays, really nice tournament, fun formats. Thank you to all the audience and also really big shout out to our sponsors, our two sponsors for the Vince Bounty that will be going for the Shiny Crusaders, I believe, who also win the 7 almost 80% of the overall prizes in this tournament, because they got 7 wins, being really just unbeatable in this tournament, really amazing. So yeah, thank you to our 2 sponsors, and also to all the people that participated to the rewards, and to Stanlock to make in-games rewards also possible. And finally, just let's give a big up to Mako, who has been organizing this for so long, making everything happen between those regions. Even the show match at the last minute, that was just amazing, enabling such like good plays to be on screen. So I just want to thank everyone, and also you fools, and all the people that have been going in and out in this vocal chat. Yeah, like everybody has been doing an amazing work, just responding so fast overall. Just that was amazing. Like, thank you guys. That's such an amazing time to be alive in the Battlerite community.
Yeah. Thank you, Keops, dude. Your casting is legendary, man.
Oh, thank you, man. That's really touches me in the heart. You know what I mean?
Thank you, Cloney, for the top-notch analysis. Thank you to Spaghetti for the insights into the OCE meta, and thank you to how can I forget his name? Such a shame. Do you remember who joined in midway through? Draktok. Thank you, Draktok, as well, for the casting as well.
Yeah, Draktok, who has been carrying us in the beginning of the King of the Hill.
Thank you all, man. Wow.
You guys were doing a great job casting this.
Yeah, thank you, everybody, and
man,
it was just awesome. So, gotta say goodbye to everyone. And guess we're seeing you soon, but man, it's heartbreaking to end this now. I almost wish that the Dunga would have won that match, because I wanted it to be longer. Yes, thanks Tassia, thanks Vin also for the bounties. Again,
just thank you so much to all of you.
I don't know if Tassia and Vin are watching right now, but thank you guys for the individual bounties and these big donations. And yeah, thanks to everybody I mentioned. I think I must have forgot some people, but thanks to everybody for making this happening.
It's just thanks to everyone involved. You guys are all great. Congrats to Shiny Crusaders, incredibly well fought. So impressive. That is a timer, sorry. Oh man, that was just so great.
And also to the other teams that fought, the Grey Seekers, Barukas, Paladins, and the Dunga, who have been showing amazing clutch plays, even when they were behind in the scores. Just like very nice. So the VOD will be disponible. Normally, you can rewatch the parts of this tournament you missed.
Yeah.
And yeah, just check out every links and stuff to the Twitter's account, YouTube's. Check out Mako's, all the stuff here. You can check out also. Just don't hesitate. Just dive in, look at everything in the descriptions. Go follow the casters you like. Go follow you fools. Just go follow. Also, just not us in particular, but just if you want to see more tournaments, go see Mako's social links and stuff, and go subscribe, because he's doing an amazing work. He has been working for weeks to get this done, and
so much background stuff has been handled by Mako, dude. He's just man.
Yeah.
So
everything
cool.
You're seeing on screen, the logos and stuff, it's all him. So just if you want to follow the other tournaments, don't hesitate to subscribe to Mako's channel on YouTube and follow him everywhere. So thank you guys. Yeah,
you'll see the VOD for this tournament on Mako's channel uploaded pretty soon, probably within the next couple days, maybe a bit longer. I'm not sure how long it'll take to edit. There's a lot of stuff he'll need to cut down, but oh man, what a great tournament. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you close this since
all right,
you're the chief here.
Okay, this has been a great tournament, a great stream. I had a lot of fun casting with you, Keops. Thank you, man. This is a great thing. All right, guys. Thank you for watching. If you want to see more tournaments, go check out Mako. He's great. I love him, man. He's just done so much great work.
Yeah, and we also have Mako right now in chat shouting out Shiny Knights.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah.
Thank you to Shiny Knight for helping this happen. Yeah, constant bugging was not for nothing. This is a great, just event in general. Oh man. All right, see you guys. Thank you.